Hello everyone, and welcome back again to the Metal Gear Speedrunners Relay Race. We are getting ready to start off the first race of the day from 6 that are coming up. Today's theme is Team Fortune versus Team Olga, and we have prepared a great set of races for you. I hope everyone's ready. I hope we have the hype in chat. And we are starting with Metal Gear Solid 3. On side of Team Fortune, we have Blackie 1007, and on side of Team Olga, we have ApacheSmash. Both are going to run Metal Gear Solid 3 in the European Extreme difficulty. With me today as well, we have Nick RPB, and I'm Hostess, yours truly, a host and moderator of many different shows and things and stuff. I hope everyone has a good time, and I would say, let's get the show slowly going. I'm going to switch over and then we can almost get ready. All right, so here we are. Nick, I'll leave you a little bit into the introductions, and then I would say we can start with the run if everyone's ready.
Hello everyone, an absolute pleasure to be here on the opening race for Team Olga versus Team Fortune. So this is our first race of the day, Metal Gear Solid 3 European Extreme on the PS3 with ApacheSmash representing Team Olga and Blackie Y1007 representing Team Fortune. It looks like the runners are just about ready to get started. And they are off. Or at least Apache is. Of course, there's a little bit of delay with Discord and things and different regions and stuff. You'll notice that both players are running the Japanese version of the game. It's slightly faster with some of the dialogue. Okay, and Blackie is just about... Yep, there we go. Blackie's off as well. So we've got to remember that. So we've got to remember that Apache is always about 25 seconds ahead. So now, with this being European Extreme, it's obviously the most difficult difficulty level. It's always better to say harder difficulty level, the hardest difficulty level in the game. And now that is going to change some of their routing slightly, not a whole great deal, but they will obviously need to be a lot more careful and keep their wits about them. Blackie now getting started on his way to grab his satchel pack.
Indeed, you will definitely also notice that both of these runners have a very different approach in how they play the game. Just with the way they use the camera, because we are here on the HDC version, which is basically the same as the later re-release subsistence of Metal Gear Solid 3. And that means we have also access to 2 different kinds of cameras. ApacheSmash on the left side will play with the static camera most of the time, the one that was originally shipped with Snake Eater. And Blackie most likely will be in the 360-degree camera that came later with the subsistence re-release.
There's a lot of debate between runners as to which is better. The main disadvantage, I would say, of the 360 camera is it gives you another thing to have to control, but it does then give you something else that you can manipulate. So it's whether you want to have to control that camera and get it into the right position, or have the static camera already in the right position for you, but then it also gives you the flexibility to do some things you wouldn't be able to do with the static camera. So if you're looking at Apache's screen there, you'll see he's tranking the guards, immediately knocking them down, and trying to avoid those alerts. I believe I am right in saying on European Extreme, if they get spotted, it is a game over. Apache making his way across bridge. Blackie following in his footsteps quite nicely. Let's see Blackie take on the bridge. He's gonna pause. Headshots. Very nicely done. He's got the one more guard just at the back. We're having a little bit of delay there with Blackie's stream, but hopefully it will stabilize. Apache very quickly making his way through to rescue Sokolov.
Yes, indeed. The Virtuous Mission, as it's called, also.
We do now have the channel point predictions live. So if you have got channel points, please go ahead, click on that predict button and guess who you think is going to win our first race of the relay. Will it be ApacheSmash or will it be a Blackie? Team Olga, Team Fortune, get your bets in. Ooh, and unfortunately, Blackie does get spotted making his way to Sokolov, and he's going to take a continue and have to rerun that room again. Meanwhile, Apache has now made his way back out onto the bridge, and this is going to be the end of the Virtuous mission. But Blackie has now made his way through.
Yeah. Just before the end, we're going to quickly heal ourselves up, and then there's a bunch of cutscenes that we're going to skip, and then the actual main portion of the Snake Eater game will begin. That is Mission Snake Eater. And there we go. There's the save prompt, and then we start the next mission. So the Virtuous mission already is, putting both of these runners a little bit with difference between each other. But that doesn't mean that Blackie can't, of course, come back again. There's lots of stuff happening. Again, this is European Extreme. This is game over if discovered. If even one of the gods sees and alerts from one of these runners, they will need to redo the room again.
Yeah, it's very fair to say that this is by no means Blackie is out of it already. There is so much still to go and so many different ways that this can change.
Indeed, indeed. And already getting ready here for the first room with the next guards. After, of course, another intermezzo again with the boss that quickly breaks our arm. Well, at least steals our guns. But that's no problem. Of course, we have to go to meet up with Adam in order to start the mission. Or inform it on the other side. There we go. Apache getting out his stun. So for those people that don't know, a very peculiar thing that we have here with grenades is if you're on the right terrain and if you're cooking a grenade, you can actually walk behind guards and they can't hear you. So they're really just walking quickly and moving on. And this is a very neat thing that we'll also see again later down the road.
So at the moment we can see Apache is about one room ahead. Remember, he has got about a 25-second head start on Blackie. Approaching the bridge once again, nice and easy around those guards. Apache must be enjoying not having his tuxedo on for a change. The previous room, and Apache is obviously quite well known for doing the European Extreme tuxedo run, and he has said before that the previous room, the room that Blackie's in right now, is one of the most difficult rooms with the tuxedo on. Okay, Apache making his way back towards where he found Sokolov in the Virtuous mission, and then we're going to have not our first boss fight of the game, but kind of our first mini boss, the Ocelot unit.
Mm-hmm. And the Ocelot unit is, of course, quite interesting. Before we go there, we grab the box, of course, make sure that we're ready. And then we need to keep an order. So we're not going around just shooting everyone right away. We also make decisions like shooting the first guard, for example, in the body so he drops later and doesn't distract anyone else, and so on. So let's see how Apache is going about it. Then we start quickly going to the menu and equipping the Mark 22 and unequipping the rest that he doesn't need, as well as equipping the copper box, so he just has to do this one menu right here. Going with the first guard, shooting in the body, moving all the way down to the south now, getting ready for a next headshot. There we go, wonderful. Another body shot coming up here, right around the corner. And now rolling over this box and then throwing a stun right next to the door entrance here. The guards can see him if you lean next to a wall, and the same also counts for the guard that's coming now from the top. Wonderful. Bit of positioning here, and then moving on. It's just a few more that we need to shoot. One's all the way in the back right there, so you gotta stand on your tippy toes. And then there's another that we need to shoot basically to the west here, just blindly with auto aiming, which is a thing that actually exists. I never knew about that, but yep, there we go. Drawing just a bit, and that's the Oslo unit from Apache.
Absolutely fantastic.
And now Blackie is in the same room. Let's see how he does it.
So same item setup.
Oh, going already a bit different. Shooting the guards here, coming towards him early. Fascinating. They do lure him in, and he waits in a very particular spot. Each of these guards will alert, of course, to the one before him to drop, so he has time to move around. And that's what we like to see, really. That's the cool advantage. Apache and Blackie, they both play most things very differently, have their own style, and that makes it very fun to compare them also right next to each other. What we got over there? I think that, yeah, the guard in the distance, it's always the same, really. There we go. One more left around the corner. I think there's one in the northeast. There we go, right at the gate. 2 shots and they're all down. Oh, I think I missed him.
Just struggling with that headshot there, but I think he's
There we go. Yeah.
And that should, assuming the enemy counter ticks down one more. No, it looks like he might have
not
missed.
have shot him, yeah. Nope, there he is.
No, there he goes. He was just taking his time to fall asleep.
Yeah. He wanted to get cozy first.
I think it's safe to say that Apache did manage to get through that quicker than Blackie did. So Blackie is now a couple of rooms behind. Apache's already made his way through to a rather trap-laden room in the game, but it's not a particularly taxing room.
At least if you're not wearing a tuxedo. The usual version of European Extreme, Apache knows exactly what he needs to do. And here we already can see why we quit the box. We want to get the attention of the guards that's in the northeast of the room. They will see him now. He can literally walk next to this fence because this part of the fence in the HDC collection is not electrified. And now they walk a long way around the corner, and Apache has all the time in the world to go actually to the northwest, making his way towards Ocelot himself.
Very nicely done. And now, of course, we see the importance of the cardboard box. It's actually one of the only games, if I recall, in the series where the cardboard box really does come into play in speedrunning. But we'll see it a little bit later. Talk a bit more about it then. I
think Portable Ops also uses it quite a lot, but yeah, for sure. And here we are coming up now with Ocelot. So Ocelot is a very interesting fight. You want to shoot him right away as early as possible, and then basically go back and forth with stuns and the Mark 22 to go for a non-lethal strat instead of a lethal version. And as we know, of course, Apache, Gentleman's Agreement, definitely goes for Foxhound and Blackie, I think as well. At least trying to go as far as he can with those non-lethal strats and seeing what happens. And there we go, he's stunned. Shoot in the head. Getting ready here. Another one. They're looking quite good.
One more shot should be done.
Yeah. Coming into the duel part, that's fine. And then just a body shot with the auto aim, and there you go, that's it.
Very nice.
Wonderful.
Blackie now making his way through the electrified fences.
Apache,
also run around.
Yeah.
Also run around the trap that Apache rolled over. But now Blackie is one room away from his first boss fight with Ocelot as well.
Absolutely. In the meantime, Apache is going through the caves blind. He knows exactly where he needs to go and making his way towards the pain. So don't worry, don't adjust your TVs. That is actually intentional how dark this room is. Let's see how Blackie does, Ocelot.
Ooh. Blackie just getting around that guard, but let's watch Blackie's Ocelot fight.
Yeah, starting off with the Mark 22, throwing a stun, go around to not be blinded, then coming back with another body shot automated, another stun, turning around again, and now getting ready for the same thing again, not going for a headshot. Interesting. Also now turns to the side and then keeps walking on. It's a bit unfortunate if you can't do it like that. Ideally, you stun him with the second stun, so just standing there being blindfolded, you can get 2 headshots in him, making the fight, of course, much faster. And now it's more like a free-form thing. Going to the duel, try to go for the headshot. And,
Knocks the hat off.
Not quite. Also, will go towards his head, of course, and grab it in again. Give it a bit more time, of course, to shoot him. And he's only one more shot, I think. There we go, that's it. Meanwhile, Apache is now on the pain, starting right away here. And the pain definitely is tricky because his hit box for the head is only from his chin to his nose. So it's actually more tricky than you think. And the cool thing is, of course, he knows exactly what he needs to do. So the first half, basically just shooting down the bee's shield. And the second half, there's the bullet bees coming in. And you gotta be careful because you want to be in first person. Because the HDC version, again, has a very interesting glitch here where the bullet bees can't hit you at all if you're in first person.
You've got to say, Apache is making this look very easy. Really good with the quick reloads. That's a really fast pain.
Wonderful. By the book.
So you'll notice there, every time Apache took a shot, he then unequipped and re-equipped the Mark 22. That just cancels out the reload animation and allows him to get a shot off a lot quicker.
Indeed.
Okay, so Apache's now going into a rather long section of just swimming along the river, making his way to the warehouse. This is usually the point in a marathon run where you'd hand things over to the commentator for donations, but here we see him using the cardboard box. I said earlier that it's a very important item in Metal Gear Solid 3. When Snake is going up an incline, and that includes stairs, his walking animation slows down, but the developers didn't include a slowdown animation when wearing the box. So Snake moves faster going up stairs and going up hills whilst wearing the cardboard box. Very important item. Okay, let's see
going
how
over here with the Patriot shooting down the B shield. That's working as well. You don't need a grenade necessarily. Blacky does though use the Mark 22 in order to just get lots of shots on the body here.
So rather than going for the precision headshots, he's just absolutely pounding the pain with trank darts
in the body. Yeah, that works absolutely fine as well.
And
that's a cool thing. Yeah, there we go. First person again, not a good shot. And now it's starting with the damage. The thing is with the pain, when he just turns around or even rolls over, he has some iframes, so you need to wait a little bit. But Blackie is so good with the quick reloads, it's not a problem at all. Should be getting ready soon, and there we go. That's got him. I think he even had a headshot in the end. Yeah, wonderful.
Okay, meanwhile, over on Apache's screen, he's now reached the warehouse. What you just saw him do there was blow up a gas container, and I think he did also get a shot off on the end. So the end appears in this section. You can actually kill him early, but for speedrunning terms, killing the end early isn't useful. The end boss fight is replaced with an Ocelot unit instead, and that takes longer. But what it is important to do is to get some damage onto the end during that scene, because it means he starts with less health and less stamina when you start his boss fight later in the game.
Indeed, it's only 3/4 if you do it like that. The same thing that we're also going to see later on very easily, where Vermillion and hey, myself will also do the same thing, but instead of European extreme, in the very easy difficulty.
It's a really nice warehouse. Warehouse there is one of the more tenacious rooms in the run. A lot of runs really hate it.
The first trip already tricky. You can so easily be spotted. The second trip when we come back again, also even worse in terms of difficulty.
No problems with this room here. Just a very simple route through. That is the same route that on the way back, we're going to see the runners fight the Fear. Nearly got my emotions mixed up there.
Gotta be careful.
Quick headshot on the guard.
Wonderful. And then we're moving inside the walls. I'm not entirely sure if Apache will go and use the scientist uniform, or if he will save actually that menuing and just continue on just like he practiced with the tuxedo to only use the box. Just an option. You can do that. The scientists will not react to the box at all, and the guards will not react inside the building, at least to the scientist uniform. And we know Apache does a lot of things with the tuxedo where you can't change your clothes, so you need the box. Never mind, he puts it on.
He is
that
going for
puts
the
it down.
scientist outfit. Playing it a bit safer.
Absolutely, yes. Here we go. Blackie also doing the same damage here against the end.
Mm-hmm. So as you can see,
just starting. Please go ahead.
sorry, as you can see, yeah, Apache's now running through with the scientist over there. The guards pay no attention to him; they just think he's another scientist. Scientists, on the other hand, will see through the disguise, so he has to be a little more careful just getting past those. But as long as he's fast, it's not too much of a problem. And now we're going to see Blackie take on Warehouse for the first time. Oh. Gets a little bit caught on that railing.
No,
he gets spotted.
That's another continue. Yes,
oh dear.
That's unfortunate. As we said, it can go very quickly, and European Extreme is not forgiving. Second attempt, come on. Missing the roll over again. He's trying to do a lean. Yeah, it's going...
Just safety, take out the guard. No, he's been spotted by another guard.
So Blackie now has the option to go lethal strats because with one continue already, Foxhound is dead. That rank cannot be obtained. It has to be 0 continues, which I think Apache is still on, so he has still a chance. Blackie is just, a little bit brute forcing, but of course also quickly making his way forward. And we'll probably also open up a few bosses later down the road, so that's going to be very interesting now that Blackie can also go for the lethal strats.
Some really nice pathing there not to get spotted by that last guard.
Yeah, when they're distracted and just going in the comps, they are so distracted they don't care at all if you walk past them.
You'll see some more of that later, particularly when these two get to Groznygrad. And they start using the cardboard box to just completely ignore guards' lines of sight.
Yeah. Apache, meanwhile, is now on the Animates camo, going out from the scientist uniform, changing over. And the Animates camo is the one that we got after Ocelot. That's why we need to do this fight also in non-lethal version, else we don't get that. And the advantage is that we don't need to watch our stamina at all. So even if the stamina goes down to 0, we won't shake with our aim. And that's the key advantage that we have with this one camo. And we will keep it on until the very end. And basically, a high five just happened. Wonderful as it seems. Apache's now getting ready over for the fear. Most likely, the fear will work in the same way as it usually does. So it's an interesting thing. I start a little bit ahead. If you stun the fear, all that the damage that you put into the fear will translate over to non-lethal damage. That's why he already has the stun in his hand. So Tiffany going over here to this tree because he wants to be close to a trap that's coming up. Fake kill himself with the fake death pill. So the fear will actually walk up to him, investigate him, and he's already dead. And then quickly, there we go, reviving, stunning. The fear won't walk away, and then slowly making his way forward to the trap. And then immediately the fear will be caught in the trap. And you can't even see how the stamina goes all the way to 0, but that's how we do on European Extreme and the fear.
That's very
another execution by the book. Yeah, amazing. And moving on to Warehouse, second trip. The most difficult room, some would say. I think even Apache would agree on this one. So let's see how he handles it. You want to go in this box here. And then drop down right this angle. Onto the top of this guard. Wonderful. Going to the box. Delivering one headshot, rolling over and perfectly done.
Oh, you never get tired of seeing a really good Warehouse too.
That was
absolutely
amazing.
Perfect.
Yeah, the last guard you literally walked through, guards don't react that quickly, even on European Extreme. So you bump into them, and then if you're standing behind them, you can just roll, and that roll will put them down at least for long enough so they don't alert on you. This is one of the most critical rooms if you want to go for Foxhound, because again, you will be spotted so quickly, like it's impossible. For many people, at least.
All right, and now we have our obligatory quotes of the Metal Gear Solid 3 speedrun, particularly from Apache. This next boss is the end. It's not the end of the game, it's a boss called the end. There is also a boss called the boss, but it's not this boss, she is the boss at the end of the game.
Wonderful. Yeah, Apache started this a while ago, and now it's just obligatory to provide that quote every time. There we go, taking a nice shot to distract the guard. Yeah, it makes it so much more nice. We're trying our best. Hope you liked it out there. There we go. And now we also have the Cigar Spray, which also puts down guards instantly, so we can almost just walk through them and then use the attack button as we like. With the Mark 22, you always need to shoot and aim a little bit, but with the Cigar Spray, you can just stand in front of somebody, and it doesn't matter too much how precise you are. Alright, so this is the end. The Fear in the last boss fight shot us with an arrow in our knee, and we don't take that one out until to this point, because very interestingly, we will see that the end is actually, I think, kneeling down, and allows us much easier to shoot him in. So Apache does already 3 shots in the head, giving us great damage, and now he walks all the way over to the east, because we want to manipulate the RNG. Oh no, Blackie resetting once again, unfortunate.
Oh.
It's not looking good. Anyway, Apache is still delaying with a few punch kicks and waiting for the end to spawn back again in the same area, throwing a smoke over there and then making a loud noise after that popped. And now he will be making his way over him. Again, throwing another smoke into him. Oh, it's stunned. Apologies. There we go. He will be lying down on the floor there and then making his way over him. And now going with another nice strat, punching him twice, and then Cigar Spray once, punch twice again, then holding him up so he actually needs to lie down, and then giving him another chance to using his stick spray again. Another stun to the face, and now slowly he needs to make sure that he gets enough stamina damage in. There's one last stun, and now the bosses will be not taking any damage again. Because now the end will actually start walking away. Throw a stun himself as well. But of course Apache knows already where the end will go. So he's walking ahead, getting ready, using the Cigar Spray again. Punch twice, another Cigar Spray, and he's almost done for. The end will walk in the other direction again, but of course also that is already practiced. And there we go. Wonderful execution by Apache here. And Blackie at the same time also used the same strat. Stunned and I think used the Patriot and then to take down the Fear.
Yes, he's a slightly different strat. He used the fake death pill straight away rather than moving over to use the traps. And then as soon as he had the Fear stunned, used the Patriot just to finish that stamina damage off.
Exactly.
And now, of course, we're going to see Blackie take on Warehouse 2. Had some troubles with Warehouse 1. Let's see how he gets on here. It's going to look very different using the subsistence camera. He's going for a slightly safer strat of using a smoke grenade to... Yeah, it works very well. Slightly slower, but certainly much safer.
Shooting the wall to distract the guard on top, and then going into the box and she just walking past him.
Yeah, it's a
Works
nice
as well.
Warehouse too.
Yep, nicely done. And meanwhile, Apache's on not the most difficult boss, but definitely the tallest boss. And we will also see, as you can see right now, as I said earlier, the stamina is all the way drained. So if he would not wear the Animal's camo, his aim would shake a lot. And even the auto aim would not work at all. But also his health is down to 1 HP. So any damage that's not coming his way is an insta-kill. So you want to be making sure that you don't take any damage anymore. And that's important because the next boss is the Fury.
In just a second, we're going to see Blackie take on the end. So for all you people who played MGS3 and thought, the end is such a difficult random boss with where he goes and which locations he could be in, there is some method to how the end moves about the map, and it's really incredible to see how well performed and how well analyzed this boss route is. I think it's one of the more impressive parts of this run. I don't know if Blackie uses a different method or the same method, but we're gonna very shortly find out.
I think the start will always be the same roughly. In the later parts, there's different variations how you can loop the end. Might as well be the Cigar Spray, but we'll see. Again, giving him a few headshots.
Struggled to get the first couple of shots off, but he's got him down.
Yeah, it's tiny pixels on screen. It's ridiculous already.
But yeah, making his way over to the same point, buffering with some PPKs. Throwing the smoke grenade to disguise him. making some noise to cause the end to move. And here, of course, with us using the subsistence camera on Blackie, we can actually already see where the end is. There's a much better understanding of exactly where he is. Same combination, holds him up, uses the cigarette spray, get some more stamina damage onto him, and then he's going to run ahead to make sure that he can intercept the end as he runs away.
Yeah.
It's quite sprightly for an old fellow.
Indeed.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, that's what a good opponent does to you.
Throws the stun ahead. Punch, punch, cigarette.
Now we will turn around again. And that should be enough for... Yeah, there we go.
Done.
Excellent execution here from Black as well. Meanwhile, Apache is going through the mountains, and the mountains is a very lengthy segment of level. You do not want to reset here at all, because it takes a very long time to go all the way back again. But Apache knows exactly what he's doing, and of course he's using here as well the box to both move quickly, but also to, you know, not being detected. Giving out a few headshots. I heard that's common in these Russian forests, you know. Give each other a few Mark 22 headshots. And then getting ready to move over here to the last segment. And as you can see, the hitbox of the roll is huge. It is gigantic. You don't need to be very close.
All right, second section of the mountains here. Again, using the box to move quickly and get ahead of some of the guard patrols that he needs to.
You know, that guard can be a bit icky, but you can shoot the barrel. Barrel damage, even if it's lethal, does not count as a lethal kill towards your rank, so that's all fine. You could even use, you know, scorpions or, you know, poisonous or venomous snakes and throw them at guards. They do not count as lethal kills from you because, you know, it was the animal. Well, it wasn't you. How dare you say that?
you just happened to cause the explosion. It was the explosion that killed the guard.
Yeah, snakes don't kill people, explosions do.
Accidental kill.
And the difference between those two runners, for people that are wondering, it's already quite huge, because Apache is now almost done with the mountain level here, making his way towards the Fury. And then Blackie is not even there yet, so there's a few minutes already. But who knows how the Fury will deal, because the Fury is a bit RNG heavy, can go anyway, can be very aggressive, can be less aggressive, so we will see what happens now. Apache getting out the Mosin Nagant, which is the weapon that the End used. You get automatically, no matter which version you play, of course. And that's the rifle that we use for most of the bosses later down here, if you want to go for the non-lethal version.
And of course, you need to remember that Apache is going into this fight with 1 HP. He cannot take damage from the Fury. Has to do it perfectly.
There's life medicine that you could have grabbed, but the problem is you also can't go for life medicine if you want to go for the Foxhound rank, which he's still on. So let's wish him luck. The box helps, of course, you know, not to take fire damage. Fire damage is the worst damage that you can take.
Gets a very good start.
The Fury is not flying away. That's good. Fortunate here. Halfway done. Oh, he gets in mid-flight. Amazing shot here. Is that it? One more shot.
One more.
Yeah, gotta get away. Just make sure.
Oh, no! No, he takes the hit. Apache gets his first death of the game.
And that's the end of the Foxhound rank. Unfortunately, as I said before, the Fury is the B word. He's not nice to us. It's very, very unfortunate.
I think a lot of runners would agree that the Fury is probably the hardest boss in the game.
Yeah, like not for jokes, this is actually this time the hardest boss because it's so, you know, unreliable and gives us a lot of headaches.
It is mainly just the RNG nature of it, but Apache has now defeated him. A very nice second run there. Right, and with that, Apache is going to enter the Grand Fortress of Groznygrad.
Hell yeah. Takeshi's castle, if you want to call it that way. Sometimes it feels like it.
Hey, the difference with this one is that there is a winner at the end of it.
True, true. And there we go, Blackie also going a bit different here, you know, exploding these barrels. It's all fine, it's all good. And throwing stun over this little mini hut in order to also have enough time to grab the RPG here. That will save in a little bit of a menu later down the road, because that's what we do already and very easy as well. We grab the RPG here instead of using it later when we get it automatically for the bike chase. And then we can combine 2 menus at the same time.
So on Apache's screen just there, we talked about the cardboard box, and for some reason, the guards' field of vision in the game, when they're going to investigate something, particularly when they're investigating something on the floor, their field of vision really, really narrows down to exactly what they're looking at. So you'll have seen there, if you're paying attention, that Apache was just able to use the cardboard box to immediately get past a guard while stood right next to him. It's a very, very weird part of the run. Now for those who don't know MGS3, this is the part where Snake is kidnapping Major Rykov. He looks like Raiden from MGS2, but there is no relation. It's a little bit of a joke that Kojima put into the game. And this is because he wants to disguise himself as Rykov, as he's going to do right now, so that he can get into the sort of back area and through to the Shagohod.
Indeed. And we're going to see a very fun trick. It's going to be called the box glide or just box rush. Just go into the scope, leaning against the wall, and switching over to the box automatically with the right angle puts you basically in the game state where the game's like, I don't know where to put you back. Just go fast. And the speedrunners, we like that, of course.
Can be done in this room.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't save quite as much time in that room.
Yeah, you have to be super tight on your menuing there, and for most, it's just not worth it. Just walk down there.
All right, Blackie is on his way to the Fury. Now, you'll notice Blackie has played a little more safe. He's actually going in with a lot more health, so he can afford to take some damage. So he did remove the bolt from him at one point.
Yeah. Now it's much more safe, of course. Again, he, is already off the Foxhound rack, unfortunately. So he's allowed to do a few other things here.
Very tight on that roll to the ledge.
Indeed. I think he already got off one shot.
He immediately takes some fire damage, but he's okay. So now it's just a waiting game, waiting to see where the Fury is going to be.
She's very mean, very close.
There he goes. Oh,
nice. Good reaction.
Unfortunately, dropping the Fury dropping down there does lose him a little bit of time waiting for the Fury to come back up again. But he's got him off into a very nice combo for his second go, and it's now just all about where is the Fury going to fly to next.
He can't get it. Oh no! Okay, it was very, very close, very tight.
And
he's just walking away. You can tell he's just incredible.
Oh, takes the hit. Oh, don't die, Blackie.
If you're fast enough to put box on, the fire goes off. Let's see.
Oh, Fury's landed right next to him.
Oh, that's incredible.
Oh, no, he's taking damage.
How can you be? Come on, one shot. Yeah, let's go. He got it. They got it. Excellent.
Oh, well done, Blackie.
Wow, that was crazy.
Well, he wasn't on 1 HP when he started, but he is now.
He is close. And even Apache is watching right now because he's in the torture scene. He has a little bit of time to watch it, and he even agrees that was an insane fight.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, both of these runners are incredible in their skill, and they definitely both know very well how to play this game. No question about that. Now, Blackie also moving on, wrapping Rykov and getting ready. I think Apache's almost done soon and getting ready for the next boss, or, well, not boss, depending on how you view it.
Just for those who don't know the game, at this point for Apache, Snake has a bag over his head, and that's why it's black.
Yep. There we go, picking out all the stuff that he has in his body, like the transmitter and, of course, the fake death pill. And then turning around a few times in order to puke, and that will make Johnny go into the cell, and you can then quickly, knock him out and get out. On very easy, instead, we call the codec a 14475. There we go.
Apache's going to very quickly dispatch Johnny.
And we want the ration that he has on his body as well, so we're going to grab that, and then we go to smoke. Wonderful. And knocking out Johnny is tricky. It's not like regular CQC because you have only the revolver. You can't do your regular shenanigans. So you have to do, I think, 2 tumble punches and then quickly again another set of punches. And then finally knocks him out. And here we go. We see again Apache using the smoke grenade, cooking it right behind the guard. But again, thanks to the bug, it won't be heard or seen. Now this room is not the worst. You literally just keep to the wall and then walk through the door. And the next room again is a bit tricky. For the longest time we were trying to get it consistent, and basically it was just, align yourself with the stars roughly and throw smoke and hopefully you get past all of these guards. But we thankfully found, not too long ago then, finally a setup that works. We know exactly where we need to throw the smoke, and then we can move on. We also need to throw a second smoke right in the face of the dog. And oh no, Apache was not quite there. See, I was saying he has it down, but I guess that was not quite as well. That's fine. It's not the worst to reset here again because he just came out of the door, so you just do it right away again.
So gets the caution. That's the guards. And this time, yeah, he's fine. The guard has turned.
Yeah.
Another one to get past the dog. And
then get ready.
The secret tunnel.
Yeah, Apache's putting on the cigar because he wants to take as much lethal damage as possible right now, because we want to kill ourselves actually also as fast as possible in the Soul Room. For the IGT, we found out that everything you do within the Soul fight does not matter. The IGT will be reset after you successfully beat the boss, basically. Unless you do it wrong, and then the IGT gets added up again, so you gotta be careful, of course, a little bit. But the fastest way how we finish the fight is by killing ourselves and then reviving ourselves with the tooth that we have in the mouth.
So that's the reason why we don't remove the poison bolt and let our HP go down to 1 HP. And then it makes the run trickier, obviously, because we only have 1 HP and can't take any damage, but it does significantly speed up that section.
Get ready here.
The things runners will do to save time.
Indeed. It's a risk, but, it's worth it. It's amazing if you have a Foxhound rank going on like that, and it works out. Most people would agree, if you pass the Fury, you're already much more relieved, like, okay, we made it past this one boss. There's other places where things can go wrong as well, but this is the most trickiest one, especially if you're going for the so-called rank on, which in this case, on this difficulty, is the Foxhound rank. There we go. Moving on. Skipping a few cutscenes, and you will see that Apache, I think, uses grenades. Should be. Let's see. Going into his backpack. At this Sorrow, you have everything back again. So you can use any weapon you want, and there we go. Just throwing a grenade at his feet. Take enough damage, and then, oops, that's it. Instantly dying, and then moving on. After reviving yourself. It was all just a dream. And then moving on, and in this next level, that's why we needed to take out the transmitter. Because here, if we would have left it on us, there would be the Ocelot unit again. Making a life hell, of course, and if they spot us, they alert, and if they alert on European Extreme, that's a game over if discovered. So it's actually worth it taking out the transmitter in that instance for that difficulty, just to have an easier time. We will see later in very easy, the opposite thing, where we don't care at all. Again, we're just going to call the codec. And then move on, because these guards don't matter to us. And very easy. Blackie's doing the same thing now also as well. Getting ready here for his escape. So, picking up everything with the fork. Turning himself around, and then puking. And then Johnny comes in and investigates. And he already has a cigar on as well. That's not nice. That can't taste nice anymore. There must be something left in that cigar as well. And there we go. He's also getting ready now to get out. Let's see if Blackie can do it first try. To move up a little bit again, closer to Apache. Looking good. First room, usually not much of a problem. You gotta be tight in your movement, but again, thanks to the bug also, it's not that much of a problem. And also again, this room is literally just keep to the wall. You're out of line of sight. The guards may caution on you, but it's not close enough to cause an alert. And there we go. We're getting on the Ostcam. I want to say skin, but it's cause something else. Oh my god, it doesn't come to me right now.
Camouflage.
Camouflage, sorry. That's the non-native speakers. Sometimes I forget words. Thank you very much. Yeah, the camouflage. The Ostcam, I think, helps us to save a little bit of health. Because I think with the Ostcam you only get 13-point-something% less damage. This is of course helpful. There's also the sneaking suit, which we could get if we were on New Game Plus. But Apache here is on New Game, which I think we didn't state that earlier. Blackie is on New Game Plus, which is why he has also the weapon like the Patriot. And he also has different camos already unlocked, versus Apache, who's on New Game. Does not have that.
And again, there you see Apache using the cardboard box to just go underneath the guard's line of sight. He's now going to get into this truck, and this truck with the cardboard box is going to transport him straight into the Shaggerhard's hangar.
Indeed. And if I remember correctly, in the hangar here, yeah, we're going to sort of one shot in order to scare off all the scientists, so out of our way. And then we have hopefully enough time to put down all the C3s. This was before C4. It's still 1964, you gotta remember. This one scientist here does not care at all, and it's very funny. You can be close to him like that, but if you put down the C3 early enough, he doesn't have time even to react. Put it on the box again, and the scientist is just like, just a box, I guess. And then Apache can move on.
And one more set of C3 on the last generator. And Apache is now going to move on to the Shaggerhard bike chase. So unfortunately... Oh, sorry, no. I'm getting way ahead of myself. He's got a boss fight. He's got a boss fight first.
Yes.
Way ahead of myself.
So this next box is Volgin 1, and we can actually, even if we go for Foxon, we don't need to do non-lethal damage on him, because this fight doesn't count as killing him, so we can do all the lethal damage that we want to take. And Apache is opting to resetting the thing again. Fair enough. Let's see the fight over again. I think he missed the loop spot. Let's go for the second time here, getting ready for the SVD.
Yeah, the loop here is very the loop here is very tight, and if and Apache certainly finds that if he can't get it, it's actually quicker to then just reset the fight and do it again rather than try and take on Volgin normally. So now he goes on to phase 2. Waits for that attack and some pops with the Mosing Noggin.
The SVD.
Sorry, the SVD, not the Mosing Noggin.
Yeah, the Mosing would have been non-lethal, and yeah, ammo was a bit tight, so he had to move on to the upper pistol as well. But now, there we go, that works. And now you would be correct. Now he's on to the bike chase.
Yeah, now it's the Shaggerhard bike chase.
Let's go. So here we're going to quickly menu, as I taught earlier. Apache did not grab the RPG early on, so he has to do this menu right now and get it ready. And again, since we're not on Foxhound rank anymore, he might opt to keep on the RPG, But I also know from him as well, he might just fancy having the Mosin Nugget on and just, you know, knocking out all of them with quick scopes. Why not? The fun thing on the bike is, of course, you have unlimited ammo, so you can also just grab out a few stuns and throw them on the ground. That, of course, also makes it very easy to move on. And yes, in this phase already, we can do a certain amount of damage here. In this early segment, not too much. But every amount of damage that we can do is, of course, helpful later down the road, until we get to the actual fight against the Chef-Out. So there we go, going on for a few more shots. And then moving on. And he got it out. That's the Mosin-Naga.
Here we
That's
go.
Again, the ends ref, and he's going on for the no scopes. Let's go. ApacheSmash 360. No scoping everyone right now. Brilliant play. Wonderful. Take a look at that. MLG should hire him. So good.
That was as impressive as it is worth noting that the aiming in MGS3 is incredibly accurate, and the Mosin Nugget here will always shoot directly into the center of the screen. That's not to say that what Apache's doing here isn't impressive. He's obviously having to do it whilst on a moving vehicle, but
yeah.
You know, it is that helps quite greatly to make it not quite as difficult as you might imagine.
And people, if you hear closely, he even hit the Keratin up there. Just tight. If you're going for the Mosin Nugget, that's tight. With the RPGs, you have a bit of splash damage, so that's not too difficult, but, you know, he opted for the more difficult version and hit it, of course. Now he's getting ready for the next part already, because this is literally the end of this segment, and then a few cutscenes happen.
So one thing you might be noticing from Apache here is he's constantly looking at the ground or looking at either. That's because in all versions of the game, there is a little bit of FPS chug during this section. The game struggles to keep up with the moving background. So whenever you're not throwing stuns or shooting guards, the best thing to do is either to look straight up in the air or look down at the ground to try and minimize the amount of moving graphics. And that's going to keep the frame rate at a nice steady rate.
Indeed. And we also see Blackie now being on the Cold War camo, which is very useful because the Cold War one later down in bike chase will prevent all the guards from shooting him as long as he's looking at them. That's actually the non-lethal camo that you get from Volgin. And we also see Blackie is going to kill all the scientists and the repairman, because that will actually start the next phase with the Shaghout already with less health, because, you know, they can't put on the maintenance. Always fun to see those strats as well play. There's so many game mechanics in MGS3. It feels like we still haven't found all of them.
To see here, Apache just throwing stun grenades. It's the quickest way of taking out multiple groups of guards at the same time. Getting some more of these shots off.
And he's got to be careful because there's... Oh no, he took that
damage
shot.
From the RPG there.
Yeah, I want to say, this one guard with the RPG always hits, and you gotta either take him like quickly, or you have on a camo that limits the damage, of course, that you take. So unfortunately, he took the chance here. In this segment of the chase, you can only take out the gunners and have the riders still on the bikes. That's actually fine, because the riders, of course, they start shooting you with the pistol, but they don't do nearly as much damage as the actual gunners would do. And they always respawn, so it's actually more useful to just leave the riders on and not the gunners. There we go. Blackie also making a fast moves here on Volgin.
Really good phase 1. It's going to go into phase 2. Exactly the same setup. Lie down and wait. And take the pop shots at Volgin.
And get ready here.
Oh, just didn't quite manage to dodge the attack.
Yeah, unfortunate.
That's going to be another continue. And unfortunately with Volgin, if you fail Volgin in phase 2, you do have to redo phase 1.
There we go. Doing it again.
Good phase 1.
Moving on again. Lying down to knock at shots. And hopefully, there you go. Interrupting him. But a bit more time cautious, making sure that he has all the ammo that he needs. Wonderful. And meanwhile, we see Apache now being here on the pre-phase of the Shagard. Now he can deal even more damage. I think up to 40% of his entire health can already be dealt here. That's the cap. And you don't want to spam down those RPGs. You could, but you know that will actually lead somehow the hitbox of these trenches to go even bigger, it feels like. And if you hit the trenches, the Shagard actually will move all the way back again, so far that you can't consistently hit him. So you want to be actually not too fast there, and take your time. As you can also see, he currently has the life med on now because Foxhound is dead, so you might as well make sure that he stays ahead as much as he can.
Coming up with the rest of the bike chase is another section where there's a bit of RNG involved about whether you get shot by the guards, and you can very easily have a really good run suddenly go south just by taking a random shot from a guard that you weren't expecting. So having the life meds on here just means that if he does take that shot, he's going to heal straight back up, and he should be fine. But obviously, as Hauser said, if you are running, if you are going for Foxhound rank, then you're not going to want to do that.
Indeed.
So Blackie opting for a different approach. He's just going to use the RPG to take out these guards rather than using the Mosing Nugget. A little bit quicker, as you can take out all 5 of those guards with one shot.
Beautiful.
Apache, meanwhile, is getting ready on the bridge. So Eva has already put down a load of explosives. He just takes out the first few and just leaves the last one until the Shagahard is slowly going over it. Of course, that's not the end. The Shagahard is fine and splits in half, but manages to get up and continue to chase them down.
And now all the pre-damage comes in handy. As you can see, he's already starting off quite well ahead. And now what Apache wants to set up is the loop. So basically you shoot one of the trenches in order to keep basically the Shagard all the time facing with the back towards you. And it looks quite good so far. He's able to keep shots after shots. Usually, you know, it would activate and turn around again, and then even needs to drive around you. But this looks like he's keeping in his tight grip. This is very nice. This is by the books.
And the he knows exactly when to time those shots.
That's the experience of a man who has more than 2,000 hours in this game. And I probably am not wrong even. Wonderful. Looped it right around there without moving at all. That is just by the book. You can dream of that if you start playing like that. Yeah.
That was a really, really good phase 1. So now a similar idea here, still using the RPG to take out the trenches, but then swap into the Mosing Nagant just to get headshots on Volgin. Is he going to go for the no scope to finish? Is his party trick?
Yes, he does.
Yes.
There we go.
Very nice. There it is.
No scope finish. That's just Apache for you. The man delivers. Just like our sponsor. kidding.
Well, that would be the perfect segue.
That would have been perfect. Wonderful. In the meantime, Blackie also getting on here on the warmer phase, and then also getting ready for his pre-damage at the Shagahard. And I think Apache might as well, especially in the early part of this second half of the bike chase, just look at the ground to save the FPS and move on faster. The problem is with FPS taking and all that, the IGT is actually ticking on in real time, but the FPS, if it drops down, you know, takes of course much longer to go for the game. So you want to keep that up as high as possible in order to also save not just frames, but also IGT. And Blackie is just going to town with the RPG here. He has lost Foxhound. He doesn't care at all. Wonderful.
So Blackie struggled to take out the RPG unit that did do damage to Apache, but because Blackie has got the Cold War uniform on, as long as he's facing away from facing towards enemies, enemies won't hurt him, because the uniform, the front side of the uniform is the Soviet flag, and the back side of the uniform is the United States flag. So the idea being that guards don't like Americans, so they'll shoot you when you've got your back turned, but if you're facing them, they'll be like, comrade,
I don't shoot you. Wonderful. And here again, Apache's taking out all of them swiftly here with Mosing Nagant. And switching over to the stun for the next blockade. So a bit tight there with movement. Eva is just driving very quickly. But you want to make sure they take all of these, of course, to salvage all the damage that you don't want to take.
Oh.
Oh,
took a little bit of damage there, but he's through to the next room.
Yeah, she confirms in chat he used the stun to hit the character, but not the RPG guard, so he took definitely a lot of damage there from the RPG. Unfortunate. But that's the game for you sometimes. And Blackie now getting ready for his pre-phase of the Shagger Horde. Most likely also making sure that he gets as much damage in as possible. And you see here again, Apache as well. In this section of the bike chase, there's flying guards above you. And they can be very mean because they can also fly too far ahead and are literally on top of your head. And then if worst comes to worst, they explode right on top of you and that you take even more damage. And if you are still on Fox out and try to salvage this, this is another nightmare segment. It's all good, it's all fine. Also Apache making you sure that everything's working. Going to the menu and equipping the life man as well just to be safe. Again, this is a race and, you know, you just gotta keep at it as you're going. Well,
Apache does have a significant lead at this point, so he has plenty of time to play it safe.
And Blackie, I think he also hit the damage cap there. That was a beautiful pre-damage phase for the Shagger Horde. Let's see how he will handle the loop in the actual fight here with the Shagger Horde.
Now, of course, we saw exactly how it should be done. Let's see if Blackie can replicate that.
Yeah. But before that, of course, you know, taking out the other C4s. And get ready for the last one here. Now, of course, that your stamina is at full strength, you won't shake at all, so you can literally pre-aim like this and then no-scope the bridge. But if you're careful, if you were not careful earlier, like especially in very easy, it can happen that you run out of stamina and are below 50%. You want to be cool, do the no scope, and then all of a sudden you miss that you have too low stamina, and then you shake and you miss it, and then you're really in panic mode. Anyway, let's start with the Shagger Horde fight. Let's see. Pre-aiming well. This looks beautiful. Yep, he was just driving around without the Shagger Horde at all moving. You can go also with a bit of a weird angle there, trying to hit the hitbox a little bit from behind, it looks like. And there we go, this looks very well as well. So look. Oh yeah, this looks beautiful from Blackie as well with the Shagger Horde here. Keeping it in place and just tight, nope. A little bit turning, but it's all fine, I think, so far. Not too much of a problem. Have a little bit of leeway. There we go, it even turns towards us now. I think 2 more shots and that's it. Yep, 1 more shot now on the threat again, and as soon as the iframes go away, that should be the Shagger Horde fight as well. Beautiful execution from both of these runners. Excellent work.
Really, really nice phase 1.
And here we go again, the second half of Volgin. And Blackie opting to not use the Mosin, that's fine. He can also do this fight. Yeah, just doing him like this. And you will also notice that the SVD does a lot more damage as a headshot compared to the Mosin. That is always the deal with non-lethal weapons versus lethal weapons in Metal Gear Solid. The lethal weapons go faster, but you know, they are not as rewarding if you try to go for the high rank. And there we go, Apache now getting ready for the next section of this game. Only one more thing to do, and then we're at the boss. So what he needs to do now is he's going to feed Eva, so she's at full stamina instead of where she starts with 3/4, and then also healing up Eva as well. So she can literally keep on moving the entire time until we are going to the boss.
Yep, so Apache is now very, very close to the end of the game.
Yep. There we go, feeding first, then curing. Same thing just like in the Virtuous mission. And then morph. In the first room, that's also cool. We don't need to take care of Eva at all, so we can even, you know, roll off like that. And as we said before, this hitbox is huge. But in the first room, it doesn't even matter. We can literally continue on like that. And before we go to the cutscene, then Eva will suddenly teleport behind us, and then we actually need to escort her.
Yeah, unfortunately, the same tactic doesn't work in the second room. We needed Eva to follow us so that she can give us a leg up onto the ledge that progresses onto the next area.
Indeed.
So you're going to see a little bit of a slowdown here, which is very unusual for this run, but it happens.
Yeah, and Eva can, she can walk all sorts of ways around these trees. There's fast ones, slow ones. You really want to keep a little bit closer than you'd think. Now, for example, Apache went left side, Eva went right side. It's not always that predictable. And if she's in really bad mode, she takes the extra long way around trees. Never happened to me, of course. Never. Funny, like it feels like every time, probably. Like you're also making sure here, with the SVD taking out all these guards, definitely got that RPG guard and not taking the damage here this time.
Again, that Cold War outfit's really, really helping him out here.
Absolutely, putting in all the work for him. If you would have the time to inspect, they are really hesitant to shoot him if you're looking at the guards with the Cold War camo. And there we go, Apache now moving on to the next room. So in this room, you want to make sure that you shoot all of these guards early as possible. Eva does not get detected from the guards, but she will of course delay in case there's an alert happening. If this would not be European Extreme, if there's an alert, of course you need to continue. And we're going to make sure that we hit this guard here as well in the side. This is so tricky, there's so many of them, you think. Apache making sure now, they're getting close up here. Shooting the first guard at the back, second one in the head, and then getting ready. Take care of the last one again. Now it's just for Eva to come down there and moving on.
And on Blackie's screen, you can see right now the problem that House was talking about earlier, where these flying guards get right on top of you, and there's just nothing you can do to shoot them. Snake just won't lean back far enough, and you just have to wait. Yeah. He did take a shot there, but he's fine. He's got plenty of health.
That's good. Yeah, that's good right now. Right now, he needs to hit this plant in order for this guard to turn around. Very nice little trick. This guard, there's one to the left also that's alerting. And there's one in the grass. That's the only one we basically don't need to shoot at all. And did he take care of him? Still aiming. There we go, it's back in position. There we go. And now it's just a matter of walking on, and then we're moving on to the boss. Yes, you can see here in the grass, there's a guard looking away. It doesn't matter. We're not walking into his line of sight, so that's cool. And I'm actually absolutely making sure that Eva's not taking the way around the tree to the left. Again, never happened to me, but I know exactly what happens there if that would happen. And now he's moving on to the boss. And here also we see another last great use of the Mosina gun. And also stunts if I remember correctly. Come back and forth.
Similar to other bosses, this is going to be really good manipulation of using a combination of stun grenades, the Mosing Nagan, and some punches to keep the boss in one place and just get her killed before she has a chance to run away.
Indeed.
To be honest, it doesn't really require much explanation. You can see exactly what Apache is doing here, and it's very efficient.
Yeah, a mixture of headshots, stuns, another headshot, and then throwing the boss down to the ground, walking away far enough so the boss is actually chasing after you right away. If you're too close, she starts shooting you, and of course delays a little bit, but... Oh, he got countered. He got countered. He did not have the right angle. You want to be to the side of the boss, so now he's got to make sure that he's not dying. Quickly equipping the life med here. And then hopefully the boss is again chasing him. Right now she's walking away, delaying a bit, but nope. There we go.
Couple of pop shots from the MK22 and it's fine. And even gets chance to shoot the keratin.
As it is custom, of course. That's almost time for Apache. Of course, we will go to the IGT, so we also wait for the credits. But basically, from the standpoint of the game, there's only one more small section happening.
We've got an unskippable cutscene here. And then Apache will have to pull the trigger to finish the boss off for good. And then, yes, as House has said, we've got just one last little section of gameplay. And then that will be time.
Indeed. And also you see Blackie switching over to the leaf camo now, so he has a bit more protection, just in case, you know, he does not want to have any continue at all anymore. And then getting on through these rooms.
I don't want to jinx it, but I think it's probably fair to say that Apache has won this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he can play Leaf at all. Like, maybe it's like, okay, I'm done, I'm going. And he forgets entirely that there's also another small segment happening, but I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing.
So yeah, I think we're pretty safe in here saying that is going to be 1 point for Team Olga.
GG's all around.
And Apache fires the shots. So he's got a couple of cutscenes just to skip through, and then he's got the final showdown with Ocelot.
Ocelot, yes. So you want to take the left revolver, and that's the one with the fake bullet in there. And then after the final shot, that's time. Beautiful. 1 hour and 9 minutes, 36 RTA.
Very, very nicely done. Well done, Apache.
And again, we're going to wait here for the credits in order to see the IGT, because Blackie has started a little bit later. So, of course, to be fair, we're going to compare both of these runners' times in the IGT. Blackie moving on here to the second half of the escort part. Again, here in the subsistence camera. Having probably a little bit easier time to spot everyone. And he's not taking care enough quickly of these guards. So he needs to make sure that this is also,
Oh, he's fine. He's good. He's fine. He's fine.
One warning shot and hopefully not continuing now, please.
Yeah, he's got it.
Got him. It's all good.
Signaling to Eva to get a move on.
Yeah. You can see even with the leaf camo, he's still at 0% if he's moving and shooting. So it's not much of a protection at all. And slowly making his way over as well.
Come on, Eva.
Yeah, she's really slow on that part.
You saw this. She couldn't really make her mind up which way around she wanted to go around those trees. So, unfortunately, just one last little bit of RNG that runners have to deal with.
Yeah. And again, I find it interesting that, you know, Blackie stays in this camera, but he knows exactly what he's doing. He's used to it. Knocking down this one flower there. Whatever item it is. And then the other guard is now distracted. And he actually is going down. Usually the runners that I know of, they stand at the top and then start shooting that guard that was right there at the cliff. But now he's moving away. Maybe that's a little bit to save time. Distracting first and then waiting for him to move out of his way. And then you don't need to shoot everyone. I wanted to say, make sure there's one there. There we go. Quickly held up the guard. Not a problem there. Not sure if that was intentional, but I think in all regards, he did handle it well. There we go, calling in Eva, and now we are getting on to the boss fight. Let's see how Blackie handles that fight.
So Apache had a really good fight up until the very last bit where he just lost a little bit of control over it. So let's see what happens. See if Blackie can Blackie improve.
See, there we go.
Combination's already underway. Throws the stun grenade.
Turn around. Get ready with the Mozonagat. Oh, missed their first shot. Second, again missed. So this is what happens if you miss the second shot. The boss immediately turns towards you and starts shooting you. And oh, very nice. Following after the boss, shooting in the back and then smashing down on the ground. That works as well. And then again, as you can see, keep the distance and hoping that the boss is now chasing. Wonderful. React in time with circle to knock out the boss. And keeping the right angle. Wonderful. That's the TQC you want to see. Almost done in the ground.
And this is really good. Seeing the combo sort of get away from him, and then Blackie very, very quickly manages to get the combo back into his favor.
Yeah. He doesn't even care about the headshots anymore. He's just going at it.
And finished. Oh, no.
Not yet. Not yet. Breaking first the guard again. And then just rolling into the boss was enough.
Slightest sliver of health left.
Beautifully executed as well. Well done, both of these speedrunners. Amazing display, of course, of skill. Wonderful. And again, we're gonna go to, of course, the IGT. And maybe interview as well a little bit, both of these runners. What they think about the runs that they just did. And see what happens. And, okay, no, Blackie's continuing. A little bit of frame lag. Should be fine, hopefully, until the very end. Come on, internet, just a few more minutes.
I think it's we are seeing it skip ahead, so it's safe to assume that this isn't a problem with Blackie's game. It's just just the stream struggling a bit, but it seems to have stabilized now. That would be very, very disappointing to get right to the end and then crash right at the end.
That would be very unfortunate.
How's it going, friends?
Hello, Apache.
Hello,
Congratulations on grabbing the first point for Team Olga.
Thanks very much. I heard House curse me at one point.
I did.
So,
but you're so good, it doesn't matter.
I got 2 continues, not 3, because one of them was House's continue.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. So we'll add 1 continue to my run later, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're Team Olga, so it's all good. It's all about winning for the team.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it was a cool racing Blackie. It's amazing how much better at the game he's got. Like, I got to watch his Fury fight. It was so good.
Yes,
like his backup was
insane.
nuts.
Yeah.
At one point, he just had the knife out, and I kept thinking, like, what's he going to do with this? And I think he just mismenued it, but, like, I was still...
Could be.
And that is time for Blackie, 1:15:49.
If I got through that Fury fight, I would have got Fox Sound. I guarantee it. I'm devastated.
Yeah, that's the Fury for you, right?
Chat, let's give it up for Blackie. Big round of applause to him.
GG's.
We will hang around and see if Blackie does want to join us for a chat as well.
Shout out to Blackie, because there's a huge community of Japanese runners that play MGS3 and speedrun MGS3, and Blackie, I think, is the only one who participates in MGSR events. Obviously, MGSR doesn't represent one country, it's multiple, and anyone is welcome to join, and I'm really glad that he does. He has improved so much. Like, he came in on the leaderboard with like a 128, went up against Joe and like practice for it. You know, got a win against Joe, and he had to bring his time down so much to get that. And now he's like pushing for a 119, which is a sick time. He's like so close to a 119 PB. It's amazing to see, you know, the people around me get better at this game.
Yeah. Absolutely fantastic display.
And to all our viewers out there, if you think, oh, I could never do this, you could.
Listen, if you think you couldn't do it, I was just like you when I started. It's just practice.
Yeah. One day you watch Jaguar King being a GDQ and think, man, I want to be like that guy. And oh man, Apache literally started that way. And just a few weeks ago, he was himself and as GDQ doing a Medic Sword Free European Extreme Tuxedo.
Yeah, there's a guide for that on the MGSR YouTube as well, if you want to check that out. if you want to pick that up. I wouldn't recommend starting with that, but there is a guide for it.
Indeed. Maybe you also want to start on very easy. This is a race that's happening later, featuring Vermillion and myself. And also for that, we have a guide on the YouTube channels of Major Zero. Not the character in the game, but actually the speedrunner on his YouTube channel.
Wow, I'm not sure what you said on the what else you've said on the comments, but you might have hit all my lines that I say. Did you
Probably.
say this next part's the end?
I did get to do it.
You
Oh,
did.
it felt good.
Yeah, I wanted to have it.
Did you discuss ahead of time who gets to say it?
I just posted a thing, was like, if you feel like it, do it. If not, I'm just quickly do it.
It just kind of naturally came up for me to jump in with it. So I feel quite tingly.
I think it's still the big challenge that's left in the game for an MGS3 runner to get a Foxhound rank, either in a marathon performance or a race. It hasn't happened for 7 years at this point. There's a curse. There's a huge curse, and some of us have come real close. Like, I don't feel like I came close today, but there have been other runs that I've done that came so close.
Yeah.
And it's got to happen. So MGS3 runners, who's going to be the first to break the curse? That's the next big thing.
It looked really close at the Fury, and then you were on your last shot, and then you so unfortunate.
He gave me a bad pattern. He went into flight twice, which he doesn't normally do instant flight twice. That's super rare. I mean, I could talk about Fury combinations until the sun goes cold, but doing like instant flight twice is super weird. But also, when he was on the west, he did instant flight and went into the center, and where I was, he just never goes there. And I was like, wow, he's above me. Like, why is this happening? And honestly, if I'd have got through that Fury fight, I would have Foxhounded 100%. I would have just focused in and got it done.
Yeah.
Once you lose Foxhound, like it does break your concentration in a lot of ways. But no, I'm happy. I won it for Team Olga. That's the important part. Win your races, your team will win.
Whilst it doesn't look like Blackie is going to join us on comms, did see that he messaged on Twitch that I had a lot of trouble, but really fun. So yeah, GG to both runners. Absolutely fantastic performances from both of you. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch. And there we see Apache's in-game time: 1 hour, 20 minutes, and 4 seconds.
It was carried by the continues. They weren't in real bad areas apart from the Fury, but like my Shagohod absolutely carried. That was one of the best Shagohods I've done, to be honest.
Your Shagohod phase 1 was incredible.
Amazing.
You had him locked into exactly the right spot for the whole duration.
Yeah, it's a big thing to learn that Shagohod loop, and when you're going for PBs, like being able to nail it. If you don't get that loop, you literally lose minutes of time. And sometimes you'll get the loop, and then Eva will just drive off anyway. So there's a little bit of RNG involved, but yeah, that was about as good as you can do it.
Yeah, Blackie did as well a very great Shagohod loop. Barely moved at all. Also kept in place. So also fantastic to watch him play as well.
I didn't see his early game. I'm assuming because of how far I was ahead that he struggled quite a bit in the early game.
There was one continue in the Virtus mission, unfortunately, and he did also go in a much slower way at the Ocelot unit, which, of course, for us as viewers looked interesting. But definitely, there was very early on quite a considerable distance between those two. You two.
It's one of your big things. If you fail the Ocelot unit, you lose so much time. So in a race, if you're not confident, it can be better to go for a safer strat and take the time loss that way.
Yeah. Warehouse first trip also. Yeah, I think Warehouse first trip also were 2 continues, unfortunately. Just couldn't roll over the railing in the initial part, which is unfortunate. And then the third time, just waiting at the railing, leaning, first person shot, and then moving on.
Yeah, there's no backup if you fail rolling over the railing, aside from walking out the room and resetting. But if you go over the railing and you don't go over the boxes, there's no way out of it. You're just instantly getting a game over. And we're not supposed to be able to roll over that railing. I guess it's kind of a glitch or an exploit with the movement in this game, but you shouldn't actually be able to get a roll over it. It's just like a programming oversight. But yeah, it's awkward, and if you mess up your movement at all, you're getting a game over there. Tough room, Warehouse 1.
Indeed. And we're getting ready here for Blackie, moving on to the last part here with the Ocelot speech. And of course, after this race is over, it's not entirely over. This is a relay race. We have Team Olga versus Team Fortune. 6 runners in both teams, so 6 games that we're going to see today. And after this, we're going to have Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes by Joseph Joestar and OneCoolMan in the Stealth No Kills New Game Plus category on PC, commentated by Olga and the person that you already hear here, Nick Applegate as well.
I'm staying on for one more.
Yeah, that race is going to be absolutely nutty. Like, Joe and OCM have gone back and forth on the world record so many times. They are the 2 best in the business at that game. They are both exceptionally good Ground Zeroes players. It's a very short speed run as well. So, you know, enjoy that. It's super, super fun.
And if you thought we were joking earlier on in the run about blowing up guards with barrels and that not counting as a kill and other things like that, or wait until you see this Ground Zeroes run, you are going to wonder how this is a no kill run.
Yeah. It's almost a joke that it's called no kills.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, both words there. The run takes the term stealth and no kills very liberally.
Yeah, it's an unbelievably optimized speedrun as well. I always enjoy watching Ground Zeroes, especially a race between these 2 guys. It's almost like El Clasico at this point to watch them both race Ground Zeroes.
Yeah. Just like Dortmund and Bayern München in Germany, in the Football League. It's also the one derby you want to see.
I was thinking Barca, Real Madrid, but all right. No worries, mate.
Whatever works for you. Whatever works for you.
Yeah.
And of course, we also other great runs happening. So we have Metal Gear Solid 2 in a best of 5 tanker race where we have Volcanic Akuma 55 versus TinoHG. You definitely also want to see that. Both runners are insanely good at only the first part of the game. And because it's such a short run, we have, again, the best of 5. So the first to 3 points will get that match. After that, again, it's also vermillionnoel and myself in Metal Gear Solid 3 very this time. It looks so much different from what you just saw, so stay tuned for that.
Like a different game. It's so good.
It's a different game, yeah.
And of course, even more Metal Gear Solid 2 that does European Extreme. Very easy is where my heart is. I can't wait to commentate that later.
It's going to be so much fun to watch it tomorrow as well again. Of course, also later down the road with Metal Gear Solid 2 in a very easy 4-game run, MackMcD versus Basel. And for the final part, we have Metal Gear Survive, the Outlier game, run by Space Cow and Plywood.
I'm so hyped that Survive has made it into a relay.
Yes, Survive.
It's going to be incredible. It's going to be incredible.
It's been in before. It was commentated by me and Sarge. So it's not Survive's first time in the relay; it's its second time. Plywood won the first time as well against No Good Citizen. So let's see if Space Cow can take it for Team Olga. Should be good.
Now, just as we wait for that phone call to finish, a good time to remind you, if you do want to be part of the community, and we absolutely encourage everyone to get involved, then head over to MetalGearSpeedrunners.com. You'll find links there to the Discord server, to all of the guides and tutorials that we put out for every game in the series, even Metal Gear Survive. Yep, if you want to run it, we've got people here who can help you learn. And there we have Blackie's in-game time, 1 hour, 25 minutes, and 59 seconds. So about 6 minutes, nearly 6 minutes separating our 2 runners here. So the win for Apache, a win for Team Olga. That is race 1, people.
Excellent. And we're going to go to a quick intermission, prepare everything, and we see you in just a few minutes again. Don't touch that dial.
Love you, bye.
Wait. What's going on? Wait a second. What's going on? I need...
One. Hello everyone, we're back again. Race 2 of the MGSR relay race. I'm gonna hand it over to our two commentators, Nick Green and The Cut, and the show is all yours.
Yeah, hello there. Hello Nick. And yeah, Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes today. Interesting one for sure. So yeah, so it's gonna be stealth no kills, new game plus, and which means we will be able to use the new game plus weapons that you unlock when you do the mission once. And yeah, stealth no kills, right? It's gonna be stressful. That's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fun for sure.
Oh, we have a false start.
A false start.
Oh,
That
false
happens.
start.
Go back.
It happens.
Yeah, so we're just gonna restart here quickly.
Yeah, no worries.
It looks like OneCoolManXOF is having a couple of issues. So
Mission info has been updated.
Hey, it's live. It happens. No worries.
whee!
Whee!
That's what we don't want them to do.
That's a
All right,
That's not
so-
speedrun.
Looks like OneCoolMan is looks like he's ready to go again. So hopefully,
I think yeah, it's stable on this side.
okay. So we're just waiting to see if both runners are ready to go. Joe is good. Just waiting for the confirmation on OneCoolMan. Yep. Okay. So they're gonna get started in. Waiting for the countdown to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and
Let's go. Nowhere to turn back now. Too late.
And they're
Too late to
off.
turn back. Okay.
So they're both starting with the very first mission of the game, Ground Zeroes. Probably one of the more difficult levels throughout this.
It is the most difficult mission in the game. This is the reason why they're doing it first, because you definitely want to do this mission as quickly as possible to get rid of it. Okay, so we got two interesting ways to do it. Oh, Joe got a checkpoint,
Joe-
yeah.
already getting spotted. So I believe these guys have made the agreement that if they do get spotted at any point, they have to restart the mission that they're currently on.
At least for this mission, because
Yeah.
in this mission the checkpoints are really, really brutal. So it's faster to do the mission all over again than do a checkpoint.
Oh, and Joe's got spotted again.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. This line at the beginning, it doesn't seem to, but like it's a very, very precise line because you got to get through like 3 guards, 2 behind the fence on the left, my bad, and the guy on the tower. So it's a really, really precise one. Coleman is on his way though. He's on the helipad, and I think Joe should have got it. Yeah, he got it. Okay, wonderful. Okay.
OneCoolMan they held up that guard just as he ran past. That guard's going to stay like that, and then he's going to distract the guards with a shot from the trank. Then take a couple of them out, and then just hold the rest of them up. And those guards will stay held up throughout. He's then going to call the helicopter into its next position.
And then he's gonna
getting-
go for pause. So this is a non-canon row, since the game told you at the beginning to go for Chico first, but we go for pause because that's faster. That's why. Simple as that.
Then uses one flare grenade to distract those guards. The second flare grenade now pulls the helicopter further over. You don't want to call the helicopter in to the central position straight away because otherwise it will get shot down. And there he did the reload door trick, which allows him to it makes Snake forget that he's carrying someone. He's not actually doing the carrying animation, and allows him to get pass into the helicopter very quickly. Now making his way over, grabbing the armored vehicle to get over to the Campo Mega section.
Oh!
He accidentally ran over the guy.
He
Ran
killed
over
the
the guy
guard.
he tranked
Yes,
earlier.
so you got to
he's
do
gonna
it
go
over
back.
again. That's that's okay. That's a really interesting start of this race.
Oh,
Yeah, sadly, like everything can happen on this game. Like this game is really brutal, especially on stealth no kills. That's really unfortunate. But it doesn't mean it's over for him. Like everything can happen. Like literally, if it's not on this mission, it's gonna be on the next one. Everything can happen.
oh, we're having a couple of.
Yeah.
Oh, OneCoolMan's had
Little troubles.
is having some problems here.
What's going on? It seems that he's having PC problems.
He's lost control of his PC. So we might be looking at a restart. Yeah,
Yeah.
Joseph's confirmed. So we are going to go for a restart of this race. As OneCoolMan just suddenly completely lost control of his computer apparently. Just confirming whether it looks like he's regained control. So hopefully, we're just waiting to see what the decision is.
Yeah.
So
just
please
gonna
bear
wait
with
a
us,
little bit.
folks. Okay. Looks like they're just gonna reset from the title screen and just restart the race.
Okay.
Still, OneCoolMan still seems to be struggling a bit. This is apparently they're both ready, but we're not getting through OneCoolMan's stream.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
there
know.
it is.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. Wonderful.
Okay.
It seems to
Whew.
be stable now. So, yeah, fingers crossed for the rest of the run.
All right, so they are ready to get started once more. We're going to restart this race, and hopefully, no more issues.
We hope there's no more issues, but it's okay. Okay, let's do it over again. Okay.
One more time.
Hello, this is ground zero. Yeah, stealth no kills. Blah blah blah. Okay, let's go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
And let's go. This one's the one.
And they're off pretty much at the same time as well. That's nice.
Yeah.
Right. The channel point prediction is currently live. There's only a few moments to go on it. So if you do want to predict with some channel points as to who you think is going to win, at the moment, OneCoolMan is slightly edging ahead.
Just a
so
few seconds.
you got a few seconds left if you do want to bet some of those channel points. Joseph's already been caught.
And shows it.
And yep, he's gonna restart again.
That's really unfortunate. I don't know what's going on. That's
The
happens.
very first run through this small section here is can cause a lot of restarts when you're trying to run through here. Even if you're not doing stealth no kills, I find myself restarting just from this early section quite often.
This is like literally like the first reset point of the game, the first run killer.
So here we're going to see OneCoolMan take out all of these guards.
Oh, got the headshot on the last one. Okay, nice. It's gonna save him a lot of time.
Then again, he's going to run past. He's going to hold that guard up. That guard is going to stay held up. For some reason, the guards don't think to sort of look around and see who held them up and whether they're still there. They just stay there.
The distraction shot. He's gonna take the one in the back.
And then hold up, and
oh,
unfortunately that did count as an alert. So OneCoolMan restarts again.
That's
Who is going to be the first runner to beat ground zero?
I don't know, but at this point, yeah, everything can happen.
Remember, guys, this is the first mission. once these guys have finished this mission, they've still got a whole set of missions to go. But as we said before, this is why we start with ground zeros, because it is the most brutal in terms of restarting. But and OneCoolMan gets another alert.
Yeah, the game. It seems that the game is on its moods today. Like really, this is insane. Like, gosh, okay. At least Joseph seems to be on the rail now. Seems to be okay for the moment, because the mission isn't over yet. Like, we still have to pick up Chico.
OneCoolMan getting caught by the guard in the tower. Goes for the restarts. Again, there we see Joseph using the reload glitch. It's a very, very easy trick to do. You just reload your Mark II as Snake opens the door, and that causes the animation of him carrying someone to just kind of glitch out and forget that he's carrying him. Means you can immediately put him onto the helicopter the moment he gets over. And here, as we see him go through with the armored vehicle, this is where we really start to see the fast and loose terms of stealth and no kills. Because here, this guard on the left is going to die, but he's not going to die by Snake's hand. He's going to die because Snake has exploded a barrel next to him. That doesn't count as a kill.
Accidental kill. That's the reason. I mean, it's the 70s, dude. Like, barrel this time were like different than today. That's all.
I mean,
okay,
if Snake didn't blow it up, it was probably going to blow up on its own accord at some point.
I mean, of course. Okay, so this is a really stressful part, the Chico's area, because like it is pretty. Another restart for Coleman. Yeah, this is really tough for him right now. But Joe seems to be fine for the moment.
There you go, you see Joe again using the reload trick. So now he's got full speed to get over to the helicopter. He threw a flare grenade over just before he started his approach. He's just keeping an eye out to make sure there's no more guards following. I think he missed.
Here.
No, there's no one there. Oh no, there was one guard still up there, but he's managed to get out of sight. So it looks like Joe is going to finish the Ground Zeroes mission first. But like we said, this is only mission 1. He's still got a long way to go.
Okay, he's pretty done at this point. Once you're in the chopper, it's pretty. Yeah, it's done. Like, you did the mission. Yay!
Of course, we do still have one more piece of confirmation at the end of the level. At the end of every level, there is going to be a score screen, and what we're looking for is to make sure that there are 0 kills and 0 combat alerts.
Yeah, the score screen never lied, so we'll have the answer. Remember the barrel? Let's see.
All right, let's see. Come on.
You see?
He's good.
Yeah, the barrel, it doesn't
Zero enemy combat alerts, 0 kills, rank S. Joseph has done what
beat
is
ground
needed
zeros. He beat
to
the main
get
game.
through ground
Yay.
zeros.
Okay.
Ooh, but as we said, it's not over yet.
That first mission was really tough today. Like, for both of the runners, for Joseph and for Coleman. This is insane. Like, yeah, I think the game is on one of these moods today. Really, it happens sometimes. But Coleman seems to be, okay for the moment. He's gonna do the waitlist glitch, go for the chopper. Yeah, important thing we forgot to mention. If you see the runners do little circles under the chopper, is because if you completely stop, you will lose the glitch. And by doing this, as you see, like there's no little animation when you put pause on the chopper. She will just teleport in it, which is really faster. And now we're gonna go for Renegade Threat on Joseph. So this mission, in the lore, you have to kill or / extract 2 targets on this one. Extract is gonna be too much difficult for the speedrun of this game. So we are going to kill them. But it is stealth no kills, right? I mean, Nick, you agree with me? It's stealth no kills. Like, how are they gonna kill them? Well, you'll see. We'll talk about it when we'll get there. Okay, so he's gonna take the smoke and the sniper rifle. The sniper rifle is gonna be very important on this one. So now the tricky part, there's a guy actually on the left right there, so we don't want to get spotted by him. He's gonna jump here and throw smoke. Once he throws the smoke, he's gonna put his night vision goggles and he's gonna shoot on the arm of this one, and he's gonna shoot on this guy. Oh, okay, on the shoulder. Okay, shooting on the elbow is kind of risky, since it can happen that it won't work. So he's gonna do a checkpoint. No, it's okay. It's a checkpoint. He did the checkpoint,
sorry, no, it's a checkpoint.
It won't count. It's part of that. So he's gonna zoom in, and for some reason, when the guards are spawning again in the map, when you look at them with the binoculars, they're just going to instantly die. This is called the bleeding state. Oh, wow. Okay, so he got spotted here, which is totally fine. He killed 2 targets.
One cool man has finished, but he's got a kill.
Oh,
He's got a kill.
oh snap. Oh, so that's... Hell, I don't know. I don't know what they should do at this point.
Where did that kill come from?
I don't know.
Oh, Joseph's been spotted again.
Joseph. So it seems probably it's the helicopter who killed somebody. And it counts as a kill. Oh yeah, it can. I think it should be a restart of the mission at this point. Because of course it doesn't count. It's not stealth no kills.
Alright, Joe is now through Renegade Threat. Let's have a look at his scoreboard. Make sure it's all clean. Yep. 0 alerts, 0 kills. Joe is on his way.
Gosh, that's...
Oh, that's really rough.
Yeah, it really is.
This is the thing with ground zeros.
Yeah.
It can throw so much at you.
Yeah, completely. I mean, I don't know. At this point...
Yep. On call man, restarting ground zeros and going again.
Yeah, you should do it again since he got a kill. It doesn't count, sadly.
So Joseph is now moving on to Intel Operative Rescue. This is a massive change of pace from the rest of the game. It's an auto scroller on rail shooter. You're set in a helicopter, and you just got to take out guards. Now, obviously, this is stealth no kills. The stealth portion doesn't really matter here because you can't. There's nothing really you can do. But because it's no kills, he's not allowed to just shoot guards and use the grenade launcher. He has to use what's called the Uragan 5 pistol. It's kind of like a pistol that sort of doubles as a shotgun, but it does non-lethal damage. It only knocks out.
Yeah, one
play
bullet
some
and
tunes.
it stuns the guys.
So it does require some very precise aiming, but it doesn't take too long to master.
Well, I should say on the controller, it's kind of a tricky mission actually. I know Joseph do it on controller, but he got the, I mean, he did this mission like I don't know how much time, so he knows the mission by heart. But yeah, doing this mission on controller can be tricky because the chopper is moving, so yeah, adjusting your aiming on this mission can be tricky, but it's okay. It's doable. It's basically, as Nick said, it is another scroller, but you can definitely lose time on this mission.
There are a couple of points where you want to make sure you take out some guards quickly. This point coming up here is the circles over the prison camp. There's a couple of guards that you need to take care of quickly. Can also result in a game over if the intel agent, who you can see on the screen now, does get killed. But I'm sure we won't see that here from Joseph.
And on this mission, we got to save the man itself, Kojima-san, in Konami headquarters, because he spent too much money on the Phantom Pain. Gotta give a soul and the boy's big boss. So everyone wanted him dead. So this is why Big Boss is here to take his cover.
And again, just adjust your expectations of what the word kill meant. He didn't kill anyone there. No guards died by Snake's hand at that section. That was that was all the things around. That was the environment killing everyone, not Snake. So this is a little bit of a tricky section coming up here. There's going to be a Jeep that he gets that shot off really nicely. If that Jeep catches up with Kazuma's truck, can cause some problems. But Joseph really showing off his aiming skills here. This is really nice. As OneCoolMan makes his way over to Chico. OneCoolMan's just about to get to the end of the Ground Zeroes mission.
He should be done with the mission now. I hope. I really hope for him. Because like, honestly, the fact that Morpho is gonna kill somebody and you will count as you killed him. Honestly, I don't want to say I've never seen it before, but like it's really rare. Like really, this is insane. But it should be okay. I really hope for him because like. This is really unfortunate. And Joe is on his way. Joe is on his way to save Kojima-san.
Again,
so
shooting
here
the barrel
again,
there.
the barrel. And this one is the... Okay, that was a really clean one. Okay, so that Jeep can be a problem. The first one can be too, but it's pretty... I will say the first Jeep is easier, but like to handle. But this second one... can get
hey!
Yay!
Zero combat alerts, zero
Finally.
kills. OneCoolMan has
Hallelujah.
cleared Ground Zeroes and can move on to eliminate the Renegade threat.
Let's go, let's go. I just want to say, like, really, this is not over yet. There's other missions again, and everything can happen. So I don't want to say it's over for OneCoolMan because I know that the game can be tricky for the other missions, and everything can happen. Literally, everything can happen.
Remember, of course, all it takes is for one of the runners to get to their score screen and see a 1, and that is restart.
Yeah.
And that's going to be really brutal if it happens during Intel Operative Rescue because this is a very long mission.
Yeah,
as you can already see.
There's the only guard that you can accidentally kill is in the end of the mission, and you will see it right away if you killed him or not. So it will just have to do a checkpoint.
Again, just making sure he just shoots the barrels, so he gets the environmental kill instead. Then there's going to be a guard with an RPG, takes care of him nice and easily. As OneCoolMan now moves on to eliminate the Renegade threat.
So now Joe's screen, he's not gonna take Kojima first. He's gonna take the rocket launcher because there's a tank, and you have to destroy that tank first before moving on. So he's gonna put 1, 2, 3 grenades under the tank, 1 rocket launcher, and I think he... No, okay, he got it. Okay, that was a nice setup. Wonderful. That was a quick kill. And exploding the tank, by the way, doesn't count as a kill. Forgot to mention. Like, you can use like a lethal weapon on it, C4, whatever. It will not count. Okay, so Coolman did the checkpoint. Okay, wonderful. Then our first guard, yes. Yeah, wonderful. Okay, he got both of them.
One last smoke grenades. Distract the guard, and he's through.
And mission's over. Okay. Okay, so on Joseph's screen, as you see, there's a chopper. We can't destroy this chopper like as we want to. We actually have to shoot 3 times on the tail of the chopper because there's a guy in the middle of the chopper, as you see, with the rocket launcher will shoot at you. And of course, if you shoot like in the middle of the chopper, you will kill him, and it will count as a kill. Blah blah blah. So this is the one I was stuck in before. So he's gonna wait here and okay, wonderful.
So again, there that guard dying is down to the helicopter exploding, not down to Snake shooting the recoilless rifle.
Yeah.
All right, so just as Joseph gets to the end of Intel Operative Rescue, OneCoolMan is going to get started with it. So Joe does have quite a significant lead here, unless of course we see a kill or an alert. But I think he's
Shouldn't be
pretty
the
safe
case.
here. There
Yeah.
shouldn't be one here.
Oh, is he gonna let the
In
cutscene
fact-
play? Okay.
He's even going to let it play.
Who is this? I don't know this guy. Who is this? Wait, is it? Is it the one I'm thinking of? Is it
The man,
Jima-san?
the legend.
The one and only.
That was perfect.
Yeah.
That was perfect,
That was
indeed.
perfect.
Indeed, indeed.
Beautiful.
Okay, let's see. Yeah.
Yep, 0 kills.
Actually, you'll know when you say this line in the cutscene. You'll know you have 0 kills. Actually, in fact.
If you don't have 0 kills, he won't say that was perfect.
Yeah, I don't
You-
remember what he said.
I think he says, "What took you so long?"
Oh yeah. True. Classified intel acquisition now. So this mission, we just have to pick up a cassette tape. It sounds easy to do, but actually not that much, because of course, stealth no kills. We don't want to get spotted on this one. There's no chance to killing somebody on this mission, so it's just gonna be the stealthy part.
Coolman getting off those Urugun shots really nicely.
So Joseph is gonna pre-equip his flare grenade. Is gonna be really important because it's gonna do distraction and call Morpho at the same time. Be careful on that guy on the tower. So he's gonna a little CQC move. That's all right. Just style moves. It's okay. So he's gonna throw the first flare grenade to give Morpho a head start. Then he's gonna go over the fence for a second grenade over here on this guy, because this guy attention is gonna be focused on the grenade, not on this weird dude running off the base. So I hold him up. He's gonna he's gonna do distraction shots, pick up the smoke grenade, and okay, a little troubles on the moves, but it should be okay.
So this is probably one of the missions that has the biggest route change between stealth no kills and a standard run.
Yeah, because on this mission, casually, you have 2 cassette tapes to pick up, a true tape and a fake one. This is the fake one we pick up in stealth no kills. The true one is, a guard got it, so you have to not hold him up, but like grab him, ask him a question, and he will say, okay, I'll give you the tape. But it's way too long, and it's faster on any percent, since it doesn't matter if you get spotted, but on stealth no kills it's way much difficult. Okay, the truck is not in a good position here, so he's going to improvise a little bit. Improvisation is a big part of stealth no kills and ground zeros. And
That was really-
is done. It was pretty clean, actually.
That was
clean.
really nice.
Yeah.
What you saw there is he threw a smoke grenade into the truck so that he was always shielded because the truck was always smoking. So again, a really liberal use of the term stealth.
Yeah. This is an exploit that you can see in other games like Phantom Pain, for example. A pretty useful one. But on this game, it's not that much OP, I will say, because if you got too close of a guard, it will spot you anyway, even if you have the smoke in the Jeep. So you have to be really careful. So Coleman's still on his way on Intel Rescue. For the moment, it's pretty okay. I mean, this is another squirrel. This is a pretty textbook mission. And now destroy the entire for Joe. Okay, so this mission is really complicated. because you can lose the stealth no kills really easy on this one. So he's gonna pick up the rocket launcher and the rifle equipped with the grenade launcher. He's gonna do like not a blind shot, but a really precise shot. I think he missed it. Yeah,
He's gonna. Yep.
he's gonna restart the mission because the timings on this one are really tight, so you don't want to lose any shots. The second shot that you see, it's not blind one, but he has a really precise visual cue for this one, and it is a pretty precise one because if you aim a little bit too much up, you will miss it, and if you aim a little too much down, you're gonna miss it too. So he's gonna aim for this antenna in the back, and he got it. Okay. And the third shot, as you see, there's a guard next to it. So he's gonna do. It's really complicated because he shot with the grenade launcher. He's gonna make the turrets explode first, and then the explosion of the turret will kill the guard and not the grenade. So now you finished the mission. Not yet, because there's still a tank to explode. He's gonna plant 3 C4. Be careful because there's a guard here. There you go. Say hello to him. Okay, he's gone. He's gonna jog a little bit, and then he can sprint. Okay, so pretty clean for Joseph on the moment. He's gonna check the map on the iDroid, and he knows where the C4 is, and then he's gonna do like a blind exploding. And it was actually it was really clean mission actually.
Took a couple attempts with the first grenade shot, but outside of that was really clean, really well done. Again, we do need to just confirm from the score screen, but that looked fine.
It looked fine, but you can get trolled on this one. The third turret can be tricky. So
it's all down. Yep, he's good.
Yep, okay, wonderful. Okay. Phew.
So Joseph has now completed all of the standard ops, and he now goes into the last 2 missions, the 2 special ops,
which are like DLCs, extra ops they call it in the game. So it's gonna start with Deja Vu. Deja Vu is basically the biggest Easter egg of Metal Gear Solid 1. So he's gonna take Grey Fox first because it's cool, and second thing because he's gonna go faster with this skin. It's not only a cosmetic thing. You will run like faster with this skin. So it's gonna be a pretty textbook one and a pretty quick one. He is gonna let the cutscene because it's cool.
So this entire mission is a complete homage to Metal Gear Solid 1. Originally when Ground Zeroes was released, it was released for the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360. The PlayStation 3 got the Deja Vu mission, whereas the Xbox 360 got the Jamais Vu mission. And then later on, they added the other missions to the other games. So it doesn't these days. It doesn't matter which copy you pick up. Obviously, these guys are playing on the PC version, which had them from the very start.
Kept you waiting, huh?
So because he's got the Grey Fox ninja outfit on, his sprint speed is massively increased. That was very close. But the alarm's not gone off. He is fine. So this mission requires him to recreate scenes from Metal Gear Solid 1. We only have to recreate 1 scene to complete the mission, and that's the easiest one. So that is grabbing the chaff grenades from the heliport. Then all he's got to do here is kill 1 more guard, or knock out 1 more guard, and make his way to the exit vent. He's going to do a little glitch there just to avoid having to crawl through it. That was really clean. It's a very fast mission.
Yeah, it was pretty textbook.
Very nicely done.
Yeah. And Coleman did just finish the Intel rescue and no kills on this one, so he's good to go too. And he's gonna attack classified Intel acquisition. And so we are on the last mission for Joseph now, which is Jamais Vu, which is an homage to many games. First one is Metal Gear Rising, and second one is Snatcher, which is an old game from Kojima.
The developers really did put a lot of effort into Ground Zeroes. I do think it's probably the most underrated of the games in the Metal Gear series.
It is really.
And if you've seen any of my tweets in the past, I constantly talk about how I think that this is the best map in the entire series. Like the playground that you get given here to run around and do all of these different missions in is so deeply packed with stuff to do. You know, this map puts things like Grand Theft Auto and Far Cry and stuff. You know, these games that boast having absolutely huge, gigantic maps, and it's the biggest map that you've ever seen, but they're filled with nothing and they're just boring and there's nothing to do. Whereas this, everything is here for a reason. It's so densely populated and it's really, really well designed. But anyway, back to the runs. You can see Coolman doing the exact same strat, throwing the smoke grenade into the Jeep, and now he's going to just drive through the base.
Okay. So really important on Jamevu, you can actually kill... on this mission, you have two types of guards. You have the Snatchers that you have to eliminate, and the real guards. So occasionally, you have to use your scope on them, your binoculars, and you will see that they... You will notice that they are different. The Snatchers are different than the real guards. But for the speedrun, we already know like who is who. So he's just gonna kill the Snatchers and yeah, either trank the real guards or put them in a bleeding state. So he's gonna shoot the one on the. Okay, missed a shot. No big deal. It's okay.
So you can see that one was slightly green, so that was a Snatcher. The guard on the right was white, so he was a normal person. So we still have to take out every guard, but the idea being that you're supposed to kill the Snatchers and just knock out the humans.
So the first half of the mission is done now. It's not over because there's more Snatchers actually in the mission. So he's gonna do a setup here. He's gonna plant one C4 here. Then he's gonna go back on the helipad to trigger the second half of the mission. And now he's gonna go on that tower and he's not gonna move actually for the rest of the mission.
OneCoolMan going for the grenade shot on the air emplacement. He gets it, very nice.
He got it, and he got the third one. He shouldn't have a kill on this one.
As long as there's no kills, that was really good. Now, this sequence here that Joseph is doing is very, very tight. Your timing has to be absolutely impeccable on when you fire these shots and when you kill these Snatchers. There's going to be a helicopter come up over the hill. He's going to put 2 shots onto it now, and then it will disappear, and then it will come back again towards the end of the mission. He'll do a 3rd shot. But you only have a limited number of recoilless rifle shots. You can see he's only got 2 ammo left. So if you miss a shot or if you mistime a shot, then you have to go off and run and find more ammo.
He's going to pre-shot the chopper here. Wonderful.
Really nice, and that is the mission. It's absolutely perfect execution. Of course, the other thing there is you've got to make sure that you're killing the Snatchers quickly, because even though they are aware of your presence, you haven't got a combat alert yet. But if they get too close to you and then actually see exactly where you are, that then causes an alert, and of course for stealth no kills, that would mean a restart. But as long as Joseph shows 0-0, OneCoolMan shows 0-0 for destroy the anti-air emplacements. As long as Joseph has 0-0 on his final score screen, then this is going to be another win for Team Olga. Let's see.
So timer is coming in a few sec.
Alright, mission clear.
And
He's good.
time for Joseph. Wonderful.
30 minutes and 58 seconds. Fantastic. Well played, Joe. Oh. And again, I think...
Yeah, you just saw how this game can be when he doesn't want to behave. But yeah, that was always complicated to do races on this game, since especially on stealth no kills, because a lot of things can give you troubles.
Oh,
and
Coolman already restarted. I think he picked
up the wrong weapon. Yeah. Yeah, I think he picked up the grenade launcher. Not a good thing on this mission.
And now that you've seen the rest of the run, you've seen how the other missions are relatively quicker, and even if something goes wrong, it's not too difficult to restart. And it really does show how much more difficult Ground Zeroes is than the rest of the missions. So yeah, really important that they do Ground Zeroes first.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to do that mission last. Imagine you're in PB pace and you do this mission last and you got trolled at the last second of the mission. Yeah.
One
That's
call, man.
okay.
You
Yeah.
got spotted by the lights.
It's okay. You just have to do a checkpoint. It will respawn just after picking up the smoke. Okay, be careful here, and it's good to go. That's okay.
Just
He's
knock
gonna.
that guard down.
Oh, okay. He's playing risky. Oh,
Let's see it.
wow. Okay.
He's good. 0-0.
Yeah, he's good. Okay, he played really risky at the end. When you do this on full runs, you usually stun the guard. He just decided to run over him and to go as fast as he can for the vent glitch. It is risky because you can have you can get the alert like at the very, 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 very last second of the mission if you do that. If you miss a little bit the vent glitch or anything. So yeah, it was risky, but he got it.
It's
But that's
worth
okay.
it's worth pointing out that vent glitch is not easy to do.
Yeah, it's a pretty like it is not frame perfect, but it is precise. Like the inputs you have to do, it's really precise. Like there's a timing. You can't like just do the thing, and it's like the ladder glitch in NGS2. It's pretty precise. So yeah, but once you got it, it's pretty textbook after that. So he's gonna go for Jamais Vu now, the last mission of the game.
Grabs the sniper rifle.
He's gonna switch back on the rifle. He's gonna shoot on the barrel to kill this guy. Shoot one bullet on this one. Boom. Second one here. The one in the tower. And this guy really important to not kill him when you shoot him. Really important to put him in the bleeding state. Because this is a real guard, so you don't want to kill him. So now he's gonna do a checkpoint, and it's the same strat, like the same exploit than Renegade Threat by reloading the game. The other guards that he shot, he's gonna instant die. Oh, okay, missed the head. No worries. Take the grenade. It's gonna throw a grenade for the guard in the back, in the bowling room. He's gonna make his way gently and quietly. Gonna shoot on the barrel here. Hold up this guard. This guard is gonna stay hold up, so no worries.
And then he's just got the final two guards to arrive on the truck. And doing this bit last obviously sets him up really nicely to finish off and get over to the helipad. There we go, objective complete. And now goes into the final phase, going into the weapon cache here to grab the recoilless rifle and some C4. And you'll see him do exactly the same strat as Joseph did, setting down the C4. That's because there's going to be a small group of snatchers who come out of that door, so he places the C4 there and knows exactly when he needs to fire it. Okay, hits the loading trigger. Not quite sure why he went into the recoilless rifle there, but and we play out the sequence. Joe's really enjoying the music apparently.
Once he reloaded, he's gonna explode the C4. Now he's gonna aim at the spawning point. 2 guards. Okay, wonderful. He's gonna shoot 2 rockets on the chopper here. But there is one. Second one.
See there, just at the end of the reload animation, he equips a different weapon and goes back to it just to cancel out the last few frames of the reload animation, so he can fire it off a little bit quicker. Really nice. One more shot on the helicopter. In fact, gonna shoot the helicopter before it even comes up over the building. Now just a matter of waiting for the Waiting for the chopper.
And it should be over. It doesn't. I don't think he has a kill on this one.
It looks
it should
good.
be over for him. Okay, so throwing some grenades just for fun.
Cool, just need to wait for that score screen.
Yep. But yeah, you just saw today how much of this game can be brutal on stealth no kills. Like, it doesn't... The game doesn't care, basically. Like, if the game doesn't want to behave, like, it just doesn't care. It's a score screen for Coleman in a few moments.
And
Okay,
he's good.
0-0. Wonderful.
0-0, that is
Okay.
time. 37, 36.
36.
That is it. Well played. Come on, guys. Give your adoration to both runners. They've done
Yeah.
absolutely fantastically.
Big GGs, yeah, to both of the runners.
Big GGs all round. It is a win for Joseph Joestar. A win for Team Olga, who now take the series 2-0. So it's going to be up to the rest of Team Fortune to try and claw back some of those races. But there is plenty of races still to go. If you're enjoying this, please stick around. Coming up next, we've got Metal Gear Solid 2, a best of 5 tanker, very easy race between Volcanic Akuma and TinoHG. And then following on from that, we've got a very easy MGS3 race, a very easy MGS2 race, and then to top it all off at the end, a Metal Gear Survive race. We're just going to hang on and see if the runners are going to join us briefly.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah.
Hello, Joseph. Congratulations. A well-deserved win.
Yeah, I just want to keep this brief since I know we've had quite a journey just to get this run to happen. But, you know, I just want to say this game is as volatile as it appears. It just wants to do what it does. But big props to, you know, Racing Coolman again. We've, I don't know if it's been said in commentary, but we've traded world record in this category several times over the past year and a half. I absolutely just love running the game when it wants to cooperate. But, you know, just, it is what it is. I had a lot of fun running it. I'm sure Coolman, you know, just like myself, we wish we could run the game on better days, but, you know, hats off to you, man. And also GG's on getting the world record back.
I appreciate it, dude. Fuck this game.
Yep.
How
That
do you
whole
feel?
first mission doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you both struggled a lot with ground zeros. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, it was pretty horrendous. I mean, I got caught at the fence line probably like a total of 3 times between the resets we had.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it was like, okay, guy at the fence, guy in the spotlight, oh, guy in the fence again. It's like, bruh, give me a break.
The first one I had a good one, and then the my controller just gave out in the middle of turning, and I ran over someone. Perfect timing.
Oh, man. Ouch.
And then when we tried to restart again, like, I don't know, it just took the game feed away from me. I don't know. It's just, this game, I think this game isn't going to age very well on PC. I don't know. Every time they update the graphics card, it just goes to hell. It gets worse and worse. But yeah, I mean, other than that, I mean, the game's fun, but Jesus.
Yeah, it's a tough game,
I ran
man.
this game for like 8 years, dude. 8 years, and you see, like, it doesn't matter how long you run it. Like, the RNG is just crazy.
Not to mention the backwards truck on Intel that we know and love, right?
Yeah. This game's a mess.
Yeah, it's a fun mess, but still, it's a mess. But I know we're behind, so I'll just keep this short again. But just thanks to everyone for watching us. Be sure to check out all the races afterwards, and if you're ever interested in running this chaotic mess of a game, we would love to have you.
Indeed, and that was it for Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes. Thank you everyone again. We're moving on to intermission and then to Metal Gear Solid 2. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Metal Gear Speedrunners Relay Race. We are in the third game of the day with Team Olga leading 2-0 against Team Fortune. The new runners are Volcanic Akuma 55 versus TinoHG, and they are doing Metal Gear Solid 2 Tanker on very easy. It's a best of 5. This is going to be absolutely insane. Both of these runners are a pleasure to watch. So I am ApacheSmash, and I'm joined by Glenn as well. Welcome in, Glenn.
Hello.
So he'll just be getting the runners going here in just a second. We won't be able to keep score on screen, so I'm going to be relying on chat to keep score as we go on. Every single race will go to IGT. So at the end of the tanker, after you skip the cutscenes, the score screen will come up. The lowest time will get the point, and of course, best of 5 is a first to 3. So the first person to win 3 races will take that point home for Team Olga or Team Fortune. Team Fortune at a bit of a deficit, but still enough games in this series to come back. And both of these players are phenomenal at tanker. Tino has historically, he's ran the tanker a lot longer than Volcanic Akuma. Tino has been there since the magic was written. No one knows this quite like he does. I think it's fair to say.
Yep, it's going to be an interesting one. We're going to get them counted down here. We're gonna
No
get
worries
the
at all, my
command.
friend. I can riff forever. Not a problem at all. There's some intricate parts of the tanker, and it is so well optimized. Because we run this portion of the game, it's just the 6-minute section of the game at the very start. But when you're running full game, you do this over and over again. You become very, very proficient at it. So I will set the timer going, but of course we won't actually be using the timer. We will be using the score screens that we see at the end of each tanker. And, I'll write the score in the chat. Please relay it to anyone who wants to keep track of that as well.
So everything stays pretty standard here, very easy. We go on our right side here with Trank gun ready to go, Trank this guard and just get on in the door. Nice thing about very easy is Trank shots are insta-KOs.
Yeah, anywhere on the body, hit them anywhere with a trank, they'll instantly get knocked out. The other thing about very easy is alerts don't carry. So you can take an alert like Tino just did, and it won't carry through to the next room. That can help and hinder you, as carrying an alert will allow you to skip mini cutscenes and things like that. But we'll be making use of that to make this as fast as possible. There's one major boss in the tanker and one smaller boss, which is the guard rush. But first we'll fight Olga. First instance of RNG in the tanker. She can spawn on the right or left side, or run right or left. Both runners know what to do depending on what they get. But the left side in very easy can sometimes just fail to what we call the loop. Tino gets a left side fast shot, and Volcanic Akuma gets a right side. Right side could come out faster here as long as Olga runs forward after the third shot. So we'll see now. Will she run forward? She runs back, so Tino comes out slightly ahead there. Really, really nice Olgas. And I will edit Node in the background here while I'm doing this.
Alrighty, so we're going to try and get our way back to Deck A, where there were some boxes that were blocking the way that we actually need to go, but the game's like, no, we're not going to let you go that way. They put some boxes there. You can't get past them, as far as we know anyway.
Yeah, it's to help you, right? Because on the higher difficulties, it doesn't actually put those boxes there. So you could accidentally, if you were playing casually, you could accidentally go to the Semtex ahead of time and you wouldn't be able to get past it because you need that gun that you get for killing Olga, or not killing Olga, putting Olga to sleep.
Indeed.
Now, historically, we used to menu the SOCOM earlier, and we would use things like warning shots to get past the guards, but a new strategy which saves a very small amount of time is mashing the shoot button whilst unequipped will make Snake stay in the running animation downstairs for slightly longer. It's called stair gliding, so it's completely changed how people menu in the tanker. And Tino went for a swaggy engine room, but he missed the hold up on the guard, so now he's just reverting to a backup, I believe.
But yeah, you talk about small time saves, and this is one of those categories amongst the whole series that's pretty fairly optimized, very easy. So imagine trying to do a race of an IL where every frame might count.
Yeah, I mean, like Volcanic Kakuma has put himself in a caution state here just so he can skip this mini cutscene, which you see Tino get in there. All of that effort, all those backup guards were just to skip that half a second cutscene. Better engine room for Volcanic Akuma. Tino still ahead, just off the Olga. There can be minor differences in loads as well, and the PC version of the game doesn't count loads, so the timer stops during any time the game is loading. So we will always go to IGT to get the definitive result of each race. And here in Deck 2, we'll see a couple of different strats. Tino going with the old-fashioned. You trank the guard with the M9 as soon as you get as close to him as possible. And Volcanic Akuma fires the SOCOM a few times to make the guard begin his cycle sooner.
And Tino here get the alert. Not that it's a big deal, you just do have to fire that extra trank round. And Akuma got it through cleanly.
Yeah, it's fine to get the alert, but it's really important that you don't get shot while you're opening the hatch door, because it will just completely stop you. You'll lose a lot of time. This is Guard Rush. The key is to hit the guard in the back. He's called D Cheetos 13, and you see him behind the box there. You want to get him before he hides, and both of them get the guard before he hides. Really, really nice. And fast endings from both. That was textbook Guard Rush. Really, really nice.
It's a good thing this is a best of 5 because I missed that. I blinked.
It was so fast. Yeah.
It was so good. So clean.
In Hold 1, we'll see something called the ladder glitch, and they're going to do the magazine variation of the ladder glitch, which is, as far as I'm aware, the fastest, and you'll see the radar glitch. Oh my god, this is insane. He was trying to do Hold 1 right side blind, so going on the right side is very difficult, but because of the way he did the magazine glitch, it forced his camera to stay at the top there, and he was going for that. Like, it looked like he was going to be capable.
And Volcanic's getting through very cleanly.
This is nuts. He's trying so hard. Akuma's through. Akuma is through. I can't believe what I've seen. I've never seen anyone attempt that. And I've ran this game a long time. I've seen a lot of people do tankers. I've never seen someone try and do right side Hold 1 with the frozen camera. This is going to be a clean first race for Akuma. There's no coming back from this.
Again.
I want to see him get it.
You got it.
This is it. He got it.
Wow.
I've never seen anyone do that.
Third time's the charm, am I right?
And even though Akuma definitely wins this this first game here, Tino's looking amazing. Oh, Volcanic Akuma's missed one of the photos.
Oh
He's missed
no.
a photo. It's not going to be enough, surely. Like, there's no way Tino can come back here. So you must get all 4 photos. We get them from 2 spots. Sometimes you can miss one. I'm just shouting at the screen. This is insane.
That's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, and that's just the first one of at least 3.
Worrying behavior from both. But we'll see their IGTs now. Of course, the lowest IGT is the winner, 621 from Volcanic Akuma. And we'll see a 632. So really, really not that much difference. And if chat could keep score for me, Akuma's 1-0 currently. We'll get these guys back to the radar screen. I'm sure Glenn will get them counting down. We'll just go straight back into another tanker race. If they want a minute, they're more than welcome to have one. 1-0 for Akuma in this
6 minutes
best
can feel
of
like
5.
an eternity.
Absolutely. And we'll see. I mean, you need to win 3. You need to win 3.
All right, it looks like they're both ready, so we'll get them counted down here.
I am so surprised it was that close, but what a display of skill from both.
Indeed. But you know what they say in speedrunning, the first one is a warm-up. So I imagine both of them are warmed up on this IL by now. So I'm thinking we might see something a lot closer. We may even see a tie. Apache, do we have contingencies for ties?
Yes, it's go again.
I see.
Go
Excellent.
again. It's scrubbed. If in the event that they do tie IGT, which does happen, me and Tino once tied a full game run IGT, so it can happen. They will just go again. The game is scrubbed.
Oh, right. That happened in the was that the VE League or the
It was
VE
the
tournament?
VE League. It was.
And I do believe the contingency at that time was a tanker IL race. So
It was. So Tino's had a lot of experience. Like I say, Tino has ran this game for as long as people have been running very easy MGS2. He has been there. Volcanic's very new, but he's super competitive. And when he gets going and focusing on something, he's very, very scary person to face. You know, he won the MGS1 League, right? He won the VE tanker tournament that we had. Like, he is...
he's a very consistent player when it comes to ILs. He's a monster. Like he's a very tough opponent.
And we'll see
It's
left
insane.
side again from Tino. So he's going to get the loop. He doesn't get the instant shot. And we'll see. It'll look clean. It should be okay. Yes, Tino
got
gets
the
the loop.
That loop's pretty standard for normal and above. Easy has its own weird variation.
Yeah, textbook Olgas. They did everything they needed to with them.
Yep.
Tino, just because of RNG, I guess, comes out slightly ahead.
I think he started slightly ahead on the feed, so it's not much, but this seems to be about the difference.
And you'll see both runners unequipping the gun there. They'll go for the dav drop animation cancel. Saves half a second. You mash square, but you don't always get it. But you'll always see runners go for that.
Well, this is one of the games where auto fire is allowed, so they might be using it. I'm not sure. I don't have the audio on.
I would assume so. In the solid trilogy, you can use rapid fire.
It's a neat little addition that the runners of each game have determined is, it doesn't break the game. It's fine.
Absolutely.
And it in my opinion, it helps if newer runners want to learn European Extreme, but their mashing ability, technique, whatever you want to argue it is, isn't great. So.
Yeah, it saves on the old wrists as well. Like,
oh my goodness, don't get me started on that.
Yeah. Possible health concerns.
Looks like just imagine clean Substance, European Extreme, PS2.
Yeah. Yeah, the PC is not nerfed either. It's tough.
No, it's not easy. But
and they get straight
now they
through
both got
on
this
the
caution strat, which is very clean for both runners.
Yeah, you have to be careful not to get kicked by those guards. One roll will knock them out. Will knock guards out and very easy, so we can just roll through them. But of course, they've got shields and things like that. So if you mistime it, you're going to get kicked, go into the alert state, get shot a lot, lose a ton of time. But these guys, both professionals, much cleaner engine rooms for both there. Now we want to see a deck 2 with no alert. You want to avoid the alert in deck 2, and if you get it, you want to make sure you don't get shot when opening the door. See 2 different strats, as I say. Kuma will fire the USP, and Tino will just trank with the M9.
Just kind of swag hold up the guard there. Tino had much better holds. Getting out of there, no problem. No alert, which the alert doesn't matter. Like Apache says, as long as you don't get shot with this door, shouldn't be a problem. But it can happen.
Yeah, now we've got guard rush. Like, you can lose a ton of time on guard rush. D Cheetos 13 guard, the guard behind the box. If he hides, going to wait for him to come out. The guard on the right as well can hide behind the door. So you see Tino going for that.
Very
He gets
nice.
it. Akuma's box guard is still up.
Ooh.
So he loses probably 5-6 seconds there.
So it's coming down to holds, and let's see how Tino fares right side this time. If he chooses to go for it, he may not.
This is where it matters. The holds are game over if discovered. You can risk everything in order to get a really good time. They're both going with the magazine ladder glitch, which is the fastest. Sometimes results in that frozen camera. Oh, Tino misses it. Tino missed ladder glitch. Akuma takes the lead. He's going right side holds.
Doing it blind again.
They're close. Oh, he takes the
Tino.
continue. This should be Akuma because Akuma went left side last time, right? And Tino eventually got the right side holds. It's going to be through for Akuma as long as he gets his photos right. Like, Akuma just has to play it out. This right side holds is nuts.
He does have the radar on, so it's a little helpful. But
You can make that argument. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it.
I'm not even looking at his camera anymore. I'm looking at the radar, and I'm like, oh, okay, I can see how, he might be okay doing this.
A two-spot photo from Akuma looks so sketch. He barely moves on those photographs.
It's crazy how he does it. Like I said, he's an IL monster, so I'm sure he's grinded the ever-living crap out of Tanker in his day. Looks like this one's going to Akuma as well. 5-5-1.
Ridiculously good Tanker. Really, really good. I just don't think, even with load discrepancies and things like that, oh, Tino missed a photo as well. So definitely game 2 to Akuma. Akuma is on game point, and Tino's just resetting. He's saying, I've definitely lost. I don't need to take that photograph again. Mr. Akuma, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. We don't.
I guess that is fair. Again. We're not tallying IGTs here. We're tallying victories, and Tino might be watching and going, "Oh well, I lost." Next.
It's no joke yet. Akuma needs one game to win.
Yep, this is game point for Akuma. All right.
Very much his style. Very much his style to win with a Frio. He's known for his consistency. He's a hell of a player.
Crazy. Oh, they're already telling us that they're ready. So let's get the show on the road, shall we?
These intense points. Sometimes people want to take a break, but not these guys.
They just ready to go.
We'll always take runners. If they need a minute, they can always have it. But they're ready to go.
All right. So on my feed, I have Tino starting about half a second first. Not that big of a difference.
It really comes down to who blinks first. Like a game over in the holds is so costly.
It really is.
Puts you right back up at the start of that ladder. Got to hit your ladder glitch and then successfully do your hold as well. And I've been informed that Tino is freezing the camera on purpose, so he prefers it like that to keep it the same every single time, and I can appreciate that.
Okay, that's fine.
But it was still nutty to behold for the first time. It really was.
It's crazy to watch, right? Like, right side holds is a relatively new strat.
Oh, Tino gets kicked, so he's got to run for the door. There is a chance that he can get kicked from the alert guards as they come down the stairs as well, and he does.
Yeah. Shield bash. That's
hurts. No joke. That's like 10, 12 seconds.
That hurts. He's going to need everything to go his way right now.
Yeah, he has to play perfect now. Things that can take that much amount of time is like a failed Olga loop can lose about that much time as well.
True. You can't count on Akuma messing up. He's too consistent. He's
the left side.
Left side.
This is the thing about the loop. It can just fail on very easy, but Akuma's going to shoot early. This is a very risky strat that speeds up the fight a lot. So he's going to initiate the loop from an early shot. And it works. That's very so nice. Good. So risky to go for that.
Looks like we got right side from Tino. So Tino has... Oh, she decides to run back. That's fine. Tino has the right side advantage. It's not much, but it is something.
Yeah, there is a small gap formed
no
here,
gap drop for Akuma here.
I don't think
Will
we've
we
seen
see
one.
it from Tino?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen one.
We have not. We are
Come on,
0 for
Tino,
4 on
show
the
us what it
death
looks
drop.
like.
Oh!
Not today.
Not right now. Well, there is still one more Metal Gear Solid 2 run. So, you have 2 more opportunities to see it then,
True.
which we will be back for. While Akuma makes his way to Deck A. Tranking the guard, not a problem.
There is time in the run to make this up for Tino, but Tino really
is.
is relying on mistakes from Akuma now, and he's not a man who makes mistakes. Like in
No,
general,
he really isn't.
That's a word you use to describe him, right? He's consistent.
Consistent. You could say machine-like. It's crazy.
Oh, don't, because he listens to this back and he's already insufferable.
Gotta give credit where credit's due. The
Yeah,
man
for
is
sure.
consistent. And he can repeat it. Let's see what we got here. Alright, got the caution. Guards have been rolled, and Tino's waiting on them to go. Opting to shoot one.
Oh,
Interesting.
there's a good chance Tino's getting kicked here. He's rolled into a prone. Unfortunate.
Nope, he's good. He just kind
Going
of... it's a little hairy.
Going into a prone can be as rough as getting kicked. It's about the same time loss.
Oh, and he
blows
shot
up
the
tanker.
C4! Or the Semtex.
Surely that's going to be it. Surely that's going to be it.
Oh, I'm having flashbacks.
Akuma on the verge of sweeping this 3-0 in the best of 5 tanker. We've all done it, right? We've all blown up that tanker. It's so easy to do.
I feel like even casuals have blown up this tanker so many times. Like
Almost certainly, yeah, almost certainly. The one saving grace of blowing up the tanker is it's not that costly of a continue because it doesn't put you all the way at the start of the engine room. It just puts you like round the corner.
Just that sub area, which is perfectly fine.
Akuma, nice Cheetos kill there. This is looking like a really fast guard rush.
This is clean.
He's got to do it. He's well ahead. He just needs to close it out. With the holds, we've seen the holds catch people so many times. Game over if discovered. Make a single mistake and you're going right back to the start of the room. And he's still doing right side. He doesn't need the time save of right side. And he's still going for it.
I don't know if he watches his races though either. Watching them back's one thing, but does he watch them live?
No, I don't think he does. No, you're right. I don't think he does.
If he doesn't, then there's no way he could. As far as he knows, Tino's done.
Yeah. But barring a huge mishap here, Tino takes a continuing hold one.
Sketch. I don't understand.
This is almost certainly it for Akuma.
Alright, ladder glitch from Tino. Oh, he's good. There we go. First try this time from Tino. Well done. Barbor 6 from Akuma.
Unbelievably good tanker time. I mean, at one point that would have easily been world record. Not anymore because Platonic Guy, has done some IL practice since. But that a 5:46 is a seriously good tanker time.
It really is.
But Tino will be closing us out here. It's a 3-0 to Akuma, almost certainly. And are we going to do this? Are we going to let Akuma come and tell us? Are we going to let him come and speak to us?
I'm being told that's a PB for Akuma.
Is it really? That's unreal. to do it under those circumstances is just fantastic. But GG to both of them. We'll get one or both of them in if they want to come join. But that will be game 3 to Team Olga. I hope you enjoyed the.
Join us.
Hope you enjoyed the tanker races. Always a good time. Both their audios are muted, so if they want to join, they should be all good.
Kuma said he's going to waiting on response from Tino.
Shout out to both runners. Real exceptional display of skill in the tanker.
Yep.
Some unfortunate mistakes. It's so easy to make a mistake in the tanker, and it costs you a bomb of time.
And that's kind of the thing with running ILs, right? You think of it as an IL, not as a full game run. So you're going to think, oh, okay, I got to do the risky thing. Oops. And then you lose 10 seconds, and that costs you one of these races. In this case, it didn't happen, but welcome.
Hey, good games, man.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Tino. Welcome in, mate. Welcome. Grats, Kuma.
Oh, give me a sec. Right. There we go.
We'll get-
Now I can hear you. What's up?
Yay.
That was cool.
It was. What happened in that first game?
Holds. As
Oh,
always.
holds. Okay.
Yeah, all 3. You know how it is.
You got caught all 3 times?
Yep.
Oh,
Just-
wow.
I honestly didn't practice very much for this. I'm sad to say. Didn't have much time, but I did my best.
If it makes you feel any better, neither did I.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
also-
right.
Hey, by the way, Tino, nice setup. Oh,
It's
and
great.
also, by the way, nice photos.
The photos just the second one I fucked up, but I don't know. It's a good setup, I think.
Oh, of course it is.
We were popping off on the comms. I've never seen anything like it.
I could
Enjoyed it a lot.
imagine. I still, in relays or tournaments, I still have not screwed up hold 1 because reasons.
Or you've
That
never. I don't think
consistency.
have you ever blown up the tanker with the C4?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you have, right? I was gonna say I don't think I've ever seen you do that either.
Well, I haven't done that in races either, but yeah, I have done it in runs.
Right. No, I mean in races, like I was saying, everyone at some point blows up the tanker in a race.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
for sure.
I remember in the tournament we had I forget who it was that said nobody actually blew up the tanker.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone blew up the tanker in VE League.
Oh no, we definitely, yeah,
Somebody
definitely
had
someone
to
did.
at some point. There's no
Definitely.
way.
Sorry.
100%.
Okay, I'll just be over here if anybody needs me.
GG to Akuma, you've steaming ahead with Team Olga 3-0 currently. Possible sweep. I don't think we've ever had a sweep in the relay, but today could be the day.
It's
Both of these
stats
guys are
telling
amazing
you.
runners.
I actually didn't know that I didn't know this PB'd. I thought I already had a 546. So I didn't know I PB'd, so that's good stuff.
Honestly, I didn't think it would be a PB for you. I just thought you had one already. But still a ridiculously impressive time, and that just goes to show you, since you did PB with it, how good of a time that actually is.
It is good time. It's a good time.
Awesome performance.
Thanks, man. You too. Honestly.
When are you beating my PB though?
What's yours?
544. I want to see that happen.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it isn't. You have a 547.
No, it's not.
I've already beaten you. I have already beaten you.
It's a 544.
Nope.
Tied for
Damn it.
second place.
Tino, stop fibbing.
I'm not.
It's unbecoming. Oh, and
Come
also,
on. What is going to happen?
Tino, you're fired as a photographer.
Oh shit. Well, that's fair. That's fair. GG, man.
GG's, man. And thanks for everybody for betting. Thanks everyone in the chat. Oh, and 4060. Ye of little faith. You know why you lost, Tino? You lost because Vermillion bet on you.
You might be right. We're gonna
Vermillion
bet.
is
I'm gonna blame Vermillion for this.
Vermillion is notoriously bad at betting in this channel.
It's totally not my lack of practice. It's Vermillion.
No, it isn't. The sun was in your. I bet the sun was in your eyes too.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, sure. Anyways, thanks everyone. Thanks for having me. Hope you enjoy the rest of the races. Sorry for disappointing Team Fortune, but it's all good fun.
Thanks everyone for watching. Go Team Olga, and not sorry for not disappointing.
True that. All right, we'll be back really, really soon. Thank you to both of you. We're going to get set up for the next race, which is Metal Gear Solid 3. Very easy with House Test and Vermillion. See you all very, very soon. Hello everyone, welcome back to Metal Gear Speedrunners Summer 2021 Relay Race with Team Olga versus Team Fortune. I'm ApacheSmash. We're about to watch some Metal Gear Solid 3, very easy, with House Test versus vermillionnoel, and I am joined with Lakad on commentary. Take it away, my friend.
Yeah, hello there. Yeah, so today, as you said, very easy, which is going to be, pretty different than the European Extreme round that you just saw before. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting, for sure. And so now the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, zoom. Let's go.
And there is something we are going to see additional on screen for this race here. You will see a timer in the bottom right of both of their games. And the reason is we'll be using the load remover, which is a tool which will stop the timer during any of the loads during the game. It was made by Pell. So yeah, we will get the fairest time possible, or as best as we possibly can. If for any reason the load remover fails, we'll just revert to IGT. Both of these runners are playing on PlayStation 3, and neither of them are using the load trick, so it should be as balanced as it possibly can, but keep your eye on that timer. So, House Test, vermillionnoel, pretty new to this game, and of course when you're picking up this category you do really want to start with very easy. It's what I started on. Very useful way to learn a lot of the mechanics of the game. We have got this category down to a science. It's much faster than the European Extreme Run, and there's a few areas where we really we really take away some of that time save from the bosses having less health. A key point is really the end fight. The end fight is much different on very easy, as we'll exclusively use the easy gun to fight him. But if you're not familiar with the very easy run, please do enjoy it. It's very good category.
Plus, on this one, there's no game over discovered, so yeah, we're gonna cut a lot of times as well.
That does help. Yeah, there's a few places we can tank alerts and just pass through to the next room where it will, it'll just wipe the alert off, which is really handy. And already, vermillionnoel's load remover is broken, so we are 100% going to IGT.
To the score screen. Okay, no worries.
Good try, Vermillion, with the load remover. I think it's only showing one digit, and that's its problem. But I don't know.
Probably.
We can. Oh no, no one did a prediction. Damn.
Oh.
Let me try and ninja it in right now. I'll do 1 second.
Yeah,
Take
no
over. I'm
worries.
going to try and ninja a prediction in.
There's no worries. No worries. Okay, so as you see, yeah, it's gonna be way easier than European Extreme. I mean, one bullet on the guards, and yeah, they're down. It's gonna be easier for sure. And yeah, for the moment, they're not using the easy gun since they don't equip it right now. On the Virtuous mission, it's gonna be at the beginning of Snake Eater mission, so we have the time. But I mean, there's no much guards on Virtuous mission on very easy to take care, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the reason we don't menu the easy gun is because obviously anytime we menu that costs time because you have to open the menu, which pauses the game. We don't need the advantages of the easy gun at all during the Virtuous mission. The advantages of the easy gun, it gives you 8% camo index. The tranquilizer gun is much faster, and it's much quicker gun to use than the Mark 22, and it also heals your stamina over time. So just having it equipped replenishes your stamina over time. So we don't actually need it for this section, so we'll just save a menu by not equipping it. As long as you move perfectly here in the Virtuous mission, you won't get an alert. Now, getting an alert is super costly here. A Vermillion might? No, he's good. He's good.
Oh.
If you get an alert, you can't actually access the Sokolov cutscene, so it's a huge time loss. Massive problem. So both of them doing the Virtuous mission just fine. And the reason we keep the easy gun equipped so often in this category is because just after the Ocelot unit, we'll get a leech and we'll keep it on us for the entire game. So we need something to kind of work against that stamina drain. So the most common rank you'll see in very easy is the leech rank. apart from that, the route stays exactly the same across both difficulties. We go to all the same places. We visit all the same bosses. On the lower difficulties, it does give us access to the pain skip. So you can actually skip the pain boss by using fake death pills. I'm not sure if either runner will do that.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, we never know. I don't think they will go for it personally, but I mean, yeah, always have
The thing,
surprises on races.
the thing with the pain skip is you have to do it. You have to execute it perfectly in order to save time. And the pain boss fight with the easy gun is pretty straightforward. You just spam body shots at him. Make sure you take the shield off as quickly as possible. So it's a weird one to go for. You tend to see it on normal and hard, where the fight's a little bit longer and the pain skip starts to come out ahead. And of course, on the PlayStation 2 as well, it's very common to do the pain skip.
So the
So I'm not
mission is over, and yeah, let's go for the Snake Eater mission now. So they're not equipping the easy gun right now, since there's a cutscene after this room and the one just after. It's not worth it, since it will. I don't know. It's like it doesn't like equip your weapon at the end of the cutscene. Like you will have to do menuing again, so it doesn't matter to equip it now since there's no guards.
Yeah, whatever menu you do now, it will just change your menu back anyway. So there's no reason to. It looks like they are pretty synced. I think Vermillion's load remover just caught up. Not sure what was going on with it, but it seems to be pretty even so far.
Well, actually, on the feed they're like perfectly synced. So
the real change you'll see is at the Ocelot unit. You can lose so much time to a couple of things. There's minor RNG, I guess, when you blow up the first barrel with how many of the Ocelot unit you take out. But we'll see both runners manipulate the Ocelot guards to bunch up around an explosive barrel. There's also a roof guard that you get one opportunity to hit, and if you fail to get him the first time, then you'll literally have to strange guard to go for by house there. You don't actually need to knock that guard out. You can just run directly past him as long as you have the easy gun equipped. It's just strange to see him go for that. Maybe he missed the shot and just panicked, but you don't need to
probably,
track that guard at all.
yeah. I mean, it depends on the runners. I like to shot him to be 100% sure, but yeah, it's not necessary.
I never like to rely on the auto aim in this game because you just hold in square and it can get broken by the slightest thing.
Yeah,
It's always a worry.
it can happen, sadly, but at least on this guard, it's not that much of a problem, since yeah, you can just pass him. It doesn't matter that much. That's just
One of
going back. Okay.
One of the things we'll see different from the higher difficulty is we don't actually grab the cardboard box here. On European Extreme, you need the cardboard box to manipulate guards, but on very easy, you don't need it until later. We only need it for the terrain sections, the mountains. If you fail to grab it early in the run, it appears in Warehouse 1 as well, so that's where we'll see both runners pick it up. Vermilion with a clean roll out the window, House as well. Vermilion picks up that roof guard. House does too. It's so important that you hit that roof guard because the roof guard runs to the other side of the building, and you lose a lot of time waiting to get him.
And
Really clean from
that was a
Vermilion.
clean one, yeah. And okay.
House had an extra guard in the background, so I mean, they're 2 seconds apart, so the load remover is really kicking in now.
Yeah, it's still really close though.
And you'll see runners go back through Sokolov's house as well and go out this window. It's just slightly faster. And we'll see another minor route change. You should see both runners take the east side of the river rather than the west. It's more direct path in to go this way. On European Extreme, you need to get the grenades, which are on the west, but you don't need to get them in very easy because the inventory count is much higher. So you can carry, I think it's 10 stun grenades off the top of my head. It might even be 20.
It is on very easy?
Yeah.
I think it's higher than that. I think it's like 40 or something on very easy.
We'll get to see it very soon because during the Ocelot fight, we'll use the stun grenades and during the pain as well. We use the stuns in place of normal grenades on European Extreme.
I mean, you can carry 40 grenades, but yeah, you got. I think it's 10 right at the beginning. That you
Yeah, that's
already
it.
have. I don't know.
You get 10 and you can carry 40. Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, so
In this
here, being pretty careful since there's Claymore on the ground. Okay, Vermillion got it. Let's see for house. Okay, got it. Wonderful. Yeah, you can just pass this dog since you have the easy gun. It just doesn't care.
the dogs are deaf as well. As long as they can't see you, you're fine, and that's the same on every difficulty. Dogs just don't hear footsteps.
Dogs are dumb.
Fortunately.
Yeah.
And Vermillion ever so slightly edging ahead with each fight. Now Ocelot's going to be another little change fight. If you fail to get the loop on Ocelot, just the speed that you can do Ocelot at on this difficulty, small mistakes mean huge cost in time.
Same thing with this guard. It doesn't notice you. And yeah, Vermillion is gonna enter the Ocelot fight right now. Okay, so you're gonna equip the easy gun right away. Sure, one stun, then equip the easy gun. Once the grenade explodes, one more shot, then another stun. It's gonna turn back. One shot in the head, second shot, and the fight is over.
House doing the same, but he didn't
Having
turn around for the.
some,
Oh my god, he's got lost. He's got lost in first person view.
So now he's gonna do like the fight pretty casually at this point. Okay.
Good recognition from House Test to know that like Ocelot's running around. You don't want to use first person view ever to try and take shots at Ocelot while he's running. Let the auto aim do the work for you. Correct decision from House Test there.
That was a good save. He lost quite some times because he was lost for a sec, but still okay. Still a decent fight for a race, at least. If you want to go for like a big PB, yeah, that's a reset most of the times, but that was a nice save for the fight, so that's okay. Another Vermillion is gonna go for the pain. And the pain is pretty straightforward and very easy. Just spam in the body. And once you get his bees armor, yeah, just force stun and
You get used to where to plant your shots in order to tag the pain in the head when he recoils. You should never aim just directly for the head. You kind of let the pain do the work for you as you're quick reloading shots.
okay, so one is going to 4-shot at the beginning, then one stun overhand. Really important to throw that grenade overhand. Okay, that was a really good phase one. And now you're basically just gonna spam until the end. And okay, fight is over for Vermillion. Phase one is
Decent
done
from
for
House
once.
Test as well. House Test got some additional headshots there, which gained him a little bit of time in that phase. If he
And he's
gets some
gonna go for
extra
the
here, he
headshots.
could. Yeah, he is. He's setting up for it. He's kind of letting the pain work for him here. Oh, he got into one of those awkward spots. Like you can get into these awkward positions where you're firing on the pain's body, but the game just doesn't register as it as a hit. Really, really unfortunate there.
He lost like
Was it?
I would say, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 seconds on this because of this. But
Yeah,
nice
Vermillion
recovery.
had a little bit of movement on the pain as well. So relatively clean fights from both.
Yeah.
And of course, on very easy, we don't have the box here, so we have to be much more careful with our movement and roll where appropriate. Some runners just like to tank the uphill But normally we'd have the box to run at full speed, but it's just faster to grab it later. We timed it out, and it's just faster to grab it in the warehouse. I think Vermillion's load remover is counting fine. He's just got it awkwardly, so sometimes it gets cut off. I'm
Yeah.
sure when he has a chance, he'll correct that. Here in the river, as long as you keep your easy gun on, you won't get hit by the searchlights. You won't get seen. And what we'll do is after we run out of oxygen, we'll just tank all of our health to swim to the end in one swim.
I mean, it's very easy, so it's not important to like not having much of health. Plus, the easy gun is like you regen your health with the easy gun equipped.
Well, it's funny because in European Extreme, we tank our health there as well because it doesn't matter either. Because obviously, if you get seen by the guards, it's game over. For different reasons, in very easy, the health doesn't matter because it replenishes so fast. But the same thing happens on both difficulties. I think that's kind of funny how it works out like that. Oh, Vermilion got an awkward crouch. Sometimes when you try to prone into the water in the wrong place, the game will just kick you back out and make you stand up again. So I think he was trying to roll forward, but just ended up in an awkward
But
spot.
I think he, or maybe press the prone button first, like a frame first before the stick. Maybe it can happen too.
Yeah. He was very close. Oh, House gets a dive, but he cancelled the dive. When you're diving into the water, if you hit the swim button again, it will just cancel all the dive boost. Vermilion going through the warehouse to pick up the box. That's the fastest place to get it. But we won't actually see him menu the box until later. Both of them got the iframes as they were climbing out of the water as well. If you mistime that, the guard can just knife you straight back into the water. You lose a ton of time for that.
He's gonna go for the big hit box here. Nice. Last roll.
I actually really like this movement from House. I think that might be faster to pick up the box that way.
It can be. I don't know if we timed it already, but yeah, it can be faster.
It looked way, way cleaner. And we'll see the difference in just a second when he gets through this room. I think he's about 15 seconds behind. Yep, he's 15. It adds up. Those small little mistakes add up, and we've got some big ones for losing time. Since we're using the load remover, the thing that we're going to have to do the first time we enter the lab is pick up the handkerchief. Major Zero found the fastest way to get out of the Sorrow fight is to use the handkerchief. Because we have so much health on this difficulty, if you want to drown yourself, it takes forever. But if you fall into the water unconscious, it just immediately depletes all your health. And yeah, super fast way to get out of the Sorrow fight. Only matters for RTA, races, load remover, that kind of thing. Doesn't matter for the boards because, of course, the Sorrow doesn't count towards the IGT. But the handkerchief pickup is very awkward. It's really easy to take an alert, and it's right before you meet Granin, so you never want to take an alert then.
I mean, for the first part of the lab, you really don't want to get an alert. Like, it's forbidden to take an alert here because you can lose like so much time if you get an alert on this area. Like, really.
Yeah, you'll see Vermilion opting for the 3D camera. It's much easier to auto-aim the guards in the 3D camera. It's one of the few benefits, I'd say, of that camera. With good movement, it doesn't matter too much, but it's a good choice to opt to that. You don't need to use the scientist costume at all, as long as you move in the right places in the lab. And he is going for the handkerchief. That was a nice stun on the guard. So we're going to grab that now, and it won't come into use until way later in the run now.
And he's got to Granin. So now, after the Granin cutscene, getting an alert doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah,
But
not
just
before, but if you get it after,
yeah.
it's fine. So House made up some time there. I think there's like a 11-second difference now. So he made up about 4 seconds. It's a lot of time just on movement. I wonder if House will opt to get the handkerchief on the way out now.
Yeah, because he didn't get it on the way to Granin, so maybe yeah, okay, on the way out.
Yep, absolutely. As you were saying, it's fine to get an alert on the way out, so it's a much safer place to grab the handkerchief, which is a very high risk of picking up an alert. And you notice neither of them pick up the cigar gas spray. We don't use the cigar gas spray to kill the end on this difficulty. There's a very precise and very difficult way to fight the end, and I'll talk us through that when we get there. It's so precise to speed up the fight, and if you fail it, you have to reset the whole room. So huge, easy area to lose a ton of time on.
And that's why it's also really important to do damage to the end too, as well, on very easy. After the swimming part, since if you don't do that, the setup for the fight doesn't work on very easy. Like, well, it works, but you can't end the fight at the end of the setups. You have to do like the rest of the fight casually, basically. So this is why we're doing this.
And we have backups for both sides, but one's 20 seconds. If he runs left, it's 20 seconds. If he runs right, I think it's like 40 seconds, something like that. So
yeah,
we'll see Vermillion go into the fear. There's very specific setup with the fear. As long as you hold in the menu as you load in and fake death pill on the first frame, the fear will always jump to the nearest tree, which is the one on his northeast. So the fear will always jump there as long as you were holding the menu as you loaded in. Once he begins walking towards us, we'll throw a stun grenade on the floor, and there's a few ways to fight him. You can kill him with the M1911, or you can kill him with the knife. I'm not sure which one Vermillion goes for.
He's going for
M1911.
And okay,
Clean. And House will do the same. I wonder which setup House will go for. Vermillion heading into Warehouse 2 as well. Vermillion may do a glitch that's rarely ever seen. But essentially you can fall off some boxes and catch onto a ledge, which you're not supposed to be able to do this. Yeah, he's going for it. So watch Vermillion now. He'll catch onto the ledge like that. Very, very neat. Appel found that glitch as well. Useful on everything but European Extreme, because you'll get seen if you try and do it in Euro.
I don't know if House is gonna do the same glitch.
He should do. It's in the guide. Oh, dodgy roll. Oh, never do that. Something to note for this game: if you miss a roll off a ledge, never hang and drop. It's so slow. It's always faster to.
Okay, he's going for it. Okay.
House got the faster version. You saw Vermillion like flew over the top when he did it. If you time it right, you can get the fast ledge grab. But we'll have lost time overall just because of missing that roll and hanging off. But for Vermillion, this next part is the end. It's not the end of the run. It's a boss called the end. There's also a boss called the boss, but that's not this boss. That boss is at the end. Might have heard that one today, but
you had to set the line, of course. You had to.
But yeah, I'm really excited for you to see this end fight. It's so unique. It was routed out by me and Plywood back when we were really exploring this category. Plywood was the first person to ever kind of do it on stream and kind of show the world this crazy end fight, which predates us killing the end in one room on European Extreme. But Vermillion's going to approach the end. Once he gets into sight of the end, he's going to hide behind a tree to avoid a shot, and then he's going to throw 3 stun grenades straight directly at him. After he's thrown these 3 stun grenades, he's going to turn away to not get flashed by the third one and switch to his easy gun. Using the zoom of the easy gun, it's going to aim directly in at the end, hit him in the head, dodge his shot. It's RNG whether you miss that or not. He needs to hit the end in the head now. And he needs to score all headshots. Very nice. Vermillion must have had a few headshots because you normally end up with an extra hit. That's a textbook end fight. Very, very difficult strat to do. You'll lose a ton of time if you fail any step of that. You'll lose so much time because you have to reset the entire room. And House going to go for it as well. If you're doing this category, you must do this end strat. Like, you will lose too much time otherwise.
So far, so good. And he's gonna aim for the head.
Yeah, you can be very patient. You have about 11 seconds to hit the end in the head there.
So really important to wait for the end to reload before shooting him. Oh, okay, that was a really clean one.
Yeah, both of them got the. Normally, you would see players hit the end 3 times at the end there, but because they'd dealt so many headshots, they end the fight 1 shot sooner. Not an easy strat at all. And you'll see both runners will have equipped their cardboard box now and the Mosin gun. We try and do menus as little as possible. So we just do one big menu here. The box saves untold amounts of time traveling up the mountain because we can run at full speed in the box up hills.
And Vermillion is dealing with probably the hardest boss in the game, the ladder, of course. The one and only. But at the end basically are very easy. If you want to go for like really insane times, yeah, you really have to do it like first try, because otherwise it's, yeah. As Apache said, like if you miss the setup, it's over. You have to do it all over again. And the time loss on this boss is insane. Like really, if you're struggling really hard on this boss, yeah.
Nice little break on the ladder. Not much separating these two. There's not been any huge mistakes. It really has just been small movement things, a couple of slower sections on bosses, that's it.
They're like what, like 10 to 15 seconds, I will say, or maybe a little bit more. Yeah.
One thing to note is that House Test cured the poison after he fought the end, and Vermillion is leaving it on. It can sometimes randomly heal, so there is a small chance that the game will just randomly heal it. But it looks like it hasn't. Normally if you get to the ladder and it hasn't done it, you'll be keeping the poison on for the Fury, which means he's doing 1 HP Fury in very easy. So still 1-hit kill.
I'm just trying to see how much of difference there's between the two runners.
I would guess somewhere in the region of about 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Right here on the mountain, it lags a great deal. So using the 3D camera, if you point it at the floor, you'll keep your frame rate really high. So you actually travel through the room faster if you keep your frame rate higher.
I think it's more like 30 seconds difference between the two, it seems.
That sounds about right. If you take an alert on the mountains, if you take an alert in the last room of the mountains, it will lock the door, so you can't progress. But if you take an alert in Mountain 1 or 2 and don't lose it, the door doesn't lock, it stays open. So it was a glitch that was found by Raichu. And then we went and tested it out everywhere and worked out how it worked. You don't want to take an alert in here, but if you do, you want it to be in this room that Vermillion's in.
So you're gonna grab the rocket launcher here, your RPG.
Yeah, I think they both will.
Oh, no problems on the roll for house. That's okay. Managed.
Yeah, it's very easy to get caught up in the terrain. He should be good. He should be good because he can get such a range on the guard. He won't go directly into alert. Vermillion did basically the same thing.
So mountains are, yeah, the mountains are done for Vermillion now. He's gonna go for the Fury after. And House is going to enter the third part of the mountain. Yeah, it seems it's like more like, yeah, 30 seconds confirmed now, difference between the two.
Yeah, you see Vermillion now, he's approaching the Fury and his health's ticking away with that poison. That fight can go pear-shaped very quickly, so I wish him the best of luck, and it's very cool to see him going for poison strats. On this category, not curing the poison, it does save you quite a bit of time, so anytime you open up the menu, it's all time loss. And he just tanks some more damage there as well, like gets a full jump off the mountain. Love to see it. This fight is no joke. I say all the time, highest DPS in the game is being on fire. Even on very easy, it will shred your health. The Fury is a risk on any category for deaths. And of course you can fall off the map and stuff as well. Fury can knock you off the map, which is an instant kill. He does react to you a little bit slowly on very easy compared to Euro. You get like half a second. On this you get like a full second.
So let's see which spot he got. Oh, okay. 2, 3.
That's so fast.
Wow. Okay. That was yeah.
You can't do the fight much faster than that because he went straight into the charge, and Vermillion waits and he waits and he waits, and then he hits him to make sure he doesn't get knocked down on the first hit. If you do it too quickly, you'll just knock the Fury straight down again. But because he waited, it let him get the full 3 hits in. That was a ridiculously fast Fury. That's probably
one
about
of the
as fast as you can do it. Yeah. I don't think it can be done much faster. So it's going to be a tall order for House to beat that. And we do use, most runners will use headphones, so we know what side the Fury's on. Oh, we got an awkward spawn.
Ooh.
In that situation, you want to lean. Like, you just use R to lean. And now the Fury is flying away. You never want to travel to the other side of the room. You just want to stay in the south side. Wait for him to pop up. You have a sniper rifle, and yeah, just carefully take him out. It was going to be a struggle to beat Vermillion's anyway, but he did the best with what he had there. And now capturing Rykov for Vermillion, you kind of get one opportunity to get this correct, and it looks like Vermillion did. He snipes Rykov on the walkway. Now we'll just drag him in. Very, very safe. The difficult part is getting that auto-aim shot, because that auto-aim shot can miss really easily.
Yeah, I mean, from now on, like the rest of the run is pretty straightforward, I will say. So, same things as European Extreme. Equip the camouflage, take the mask, officer uniform, and there you go.
I wonder if I don't think Vermillion's going to scope glide. Are we going to see no scope glide?
From Vermillion?
Come on, Vermillion.
Yeah, of
there
course,
we go.
of course.
Oh, he's looking way too far to the left. I don't think that's going to work. He gets the slowest one. Yeah. That's the nope glide.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure just running through would be faster, but props to him for going for it.
He tried. He tried. I think Haas is going to go for it for sure.
Oh, sometimes if you're tapping white R, I really hope he knows that you have to put him back in. Right, cool, he does. If you try and leave that room with Rykov like that, the game doesn't let you progress. But that can happen because what runners will do is whenever the screen goes black, they'll hold triangle and mash X, so they get any codec and cutscene. Obviously, if you do it there, if you're mashing triangle, it'll just instantly open the locker. And you actually, in this game, you get control of Snake before the screen goes bright again, if that makes sense. So the game can read inputs before you can see your character. It's another reason why that tends to happen as well. Vermillion, he's away. Like he's played so well, and he's gained a nice lead here.
So far, Vimian run is really clean. Actually, so far. Like honestly, like that Fury, that Fury man, that was insanely fast, dude. Like
Straight up, I haven't seen him play the game in so long. I forgot he even ran it, and yeah, he was really good at the game. But like, I just haven't seen him stream it or anything, and I just forgot he played it.
maybe he did it like secretly in the dark.
I
without
think he
streaming
did.
it. Yeah,
I think he definitely did.
training atop a mountain, probably.
Yeah, sitting under the waterfall with his DS3 in his hand, meditating.
And waiting for the moment.
But I do remember when he picked up this run, like he got good at it very quickly. Like he had a Metal Gear Solid 3 brain. At some point, he's going to be learning how to play Euro with me. So we'll be doing that in the next few weeks, I guess.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, very easy is a good way to learn like the spin run in general of this game. I will say, since you will learn like a lot of mechanics that you will use for yeah, other categories, difficulties.
Yeah, a huge part of it is like you learn how to not get stuck on the wall, because it's very easy to get stuck on walls
Yeah.
in this game.
That's
You
true.
learn where all the items are in your inventory, and you get good knowledge of that. You learn how to quick reload, which is super important. If you can't quick reload, you literally can't finish a European Extreme run fast. And you just learn, you learn the actual route of the game. Here's a nice change. We used the codec to get out of the cell there. I was the first person to do this in speedruns. Before I came to this category, they were using the fake death pill and all sorts to get out of the cell, but much faster to just use the codec. You can't do it on Euro for obvious reasons. The guard just sees you and you get a game over. We're trying to tank hits here. It doesn't matter too much because we're going to use the tank handkerchief to drain our health. But we just tank an alert all the way to the sewers. And another thing that was believed that things were believed like you wouldn't be able to get past the ocelot unit if you had an alert, which isn't true either. There was a lot of superstitions about the low difficulties, which were just not true.
Yeah. So basically, for this part, yeah, just go, just run. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, the whole base is on the road. Really important here to do a roll, otherwise the dog can kick you off, if I should say. And
Yeah, the
it
dog,
was
whether the dog
sometimes-
comes or not is RNG, but you always roll just in case, because if the dog knocks you down, you lose hella time. You got to be so careful when you're doing the codec 14475 to get out of the cell. The codec has 3 speeds, so if you just hold it in one direction, it can go super fast. And you'll like whiz straight past it. So you have to be careful with the codec. Vermilion on the verge of giving Team Fortune a win and preventing a sweep. We've never had a sweep, by the way. It's never happened that the one team will win every single race. So Vermilion needs to hold on and clutch it out and prevent that from happening. I don't think anyone wants to see that happen, right? Like one team just losing every single race.
I don't think so. Well, at least for the moment, Vermilion is on the good way to give Team Fortune a win. But I like to say, like, on races, everything can happen. Even if it's very easy, it doesn't mean anything. Like, everything can happen.
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunity to lose this time on the back end of the run. Bike chase will definitely keep us paused, but Shagahod is so fast that making mistakes on it, the time losses are really egregious in a very easy race. A couple of things with the escape is you don't. Oh, we're about to see. I'm going to let this play first. So he's going to equip the handkerchief and knock himself out. This is the fastest way to get out of the sorrow. Watch how fast that health drains. Like, obviously, if you drown, it takes forever. Shout out to Major Zero for that find. And because of that find, it's literally how we discovered that the Sorrow doesn't count towards the IGT. So yeah, Vermilion doesn't remove the tracker, so he does have an Ocelot unit. The main problem with the Ocelot unit is there's one shotgun guard who can knock you down. So you lose time for that. Oh, he did log roll as well.
Wow.
That would have, if he'd have failed log roll there, that would have put House straight back into the game. That is a 2-second time save for a 20-second time loss if you miss it. Will he get shot by the shotgun?
He shouldn't.
Nope, good line.
If it's sticks to the right, yeah, he shouldn't get shot. Okay, so watch on the left if you missed it when Vermilion did it. Look. There you go.
Your health is out of there. I'm curious to know what Vermilion's PB is, because you can't really play much better than he has. Like, I can't think of a single mistake that he's made so far.
I don't know.
I would like to see him get a PB. That would be very cool.
So really important to grab the cardboard box B here. Gonna need it to teleport into the Shagohod engine room.
Yeah, and you only get one chance to grab it as well. If you go up that ladder without it, there's no going back. The door is locked. Ooh, House takes
I
a
got shot
shotgun
by
blast.
the shotgun.
And of course, something else I always forget to do. When you do these menus, do your items first and then your weapons. Because if you do your weapons first, it locks you out of the item menu for like 2 seconds.
So here, because of the easy gun, yeah, you can just go past these guards. They will just notice something, but they won't spot you.
And the Shagohod hangar, I spoke about it before, but it's actually a harder room on the very easy difficulty. You can't just shoot the wall and have all the guards run to safety, so you have one extra guard to deal with on this difficulty, which I think is quite funny. It's the only example I can think of where a room is harder on a lower difficulty.
I think this is the only one actually that is harder on very easy that other difficulties. I should say. Okay, so
You'd
here's
hope
gonna
so,
do-
right?
Yeah.
You'd hope so. But yeah, you just get that extra guard you have to deal with. Unfortunately, we can just roll through him.
And then he's gonna go for the Volgan, like the first Volgan fight. Pretty straightforward one, actually. You can lose time on this one, but I mean, it's not like the end. If you miss the setup, it's over. You can still do the fight. It's just like there's an optimal way to do it, and if you miss it, well, you will lose a bit of fun. So he's gonna drop him on the ground, took the SVD, shot him in the head. Okay, very clean. And he's gonna get not too close, but a little bit close of him. He's gonna tank the attack. Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, that intentionally receiving damage to work as a buffer, so you know you can fire at Volgin. That was found by Plywood. Is a great way to set up on Volgin to know when you can hit him. If you try and hit him too early, he just puts his shield straight up, and obviously late as well, you'll get shield as well. So if he does go into that kind of shield phase, he can lose a lot of time. So. And I am not kidding here, the absolute optimal way to do the bike chase, and very easy, is to look at the sky as much as you possibly can. We don't need to damage the Shadow Hod because it's so easy to hit the damage cap during the second runway phase. In the next room of the bike chase, we will have some guards that we have to take out, otherwise it will give us an extra phase. So there is ways to speed it up, but genuinely, if you're going for the best time, this is the fastest way to do it.
At least on PS3, because of the lag.
True.
If you're doing it on Xbox or something, yeah, no.
I will be as of later today. Can't wait.
Of course.
Got it. I've got it. I'm looking at it right now.
We
I
are
can see
all
it.
waiting for this. Okay, so let's see Volgan fight for house for the moment. Okay, good phase 1.
He's using my blindfold setup.
Missed a few shots, but still decent.
Yeah, you want to aim down. If you're going to do that, you need to aim slightly down. But it works, and it's consistent, and you'll always get out with that. Vermillion going for the max frames possible by zoom in. So, compared to cinematic camera, compared to looking at the floor, is a 20-second difference across the whole of bike chase. So it really does add up. Before it was ever tested, I theorized it would be possible because I saw GoldenEye speedrunners do it. You know, look down is a very common thing in GoldenEye. And I started doing it before it had been timed. It was Major Zero who actually went and timed every single different camera angle you can do during the bike chase, and found, yeah, it's a 20-second difference between the best and the worst. But now Vermillion's onto a section where you do have to kill the guards, so this group of guards that he's coming to now, if he doesn't take all of these out, Eva will just park the bike and another wave will come, so chance to lose a bit of time. But that looks pretty clean. Once she plays the voice line, you know you're out.
Yeah, you got all the guards. Very clean. This is like the only, well, not the only, but this is one of the only rooms in Bike Escape that you actually play the game, I should say.
Yeah.
You're actually doing stuff and very easy.
Yeah, the other thing you have to do, which Vermillion has done, is re-equip the easy gun. Because we still have that leech from very early in the game, it will drain our stamina, and the very easy gun counteracts that.
So, yeah. Still looking in the sky for Vermillion on this room. No need to play. Just save the frames.
Could become a thing of the past if more people move to the Series S, just because all the consoles load the same. PS3 can be a bit of a Larry.
And okay, House is really saving the maximum frames he can, just before entering the middle of the room.
He really needs them. He's running out of game to catch up.
Yeah, he really saves every single frame. But he's right. He's right. So he's taking out the guards. So far, it's good. There's one here. Okay. Okay, so Vermillion now is going to play the game again. Because we have to deal some damage with the Shagohod. I think there's a certain amount, well, there is a certain amount you can do damage on the Shagohod, so And once again, you don't have to spam him, otherwise
He'll drop back like he's just
he
done
can-
to Vermillion.
just a little bit. So
Yeah, we're going for 25% off the Shago HUD. On higher difficulties, you would go for the damage cap, which is 40%. On very easy, you need to deal just over 25% because each shot on his weak point during the actual fight will do 25% of his health. So you're gonna, no matter what, you're always gonna be doing 3 shots. So Vermillion's way over now.
yeah, you can stop shooting the Shago HUD now. He dealt enough damage.
You don't want to stop shooting him because if he fires missiles at you, when it hits you, it lags the game. So you want to just do one occasionally just to stop him from doing any attacks. But I wonder if, because when the missile hits you, it knocks the bike, could you time it where you get hit by a missile and get hit into the load trigger early? Who knows? I'm not going to work it out. I just say it and hope that someone else will test it, right?
Yeah, just to avoid the headache and yeah, let somebody else doing this. So just one C4 here on very easy. Just have to wait for the Shago HUD to be here. Taking his time. Come on, buddy. There you go.
An interesting fact about the room is that when you load into the room, the D-pad doesn't work until you've moved the analog stick. Just in that room.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah,
So no D-pad, kids.
unless you
Remember
move the
this.
analog first. Vermillion looks like he's got the loop here. He just wants to keep the Shago HUD stationary where he can get these last 2 shots without the Shago HUD doing any circles, protecting his weak spot. Oh, missed 1, missed 2, missed 3.
3.
He's losing time here. This honestly, this could be enough to bring House back. Maybe not quite, but it does matter. 43 out of the Shago HUD phase 1.
So phase 2. Gonna show right away. One body shot. And a
Yeah, you want
headshot.
to do 1 body, 1 headshot. Very clean. 43-12 out of Volgin or Shago HUD fight.
And now save the frame, Vermillion. Yes, there you go. Save those frames. Really important. Yeah, House can
I'm
get
not-
sometimes with this on the fight, on Shago HUD fight for sure.
Yeah, he may be a little bit too much behind at this point. Literally bike chase in very easy. The fastest way to do it is to look at the sky, and then during the platform guards, look at the floor. Because if you look at the platform guards, it lags the game. Again, PS3 problems, PS2 problems, frame rate issues in this game.
Oh,
Any time
He's
save
the
he could have
first-
got out of this, he's just lost.
yeah. There's the first shot on the treads at the beginning.
See what you want to do, if you're in a situation where the treads won't stun, you want to let the Shago HUD reset rather than firing RPG and lagging the game. He should be able to get the weak point here if he just keeps shooting at it. He's got a situation where Eva's driving the wrong way, but he can get a glancing shot
can-
here.
Ah, I missed it. You should be able to get it. Here, wonderful, okay. Okay. Now phase 2. RPG right away.
Oh no, he didn't get the headshot.
Oh, he's going for 3 body shots? Okay.
I don't think he meant to, but he is now. He probably could have just spammed SVD shots at Volgin. But this is what I was talking about, where the boss fights are so precise and if you don't do the loop, if you don't do the exact pattern on the boss, you're going to lose a lot of time. Saw a couple of strange situations there.
Yeah, this is the problem on very easy categories, like for MGS3 or even worse, MGS2. Like if you do one mistake, it can, like, because of the run is really optimal, I should say. If you do one mistake, yeah, you can lose like a ton of time comparing to someone who did the optimal way to do the bosses, the rooms, etc., etc. So this is why this is. It doesn't mean that very easy is an easy category to run and to be competitive on. It can be even worse sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you can just look at the records. They've definitely stood quite some time. The world record in very easy, which I believe may just had longer than his European Extreme record.
No.
But yeah, watching this today, I haven't watched a very easy run for a while now, and I miss it. I think I miss it. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do a run of it as soon as possible.
But the Series S is here, so you know what it means.
Enjoy those loads.
The Series S, yeah. And the loads and the fact that there's no lag anymore, like you don't have to scope in the sky.
Yeah, none at all, and just do what I want, right? I can just fire my rockets out. Yeah, Team Olga were having a good day. It would be a shame if vermillionnoel came through and took 50 grand of my points, by the way. I bet on house. For a cheeky 50,000. Shout out House Test when you watch this one back. You cost me 50 grand. But it's okay, we can make it back at the MGSR bookies. We've got 130,000 more Drebins to go. While we're looking at the sky and looking at the floor, let's talk about the races we have coming up, because left today we have Metal Gear Solid 2, very easy, MackMcD versus Il Pazo. MackMcD invented that category, if you didn't know. So enjoy that one. Really, really cool run. Again, it's heavily optimized, fastest version of the game, and yeah, it's heavily ran. I think it's the most ran. House accidentally opened the PlayStation Home button there. I think Metal Gear Solid 2 very easy is the most popular category in all of Metal Gear Speedrun. I think it has the most runs on the board. I may be wrong about that. It might be Rising, but we're close if it's not. And then followed by Metal Gear Survive, Space Cow vs Plywood. Plywood has a 100% win rate on Survive in the relay race, so looking forward to that one.
Yeah, Survive is going to be a really, really interesting one.
What a contrast to go. I mean, I was about to say the year, but I'm not actually sure. It's like really in the future though, so
yeah.
A few zombies should be good.
It changes, like we don't see this game often in general. I'm talking about Survive. So yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see a race on this game.
The last one was a fun time, but it went a bit pear-shaped at the end. It's one of the runners' games crashed, which hopefully we won't see today.
Yeah, fingers crossed. So you know the song here for Vermilion. You don't have to. Yeah, I mean you can leave the room without Eva. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's similar to MRF score, where the first room you get control of her. You don't actually have to do anything with her. You can just leave to the next door. It's funny how those things kind of stay the same between games.
So now I think House is getting closer to the end of the escape, I think. Yeah, I still have a few meters to do.
Yeah, he's coming up to the jump. He's noticed that he needed to equip his easy gun. It's good that he noticed. Otherwise his stamina would have been right drained down. But I think any speedrun can become really, really popular as long as it's got people behind it enjoying it and wanting to share that with others. You know, Rising was a huge game, and very easy MGS2 had like 8 runs on the board, and now, you know, MGS2 is just as big. It's all about
MGS2 very easy. Yeah, this is like a big speed run. Honestly, I think this is. I don't want to say like one of the greatest, but you know what? Screw it. I will say this is one of the greatest speedruns in history. MGS2 for me personally, I think.
I'm biased. I did nothing but that for 2 years, so
Yeah.
I'm so biased. It is one of the greatest. But yeah, if you did want to come and learn any of these games, I would recommend that you join the Metal Gear Speedrun community. You can join our Discord, or you can go on our website at metalgearspeedrunners.com. I'll do both. Check out the wiki. We've got guides for almost every game, and if it's not there yet, Major Zero's working on it. And just runners of every single game, and people would be happy to help you out. That's
And if you want,
Sorry, mate.
excuse me, no, go ahead.
You go. You're right.
Okay. If you want to learn the very easy speedrun of MGS3, there's actually a tutorial, a video of this game made by Major Zero that explains every aspect of the very easy category on this game. So if you want to go deep into MGS3 speedruns, this is a good way to start.
Yeah, and even if you don't want to learn it, but you want to learn how it works to enjoy runs of it in the future, that guide is so well made that you could just sit and watch it. Like, even if you never plan to run the game, I'd recommend watching it. It's very interesting.
So Vermillion is in the last section of the escort. He's gonna get to the boss, like the actual name of the boss at the end of the game.
That's the one. One thing you'll notice we do as well is we fight this boss with the easy gun. The easy gun does the same amount of damage as the Mosin Nagant versus the boss. Weapons don't have set healths; they have set amounts of damages they do per boss. So it's weird how that works out. But the easy gun does as much damage, takes the same amount of shots as the Mosin Nagant, and it's easier to use because it's got the beam on it, and it's also got a zoom as well.
2 headshots. Switch to the stun. Wait a little bit. That was a textbook fight by Vermillion.
Yeah, really nice fight from Vermillion. 0 mistakes on there. It's pretty much been the name of the game. Like, again, apart from that little hiccup with the Shagohod, and it was barely a thing, right?
Yeah.
He got like an extra turn on the Shagohod, lost like 6 seconds or something, but he played immaculately throughout.
Honestly, it was a really fantastic clean run from Vermillion. Like, there was a few mistakes here and there, but nothing too important. I mean, this is a race, so you know everything can happen. It was a really fantastic run for Vermillion.
Like I say, I forgot he could play. I forgot he could play this game.
Yeah.
He's good at it. It's time for him to come to European Extreme. I'm recruiting him for the European Extreme board.
You want him in your team.
Yeah.
I choose you.
I think Vermillion and House are guilty of running too many games at once. They're always playing, every single Metal Gear game. Vermillion and House play more Metal Gear games than me, and they've been playing it. They've been speedrunning it, for much less time. So,
oh, same as me. They're playing more games than me too. But big GGs to, of course, both Runner but Vermillion, because his run was really clean.
Yeah, it was nice to see. It got me wanting to play again. But time will come up when we hit the final shot on Ocelot, and then we'll go credits and see the IGT, because Vermillion might have a PB. Although I'm not sure what the sitch will be without Low Trick.
So let's see the boss fight from House. For the moment, everything is Yeah, I think he throws the sun too fast. I think.
He's going for a backup loop. This might just work. I think he could have just done like a backup loop and hit her on the ground, but this will work too. I hate when you CQC her close to a tree, it messes with the model. He might have to move round. Yeah, good choice. Good choice to move round before trying to CQC her. Obviously, if you go from the front, she just immediately reverses you.
The fight is done for House.
Yeah, you got a kill, and he's gonna hit the
Don't
Karatan.
forget the Karatan, of course. And yeah, even if it's not over, GG's to both of them.
Yeah, it'll be cursing that he wasn't on load trick, because there's like that's a damn good run. I can never remember the difference between RTA and IGT. Like, it's like Ocelot, it's like 10 minutes, right? I'm sure it's like 10 minutes. Like, from killing the boss, it's 12.
I'm just gonna check for Vermillion's PB.
See, I don't really know. I don't really play this game that often, so I can't just be expected to remember times of things.
His PB is 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 46 seconds. So we'll see.
Welcome in, by the way, How? She cost me 50 grand, buddy.
Yeah, not my evening, I guess. This is the 5th live event I had this month, and I guess I just took a few too many chances.
Yeah, we were discussing that on the stream. We were saying, like, both of you play a lot of Metal Gear games. Vermillion honestly had the game of his life. He made, like, there was like one thing that could be considered a mistake. Like, he lost a few seconds on the Shago Hard. Outside of that, he played immaculately. You played really well as well, but you just lost a few seconds here and there, it carried over.
In a very easy game, it's just important to be as clean as possible. And I had like stupid mistakes. Why did I open that cabinet with Rycroft in there? Like,
honestly, have a look at some of the stuff Vermillion did in this run. Like, his Fury might have been the fastest one I have ever seen.
Dude,
it was nuts.
That is like the best I've ever played this game. Actually, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
GG's.
GG's, man.
You're not on load trick, right?
No, I'm not.
No,
you might be on for a PB anyway. Like,
yeah, I think for sure.
There we go.
I think my PB. I got a PB last week. I mean, this week. It was a 1:14:30.
1:14:30. I think I'm not sure this will be. Why is it after Ocelot? It's like 10 minutes, right?
I think roughly.
I don't remember. I think Major told me it was like 12 and a half minutes after, after you kill the boss.
Yeah, no, it's probably not going to PB, but it would have on load trick.
For sure.
On load trick, probably, yeah. Like, my load remove time is quite well. You see the blue number, that means on my load remove time I did PB. But, whatever. Personally, I think I did play very well with the bosses. Like, the end is something that I always mess up because I'm too fast. Did that one cycle. Fury ran away, but I got him also first try. So I'm happy. It's okay. And Vermillion played the game of his life, so, I mean, who am I to judge? GG's again.
Good things, man. GG's, dude.
I don't think it would be nice feelings to have a sweep, but also for Team Fortune to be going into the next race 4-0 down. You're going to make a big difference for your team there, Vermillion. So really well played.
We need to get this reverse sweep like really badly. It's not looking good.
It's possible. Well, no, we can draw. We can draw on points from this point. We can go 3-3, and then a Sergeant has to get the calculator out and work out the times to see who won.
Crunch the numbers.
Sergeant is in charge of math.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, though, like last time we raced against each other, that was at Lime 2.0. We played Metal Gear sort of 1 PC, easy all bosses. And I played terrible there, like really not up to my standards. And this is just like, this was okay. I'm fine with losing here. So it's 2-0 for you, Vermillion. I gotta get back at you someday.
I'll see you in VE MGS2, dude. We gotta like keep running like different games. You know,
Yeah, all the different games.
Yeah.
I mean, aren't you also in the TTS league?
Oh yeah, I'll see TTS actually. Yeah.
So you see TTS next. All right, let's go.
For sure.
Wonderful.
I don't even know how to play the game yet, but we'll definitely play there for sure. It'll be fun.
This is what I'm saying about both of these two running too many games. They literally just mentioned like 3 games back to back that they're going to race each other in. Well, let me tell you this, Vermillion. You're being recruited for European Extreme MGS3. It's time for you to come play
Step
that.
it up.
I'm ready, man.
I think you got a brain for Metal Gear Solid 3. I actually forgot because I haven't seen you play this game in so long how good you actually are at this game. But yeah, it's time. And
Yeah, I'm excited, man.
You can't just run a ton of games and also do Euro 3. It's got to be that. So just clear your schedule for the next 2 years. Throw away your copies of Smash. Stop watching anime. I don't know what else you're into, but just forget it. It's all European Extreme free from here on out.
Dude, I'm excited, man. It's gonna be fun. I mean, I know up to the pain. That's about it, still. So
there's a bit more after that. So, but yeah. It's a good start.
Mm-hmm.
We'll check out some IGTs, and
sure.
what do you think of the next race coming up? We got Mr. MackMcD versus Il Pazo in MGS2 VE.
Yeah, it's the 1974 versus 2021 match. It's gonna be interesting.
Easy peasy. That's all I'm gonna say.
We'll see.
Listen, I've beat MackMcD, and I still think about how cool I am because I beat MackMcD. That's a nice accolade to have. He ain't easy. He's Team Olga as well, so I'm MackMcD the whole way.
Of course, yeah. Sure.
I'm anti-Team MackMcD right now because Pazzo, we need you to come out and carry this out, please. We got this. I mean, I watched Tanker. Oh, that was a little unfortunate, but okay, we got this.
Someone could pay the prediction as well. That'd be cool. It was Vermillion who won. Because it looks like on the screen that you won, but maybe it doesn't. But the load remover kind of says that you did. But
yeah.
Well, House, I believed in you, and I believed in Team Olga, and I bet 50k, and I still believe in Team Olga.
I still believe in the team, of course.
And it's okay. We win as a team, and we lose as a team. So
exactly.
there's no hard feelings.
Looking back, there's only this. Yeah, looking back, there's only the small things that I'm mad about, and like, whatever. In another evening, in another day, I would not do these mistakes. But this was it. This was the one shot, and that's also why I'm always excited to do races because they're entirely different from anything else I do. No stream, just like that.
Really
participating in speedrun races, it's great.
Yeah, you got to do what I do, get your racing first, and then do hosting and stuff because you don't want to go from hosting to racing. That can add into the mentality as well.
Yeah. I'm not blaming not being warmed up. I had enough time, but on the other side, god damn it, Akuma, just straight 3-0. I didn't have any time.
It's like it's supposed to take a while, but Akuma just said nope.
But then, he talks so much afterwards, so we got the time back. Honestly,
yeah, man. So good. It's all worth it listening to the music in the credits, I think. At least I can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just genuinely curious on your time. This is going to be a really good time, especially considering no load trick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it all comes down to nuance. Outside of what you did, it's just very minor stuff that makes you a little bit faster here, a little bit faster there. The strategy's all there. I never really see you grind out where you just do the same run over and over and over again and wait for that special thing alignment Vermillion. You never really speedrun like that, right?
No, I mean I do that a lot with MGS1 actually, like PCV because a PC easy because it's so fast. But
same.
this game I ran a lot before, so I really remember just a lot of the strategy and everything.
How much did you practice before coming into this?
I did a few runs on the MGSR channel on Thursday. That was about like what I practiced. Like probably like 4 runs, I would say total.
That's sick.
I did like 10, but again, also there was stuff like yesterday I was playing MGS1 PC any percent for Speed Dogs of Fun, any other events. So maybe next time I should focus on only one event and actually full focus on that one.
I recommend it to anyone who's into speedrunning. Just do 1 run at a time. 2 max. 2 is max. More than that, you're crazy.
Not 3, not 3. That's a magic number right there. No, I'm just kidding. All right, here we go. Let's see the time.
Oh,
here we go.
PB.
Oh, I tied it.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh.
GG.
Oh man.
No, still a PB performance in a race is amazing.
Thank you.
With no low trick.
Yeah, no low trick.
I told you you're having a sick game. So what? I mean, I don't like to do. I hate when people do the math where they go, "Oh, if it was low trick, it would have been this."
Yeah.
You don't know. We don't. No one
You don't
knows
know.
it that
That's
well.
true. Yeah, no one knows.
But at the end of the day, you got your load remover there as well, so you know what it was load remover, and maybe one day when the boards change, you'll have this recording of what transpired here today, and maybe that'll be going somewhere else on the board. Who knows? But stellar performance, mate. Really well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Let me see, what was my PB? My PB was a 1:16.28 on low trick.
With low trick?
Yeah, with low trick was my last PB.
Okay.
I have to say though, I also enjoy playing multiple games. I think that's maybe not advantageous, as you said, Apache, in the grand scheme. But I will finally, hopefully soon, do a trilogy run. MGS1, PC all bosses, MGS2, MGS3, back to back. Looking forward to that.
Oh, those are always fun to do.
Oh yeah.
It's funny. I did a quadology run, and MGS4 was like the combined time of the first 3 games almost.
Damn. It's a long run for sure.
It is very long.
I'm gonna come back and take trilogy record at some point. I just have to learn how to play PC. But
What's the record for trilogy? I think
Pazzo's got it. I think Pazzo's got it. It's due for a take-in though.
Not really.
Yeah.
I think I beat his time already. I don't know. Actually, I would have to like look at my time. I've been submitting time. It's actually really bad of me. Like I'm just like too lazy to submit my time, which is bad because like some of my times are really good.
It does help to know a full picture for events and stuff to know where you're up to. You should keep your PBs up to date, but again, you run too many games.
I really do.
True.
I mean, it's just fun because like this community has so many good resources to like get better at these games, and there's like it's just so fun to learn everything about these games. It's a blast.
Yeah, I mean, you get to
here comes the
meet
IGT.
people.
Oh, here we go.
How close am I? Okay. It's exactly 59 seconds slower. But within reach, I think.
It's
about what a low trick's worth, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. I'm happy after all. Gonna crack up a cold one and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
For sure. All right, GG's.
Yeah, you got any final words, Vermillion, for the chat?
I mean, I already know that Fortune's gonna come back, get this reverse 3-0, and we're gonna take it all. So, I mean, I'm not even worried at all. Akuma might have carried earlier, but Akuma can only carry so much.
Fair enough. How's Test? Any final words, mate?
Yeah, it's only over when it's really over. Thanks so much for having me. I'm looking forward to be back again for the TTS League. And of course, stay tuned. See you later.
Thanks very much to the runners. I'm ApacheSmash. I'll be back dead soon. Lucad, thanks for commentating, mate. You anything to say to the chat before we wrap up?
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for watching this amazing run. And I just wanted to do, because I didn't talk for a bit, Vermillion, like your run, dude, like that huge that was insane.
Thank you.
honestly, it was a insane race, really cool to watch, and
I'm looking forward to watch that. Yeah.
I'm very happy to commentate with you, Apache. So yeah, a lot of fun.
It was awesome, mate. All right, see you all after a short intermission. We'll get the next runs ready. Thank you very much for watching. See you soon.
Thank you.
Blessed day. Hi, everybody.
This is Plywood, and he's gone. So anyway, this is the 2021 Summer Relay with Metal Gear Speedrunners. Now we're doing Metal Gear Solid 2 VE. Not just the tanker this time, thankfully. We're going to do the full game with Team Olga, featuring MackMcD, old school runner. I know he's a lot inspiration to a lot of people to run this game, so always nice to see him here. And for Team Fortune, we have Il Pazzo, bit of a newer runner, but when he puts his mind to whatever game he decides to run, he's usually good to go. He finds very interesting strats, so I think that will be helping him think quickly. So we're just going to get ourselves confirmation from the runner, and in the meantime, we were supposed to have Apache, but the man is tired. He needs some sleep. So we have Joseph Joestar. Welcome, sir.
Hey, what's up, Glenn? What's up, everybody? Glad to help in a pinch like this. And Apache is a force of life, but even then, the guy needs some rest. So I'm happy to do some comments for this one and watch some more speedruns.
Alrighty, so it looks like they are good to go. So we're just going to get that going. So I'm going to do the countdown in the backstage. Let the bot do its thing. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and off we go. So we've had the MGS2 VE tanker earlier between Akuma and Tino. So now you kind of get to, I guess, relive some of that magic and also get to see parts of the plant. Also get full representation of Olga and Fortune in a game for once.
Indeed, or at least you're going to get most of a bit of a rerun. Mac is a much older runner. He does what D-Limes likes to call the 1974 strats, and we'll call those out as we see them. There's some older strats, they're great for when you're first starting the game, but if you want to be competitive, these are just a hair slower, but comfortability, I can't argue with it. Mac does what Mac does. Mac's always going to be a tough opponent if you're going to race him in this category, regardless of who you are.
Speaking of 1974 strats, I see Mac is fully embraced it with the trainer mod for MGS2. I just love it when people change their names.
I didn't notice that at first.
I thought you did, because I was just looking at it. Oh, because I was about to say, memes aside, Mac is no slouch at speedrunning. I've raced him before. I think it was probably during the VE tourney that we had probably sometime last year, and he's an old school runner. He had the world record for VE for I don't know how long exactly, but he could definitely surprise you, even with newer developments discovered, turbo being implemented, just all these optimizations people are finding still to this day. So I guess now we're at Olga. Both got
looks like right loop, and oh my gosh, this is tight.
Wow, we are practically synced right now. Let's go.
So the only difference between them now is the fact that at least on stream, Pazzo started first.
Yeah, because
as far as the IGT is concerned, Mac is ahead. But there's a lot of game left. You're looking at about 55 minutes or so minimum for either one of them.
Yeah, I was about to say, even though one may look like they're ahead or slightly behind than the other, we are going to go to the IGT, which is actually one of the caveats of running the PC version of MGS2 Substance, since everything is IGT. Loads are not calculated into that time whatsoever. There's also a lot of useful tools that go with it, like I said, such as the trainer mod, the live split auto splitter. Shout outs to BMN for making that. Plus all these other fancy things you can do.
Well, not to mention you have V's Fix, which gives you modern control support up until, I guess, GOG put out a patch yesterday to add controller support for this game. So that's something that should have been done a long time ago. I have played the original release on PC with mouse and keyboard, and let me tell you, it is a nightmare. Anywho,
I gotta imagine,
onto the engine room.
I don't know if I can ever picture myself running this with mouse and keyboard. I mean, it's maybe I'll leave it to you to describe it. Like I just would assume it's playable, but maybe not desired.
It definitely is not. So anyway, Mac's doing his old 1974 strat where Pazzo's going to go for the alert, skip this cutscene. It's a little bit of time save over Mac there. We'll see. Pazzo, he blew up the tanker!
Oh no!
Pazzo!
Oh no! I see. I made this joke earlier when Tino did this, and now I gotta flip the sign back over of, you know, number of days or I guess hours the tanker hasn't been blown up. I gotta reset it back to 0. Oh man, you hate to see it.
Unfortunately, both times it was Team Fortune that did it. It makes me wonder, is there pressure? Maybe.
Well, but on the other hand, I mean, while it is unfortunate, there's still plenty of game to go. I mean, again, we are going to be seeing the full tanker plant playthrough. There are numerous obstacles besides just, you know, the inner decks and the holds coming up soon, and plus guard rush. Plant has a lot to offer, and also a lot of opportunities to lose that time. So Matt going for the peak shot around the corner. Pazzo playing it safe using a punch-punch-kick buffer as Matt gets underway with guard rush, and he got D Cheetos, I guess is what you guys call it now, with the guard in the back. D Cheetos 13.
I don't know, man. Apache said it, and I'm just like, oh, all right. He's got a name.
Wait,
okay.
Okay. I mean, I thought I was saying something like up to date and current, but if it was just another meme in the making, hey, I'll just keep it going.
A headshot, but this other guard had to tumble out. While on Mac's side of things, he's going with the ladder glitch classic, but we're going left side tanker. No real need to go right side.
Good flick shot on the guy by the projector. Run. Let's see, I imagine Pazzo might do the same. I actually don't know.
I would imagine. I don't.
I mean,
that side is hard. And in a full game, I wouldn't risk it.
No,
he's going to do it.
Oh,
not really.
Oh, he's doing it. Okay, but he's going left.
Okay, he did the magazine variant. That's what it is. Okay.
Oh, he stepped in just a little early.
He was a little bit low on the radar there.
Yeah, so I guess maybe explain a little bit about the magazine method of the ladder glitch, since I'm not as familiar with it.
Oh no! Now he's messed up vanilla ladder glitch.
Uh-oh.
Hang on, he can still fix this.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing, you can get back in bounds or possibly just get to the bottom. Oh, now he's just got to reset it.
Yep, got to reset the hold. The hold strikes again for Team Fortune, unfortunately. Apparently, we're going to make that pun more than once today.
I was about to say, I saw what you did there.
You did it first. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so he's just going to abandon the ladder glitch entirely. I don't blame anyone for going that way. It's the holds are always just the one place you just want to get in and get out and just, you know, have it in the rear view mirror. And I guess maybe a little bit of a hold up. It's like freeze.
It's
maybe just make sure the guy's awake or something.
So Max getting into the plant where we are going to have to, you know, get introduced to the nodes and the radar on the plant and all this and that, but we're not going to use it anyway. So talking about the radar is irrelevant. The more interesting thing is some of the stuff you can do while waiting for this elevator. I'm not sure what Mac's going to opt to do here. I know more modern runners, I know D-Limes likes to go all the way back to the first room, grab the M9 and go back because you can.
Yeah, about and that. I mean, we had like an impromptu race with, I think it was like 4 or 5 runners just before what was the MGS2 VE tourney, and BMN during this race went all the way back to the docks to pick up the M9, and as a matter of fact, you do have the time to pick this up. At the time, we thought he was just... Yeah, because at the time, we thought BMN was just memeing, as sometimes he tends to do. But it is actually a legit thing you can do, since you do have to wait for the elevator. You get the extra ammo for picking it up, which could be beneficial for several things. One could possibly be a non-lethal Fat Man, which I'm not sure if we'll see that today. I mean, then again, you know,
if he's doing 1974 strats, I'm going to go with a probable no. But
Yeah,
he might surprise us. He may have lied to us today and said he's going to do all 1974 strats, and he won't. He might have lied to us. I don't know.
Yeah, so that ammo box right there is where you would normally acquire the M9 if you opt out of it in the docks. But like I said, now you have at least twice the amount of ammo you would normally have. Since guards will still go down in one shot, regardless of where you hit them with the M9. But like I said, it has some extra benefits other than just getting through bomb defusal. But at this point, it's basically a race to strut C to meet up with our friend Stillman.
Peter Stillman's fun. We don't talk.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
We don't talk to him very much, though. We should probably catch up later in the run, don't you think?
Let's see, and then, okay, so Mac is unequipping the M9. It's a little bit of a menuing optimization where if you unequip the M9 just before entering strut B for the first time, it will be in your previous slot by the time you do meet up with Stillman. It's just one of these many optimizations that, especially for this category, it's optimized in just about every way with movement menus, codec answers. I mean, turbo now being a thing. It's absolutely incredible. Just what little things add up for just time saves or even just losing it.
Yeah, and something I'd mentioned in the tanker races was that turbo was great for torture on higher difficulties, but it actually does help you with codecs and cutscenes, and it does save time and all that. But
yeah, because it's mashing torture on Euro on this version of the game is 50 seconds, which for some people might sound like it's I don't want to break my arm for that.
Yeah, myself included. So
yeah, and and it was also possibly just a deterrence for people like wanting to try the difficulty. But turbo is a acceptable standard now for running this game on PC, possibly other platforms as well. I actually don't know. But it does serve a lot of good purposes, especially for going upstairs, which I'm sure was mentioned during the best of 5 between Akuma and Tino. It's just these little optimizations just with going up steps. There's even the dav drop you could do on the tanker if you just get lucky enough, at least for me.
now that you mention it, we have not seen one today. I'm a little upset.
Yeah, I mean, I weep for all those wasted opportunities for dav drops.
On the dav drop. Ah, well.
All right, so
what can
Mac
you
is
do
going
as Mac's doing the clockwise route here.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's going with the traditional clockwise. There is a slightly faster counterclockwise method. It will involve some conveyor belt warping, which is very precise, and you will have to get, I think it's 2 cardboard boxes to make it work.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's like it allows you to defuse the bombs in a different order, but it will place you closer to the elevator at the top of the strut A rooftop by the time you're done. If you're going clockwise like Mac is right now, you just opt out of the box. You don't need it. So I'm interested to see what Pazzo will do when he gets to that point.
I was gonna say, as a newer runner, a lot of times I'll see games that I've ran for a while, and they'll opt to do, the newer strats.
Oh, Pazzo's doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, see, he's going counterclockwise. So this is interesting, and of course, for those watching, it might be hard now to tell who's ahead at some point or another, because what's going to happen is both of these guys are going in different directions now in the plant. Pazzo opting to defuse the bathroom bomb in strut C. MackMcD going for the bomb in strut A at the rooftop. So at some point they'll probably meet up at, I don't know, or actually no, maybe I should even say, because we already had one bout of commentators curse.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so at a glance, it's like, wait a minute, one guy's in one place, one guy's in the other, and might be just scratching your head like, well, who's really ahead? Well, for right now, Mac is ahead, just given that he started the plant first. But then again, we can see a lot of opportunities for some time save. So Mac playing it safe on the EF connecting bridge. I mean, everyone knows that Claymore that there is probably one of the most annoying things I have to put up with, if you're especially trying to get used to it.
That Claymore has caused me so many headaches.
Well, either that or the one on top of Strut A is also like one I'm just terrified of.
Right. So we got Pazzo in the Strut A pump room, and this is where they're apparently going to high five as Mac enters the F8 connecting bridge. There's this little optimization and a bit of an exploit with the coolant. You can stand on this side of the pump, and if you're just
adjusted
the right way, the way Raiden sits, the spray is just enough to defuse that bomb, and you're good to go. You don't have to crawl under the other pipe. And the runners are going to high five here.
Oh, wait for it. Hey!
Alrighty, so Pazzo's going to get the box. I've only seen this strat a couple of times personally, so it's always interesting to watch, and it'll blow your mind.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it a few times, but again, it's just I just don't specifically remember out of the numerous boxes in the game which ones you're getting and which places they'll send you to. So I think it would warp you to Strut B and one to Strut A, which is for like the last bomb. But again, it's just the way of going about it could be a little confusing at first. So now Mac is on his way back to Strut B. Pazzo now making his way into Strut F.
And I do believe they're both running chaffless at the moment as well. Somebody might have picked them up, but they still haven't used them.
Well, see, that's another thing which, once we get there is if you're going to go chaffless, there are some benefits to that as well as some risks, which is probably more in the Shell 2 section of the run. But if you are going to go one set of chaffs, you can opt to pick them up most commonly on the rooftop of Strut A, which has a set of claymores on it that we were talking about.
Yeah, you're pretty much
you
forced
can
to go
go
that way
for
anyway.
Yeah, or you can go for the ones in the BC connected bridge where Mac is right now, but it is a little bit slower. It goes out of your way to pick them up. Ooh, nice claymore pickup by Pazzo.
Indeed, it was very smooth. Very jealous.
Yeah, so that mine will be used later in Shell 1, which, again, I think one, if not both of these guys may go for it. It's just a faster way to get through the B2 floor of Shell 1, which, let's see, Mac is about done with his bomb, getting sense of B. Nice cartwheel.
So he's opting to do the bomb and then grab the sensor. I do believe Limes has timed out that if you grab the sensor, then do the bomb, then come out this door, it's a hair faster.
That's too far. Oh. Yeah, you gotta be really careful on that cartwheel to prone when you defuse that bomb under the Harrier. You could be just out of reach, and it's still, you gotta scooch up a little bit.
That's why I just never did that. I'm just like, no.
Well, I mean, the thing I would run into trouble with is not so much the distance, but just either flubbing the coolant rise or just bumping into the missile, and then I just land even shorter.
He got kicked through the door, I think.
Wait,
interesting.
He did?
I believe he did.
I think he did. Hey, maybe the guy was trying to give him a helping hand there.
Line it up, climb on there, and very nice. Back into stretch.
There he goes. So he did a very precise setup where you want to aim with the camera and you're trying to get right into step up on an angle, because you can climb up on that platform to retrieve the box that's there earlier. But instead, you're trying to clip onto the conveyor belt itself, equip the box, depending on where you're going, and then just basically run up to the, I don't know what you call it, one of the chutes, or just maybe it's one of the chutes of the conveyor system. I don't know.
It's a transfer point. We'll just
transfer point. Yeah,
we'll just call it that because I don't know either.
I mean, I was gonna call it something else, but I mean that's more sophisticated than what I had.
So Mac is done with all of his bombs. By the way, as we awe at Pazzo's teleporting skills, can't forget about Mac over here, who is going into his opposing team's namesake, the fortune fight. Not a lot really to it. It's, set up here, make sure she destroys the forklift, some boxes, and he might go crouch near these barrels, try and get her to shoot those as well. It will save some time on the fight, quote unquote fight.
Yeah, I mean, there are some things you got to do with this. It can be misinterpreted as just an auto scroller with a timer. Just wait it out, and you're on your way. But on VE, there's actually things you could do to lose time, such as being out of position at the wrong time, getting fortune to say extra dialogue, which loses you time. And also that forklift in the middle does need to go, as well as the two golden barrels on the left and right sides of the room. So as you can see, Mac is trying to crouch down to get her to shoot it. It's RNG whether she'll do it or not. Sometimes you get lucky. Okay, like that one. Other times she'll just target you directly and then miss the barrel. Gotta love those.
This barrel is slightly irritating to get her to shoot. But there it goes.
See, I actually thought she was targeting it, but I think she tricked us all.
I don't have the game audio on either. So, meanwhile,
okay, so Mac is
high five again as Pazzo makes his way to the bottom of the strut to defuse his bomb. And we'll get to see what kind of crazy things he came up with. Like I said, Pazzo finds some very interesting strats, and he'll share them with the community, whether they save time or not. Because he does find some really cool stuff.
Okay, so Mac is going for the chaffs on the rooftop. Very nice pickup. That is really hard to do, by the way. It's so easy to trip the claymores that are there.
I hate them claymores, man.
Yeah, tell me about it, and not even just in this game.
This game.
But anyways, so now we got Fat Man coming up, which since both did go for the... Or actually, no, Mac went for the M9 early. I believe Pazzo did not. So this could be an opportunity for Mac to either go for non-lethal Fat Man to perhaps further his lead, or he may just stick with the conventional Fat Man fight and just go with the SOCOM. We shall see.
And there he goes. He got that Claymore this time, which...
Ooh, really nice coolant rise there.
Mac's movement is smooth today. Right now.
All right, so with Fat Man, which we will get to in just a little bit, Pazzo just getting underway with his fortune fight. So I'm gonna take a guess and say Mac's gonna possibly go for it, but unless if he's watching,
he's not.
The other feed, then he may just say to heck with it. I'm just gonna stick with the classics. I mean, it is in his name.
That is something he informed us of prior to you being asked to come in here. He said he wasn't going to watch the race or the other feed. He's just going to be sitting there with his game, his controller, and a beer.
Hey, sometimes it's all you need. So,
conventional.
Okay,
Fat
he
Man.
is going for conventional Fat Man. So that is possibly the smart move to go for it, because
absolutely
the only thing I recall about non-lethal Fat Man is it's a very delicate setup, which has some time saves if done really well, and a lot of time loss if one of the shots doesn't connect, because you're basically trying to get Fat Man to fall a certain way and then spam the M9 shots.
Kind of similarly to how you would spam the Mark 22 in MGS3, shoot, reload, and
yeah, because the manual reload
that's a rhythm
it's
that
tough.
It's tough.
It is,
like even good MGS3 runners, top runners, have struggled with that. It's not an easy rhythm to keep, and I'm not saying it's the same as MGS2. I don't know if that's a fair apples to apples comparison, but it doesn't make
it's
any easier, any harder.
Like that, but it's still very hard to not even just like learn how to do that, but be able to just repeat it in very few seconds that you have, because any one shot that doesn't connect, or you just fumble the equip unequip reload, I mean that's basically a good fight gone. But either way, good Fat Man by MackMcD. Now we're going to Shell 1. So Glenn, did you leave your AKS-74 UN home in the Strut F lower level?
No, it's at work.
Well, I left mine at home, but I heard that on this difficulty on very easy, you can actually go directly to the core without the AK in hand, and some other guard was on break and said, "Hey, I'm just gonna leave my AK here. I'm sure no one's gonna take it, right?"
That was me. Stop taking my stuff.
Wait a minute. I thought I was only being blamed for Scissor 61 here. I had nothing to do with that AKS being in there. But on very easy, you do not have to go to strut F. It is right there, right behind that little partition wall, and voila. Now you're ready to go.
And if I'm remembering correctly, I think it was Mac who originally pointed that out. That just nobody ever bothered to check if there was an AK in the core.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine, how something like that is, just say, oh, hey, by the way, guys, you don't have to go all the way to strut F, like the amount of time that it saves, and even just other things that are discovered.
A minute or so, I want to say, guesstimating.
Okay, so
Depending
Mac
on
is
your console.
opting out of the Claymore strat, which what you could do in here is as soon as you get down to B2, you could plant the Claymore, detonate it with your AK, which puts the floor on alert on purpose. The benefit is it keeps the elevator door open longer, as well as getting some of the guards to move out of the lab, and you could skip that cutscene with the, I think it's the Running Man guard.
Yeah. So if we saw Pazzo do the conveyor belt route, I suspect you might see that from him as well.
I mean, given where he's at in the race right now, I would be surprised if he didn't go for it. So now we're going into the core, and Mac did unequip their uniform, which is, ironically, a very important thing to do in here because the BDU camo sort of lags the game. I mean, even more noticeable on other versions of the game, on consoles, for example. But if you unequip it going into the core, for this difficulty, there's only one guard in here. I guess they just didn't have enough people to staff it. So you're really safe from, being caught in here, even despite the fact that he's right there on the radio. But if you leave the uniform on, which again on PC may be hard to notice, but you do lose some time just for having it equipped in there. Plus other parts of the plant. So he got a northwest aims, which is really unlucky for spawn placement. He could spawn one out of I don't know how many spawns, like 10 or 12 locations in the 4 corners. I'm not sure in the exact number.
Nightmare in Mac northwest, so, but Mac being well enough ahead, I don't think it's going to hurt him too much. Let's see what how Pazzo handles things.
What are you doing? It's like, what? I can't cartwheel in here? Maybe he's just jealous. I don't know. I was just
also
find it
wants
fun
that
killing that
Olympic
guy.
athletic ability.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, maybe that guy just has an issue with guards that are, just,
More fit than
misusing the
him.
elevator. Yeah, they're more fit. Okay, so he did go for the Claymore strat, so you can see he's under evasion. So this is perfectly normal when you do this strat. Okay, so he's going to grab the D mic. Going to go back on the left side. He's going to... Okay, so he's going to do nothing. You can opt to shoot that guy. I think it's just optional. I'm not sure if it saves as much time anymore as I thought it did when I was learning it. So right there you could see the elevator was still left open for him when he came back, so it's just a little bit faster. Okay, so let's see. Matt got northwest, and Pazzo is going to be going into the core, so I'm going to say he gets southeast.
I can agree with that. I was thinking the same thing.
If we see 2 northwest aim spawns, I'm gonna cry.
What's really insane right now is given the strats that Pazzo is doing, we were right. Okay, southeast aims better than Max. So
yeah, look at that. You'd love to see it. So it's a little bit faster.
You love
than
when
Max
commentator's curse is reversed and it's commentator's blessing. It's fine.
I was really hoping that it wouldn't be another this one. I just jinxed it.
The shell connecting bridges here. Cool thing about very easy. Swag shot by Mac. That scares me, honestly.
Oh no!
He blew up the plant bridge. Oh man.
Oh man, were we just talking about commentator's curse?
We were. Mac, that's our bad.
Oh, we're sorry, Mac.
Ah well. He did not go for the swag shot a second time.
Yeah, because I believe you were saying that since we have the use of turbo, you can opt to go for really risky shots, with the aid of turbo, which Enabling turbo with using the PSG-1 just turns it from a semi-auto to a retrofit machine gun. It just spams like crazy.
All right, Harriers are fun.
One,
See how many?
two, three. Oh, we missed the fourth.
Three from Mac. All right, it's not the best start, but Mac's good enough to recover from this.
Yeah, this could present an opportunity for Pazzo to make up some time depending on how his Harrier holds up. See. Ooh,
it's one of those things where I was trying to say was.
Wait, did he only get one dice shot? I missed it. I think he only got one. Yeah, so I mean, every miss that you get on this fight adds up. Exponentially. It's, even though it's on VE, it's such an easy fight to lose time to. Ooh, nice overhead shot.
There he
get
goes.
One more, and there it is.
Mac can recover from a poor start on the Harrier. He's good enough to do that. Pazzo, on the other hand, has some time to catch up now because Mac did have that poor start, so it's not a perfect fight by any means. And two, since he's doing some...
Oh God! Why do people land there still? Jesus.
Hey man, we'll just call it one of them 1974 strats that he's doing, and then we don't have to worry about it as much.
I mean, I know that platform is there for a reason. I know you could reach it, but there's times where I see some people just aim for it, and I'm just saying why. We've had enough people go for a swim.
Well, I was gonna say, Mac doing the cartwheel where he did it on that bridge is terrifying. Because I've seen enough people clip through that railing to know that, yeah, I'm not doing that either.
Okay, so here's Mac using...
It's happened to Raichu.
Yeah, so here's Mac using one of the chaffs that he picked up earlier. It's just going to be bypassing having to shrink this guard that's on the perimeter. It'll disable the ciphers, and I believe he'll use the second one. Getting into Shell 2. Let's see. Pazzo's going for... I didn't see how many connected. I think it was 3.
I think so.
Unless he's going for a 2+6. I didn't see it.
He might. There's a lot of variations to the Harrier.
Okay, he's got another one. Oh, he jetted away before it could connect, but he can get 2 die shot follow-ups if you... what you could do is you can time this cutscene where if you skip it at the right time, and then
he got
follow
one,
up
but
with...
not the second.
Oh,
he shot before he locked on. So now he has to wait to be told to go out in style by Action Grandpa over here. Good. I want to say it's a better fight than Max, but I don't think it's going to make up as much time as he would prefer, but that's okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that'll probably gain him some time back, but wasn't quite the fight I imagined he was trying to go for. And like you said, there's different variations where you can go.
Oh no! I'm like, he's going through the weapon menu. I'm sitting here. I don't like that angle.
Oh no! I was thinking when I saw that, it's like, oh jeez. Man, this is okay. He's got this.
There we go. Okay, much better. Mac grabbing the Nikita. I love how big Raiden's hitbox is. It's just like comically huge.
Man, I just never understand that Nikita pickup, honestly. It's just...
I don't either. But...
it's a thing. I know you could do it, but I've probably had more moments of missing it than actually picking it up and then just deciding, you know what? I'm just gonna, cut corners and just swim, like, right in front of it. Just be on top of it, and that way I can't miss picking it up. And if I do, I don't know, shame on me.
Right. So we have a little Nikita vent maze here. Pretty standard. You got to do this on every difficulty, but the route will change varying difficulties, which is kind of a neat touch.
Yeah, VE just, makes it as straightforward as it could be. On Euro, it's somewhat of a more complicated maze. Plus a different setup because President Johnson will be sleeping on other difficulties. On VEs,
you gotta wake him up, and it's a nightmare because he's sleeping right next to the control panel, and if you blow it up, he dies.
And I say this to I think it's one of the Galukovich guards in, I think it's deck 2, that it takes a lot of talent to be able to sleep while standing up, and turns out President Johnson also is able to do the same. He can just sleep while standing up.
He's the president, man. He'd do what he wants.
And not only that, but he's the president of these great United States. And he's dead.
Oops.
Alright, so, swim glitch. I can imagine both are prepared, but question is, will Mac go for it?
I really don't.
I mean, with the lead he's got right now, I think he could afford to not do it.
He can afford to do it once or twice, and then, not. But depending on how late into the glitch he messes up. But let's see what he decides to do here. I think he's just going to go. Yeah.
And he is going for it. Okay. So what you're trying to do is swim up on this wall on a specific angle, and you want to be able to do this as quickly as possible to make it valuable for attempting it. Looks like he is struggling a little bit.
Getting the angle here.
Oh no! See, yeah, this is what I was concerned about.
This is.
Okay, so I think that was like I think it was like a 4.5 cycle, which is not optimal going for this glitch. Because what will happen is if you go beyond 3 cycles, meaning 3 attempts to get up out of bounds and swim up to the ceiling and then go through the hole in the wall. Beyond 3 attempts, it's not really as beneficial over just swimming normally and then just having to open a hatch. Or I guess a second hatch, rather. When you go through.
Vampa's been killed. I mean, what?
Oh yeah, I missed it. Yeah, it turns out you could just turn on turbo, aim at the pool, and just, I don't know, watch Vamp dance and just disappear.
We all know Vamp likes to dance, especially if you played MGS4.
Oh man, tell me about it.
Oh, he's very good. You should see it.
Alright, so Positive's done with his Prez section. Mac meeting up with Emma, who we have to escort back over to the Strodel oil fence perimeter section, which is then going to be followed up with probably the most dragged out section, which is the sniping.
What do you mean I have an escort mission in my stealth game?
Yeah, who would have guessed, huh?
Metal Gear Solid 3 speedrunners?
I also hear there's a hefty bounty for trying to find a way to either speed or skip the sniping section altogether for anyone that finds it.
There's a bounty for that. There's a it's more specifically a sequence break, and at the moment, if my math is correct, and one of the values is question mark, question mark, question mark. I'm not counting that.
See,
if my math is correct,
swimming normally
$200 before the question mark, question mark, question mark.
Man, so, that's a lot of question
marks. If you got a thing for glitch hunting, and you just so happen to find a sequence break, you can net yourself a couple grand.
I mean, we've had this, huge spur of people being inspired with MGS1 with the boba skip now. Now there's this, D-pad on controller 2 with escape, which I had to see that to believe it.
Which is insane.
I mean,
I'm like, oh, that's not normal. Okay, cool.
So yeah, if you're in the profession or even just the casual trying to find stuff, yeah, we would love to hear about it and maybe some money out there for you.
I think the closest thing we have to a sequence break now is swim glitch. There's not really a sequence. It's just kind of, oh, I'm out of bounds. Let me go to this loading zone.
Oh, I was just reading Tino's comment of saying Raichu will buy you a car if you find a skip.
Just because Raichu's name has the biggest value in the pool doesn't mean anything, but I mean, it probably could net you a car depending on where you live.
Oh yeah, back to this. So with the bugs, we don't have time to spray them away with the coolant spray, so you can just, I don't know, aggressively hug Emma and just drag her across. Conquers her fear of bugs. we get through, everybody wins. And
I mean, if you really want to see everybody win, there's another VOD out there that I'll have to show you later if you didn't watch it, where the community's holding hands at a GDQ in this section.
Oh man. Yeah, just really immersing in the run.
It was a good time.
Okay, so Mac is almost out. There's a thing you could do here which will make this process a little bit faster, which is what we call the Emma bump. It's, to my understanding, 99.9% safe to do it on PC. It is unwise and, very risky to do this on console because you can risk soft locking the game by when you bump Emma through the door, she may not appear on the other side, instead fall through the floor, land in the ocean somewhere, and you're kind of out of luck at that point because then you don't have her key card and can't really continue the game. And I'll say this proudly now, but D-Limes is right. Don't do it on console. It's not worth it. Don't do it.
It's so weird how it's basically free on PC, and I don't get it.
I mean, the only thing I could figure is like,
I've seen it. She goes through the floor, and the runner's just sitting there when they see it in shock because that's a dead run. There's nothing you can do.
Like, the only thing I could figure with, just, I guess, maybe why the PC is more successful than, like, on console is just perhaps the way the game's configured. I mean, PC of this game is already, like, unique in and of itself. So perhaps that has, some value to that, where maybe console just, rolls the dice, whether if it will work or not. I don't know, it's a weird game.
The game is full of many mysteries we have yet to solve.
Alright, so now the sniping section. This is a good time to, shoot some guards, perhaps meme about with the turbo like I tend to do, and I know my fellow memer Tino likes to do with turbo, which, well, I guess I don't know if I want to glorify it, but I call it the Tino eye spam, which you can bound turbo to R1 and see you can see a different perspective of Raiden that may, I don't know, either be in shock or just leave you in terror of what you see.
Can you not add to my nightmare fuel? Thanks.
Oh, too late.
Dang it, Joe.
But basically, it's the beauty of the sniping on VE is you don't have to worry about the claymores on any of the water bridges. The ciphers don't spawn in nearly as often, and there's not as many guards to deal with either. And oh look, there's Snake who can help us. Calls very early on Euro. It's, I don't know, practically don't get any help from him. He just shows up really late and he's like, yeah, I'm here to help. It's like, oh, thanks, Snake. Wait,
the sad
Snake?
part
I thought
is
he was
Snake
Husky.
is a terrible shot. He can only shoot what's in your scope. So if you can't see it, he can't either.
Well, not unless if you shoot at him, and then he'll.
Oh, he can see you.
Yeah, he can see you.
Then he calls you a moron.
It's like, what are you thinking? So once Emma gets up to the first platform of 3, then it's pretty much, I guess, restroom break. Take a breather. Or I guess with Mac, probably just beer time.
I was going to say he might want to get another beer depending on how much he's got left.
Yeah, but once again, if anybody finds a way to speed this up or skip this section, yep, we would love to hear about it. I mean, and believe me, everybody would love to hear about it.
It's crazy. Like we've broken MGS 3 last year, or was it recently with Appel, and he found some skips in MGS 3 that mostly only work on the PS2 version, mind you, but they exist. And then 2 weeks ago we get Boba Skip. So I mean, the series as a whole gets broken and broken and broken, but this game just, for whatever reason, is rock solid for now. Like, even MGS4 has more out of bounds than this game as far as I'm aware, but none of them are particularly useful. MGS5 is a broken mess as long as you run the unpatched version.
Yeah, and Ground Zeroes isn't a broken game either. You know, especially if, at least with some of the things, you know, if you're doing it with or without reflex, or, I don't know, going somewhat out of bounds in an event that you shouldn't be able to. The Jeep launch glitch that I love to do on my streams at times, blowing up vehicles with, I don't know, unexpected results.
I want to try that at some point.
I actually
The,
tried it on
Jeep.
TPP on Steam some time ago, and it doesn't work. Unless
Oh,
if the older version does.
Yeah, I was gonna. We'll talk later about that, but because I'm like, oh, that looks interesting. How does this work?
Oh, I think Mac's trying to tell us something.
Does he say hi?
Almost. I think he ran out of bullets.
It doesn't shock me.
I mean, you know, I'll draw smiley faces. Some people can provide other stuff. Oh, I think he's trying again. Hey, there it is.
Easy.
Oh,
that joke really just does not get old.
Oh man, so if you haven't followed Apache on Twitter, I don't know what you're doing. Just, you know, go ahead and do it. You can also follow him on Twitch as well at ApacheSmash. We love the guy. Just absolutely full of life and just does really creative and sometimes insane things in speedruns. Tuxedo, all camos, blindfolded, MGS3. You know, we love the guy. So follow him on Twitter.
Just, you know, follow him at ApacheSmash on Twitter, but, you know, also follow the MGSR Twitter at MGS Runners. We are knocking on the door of 1,000 on the Twitter, which is a big milestone we wanted to hit really soon. So if you're following us already, thank you. If you're not, what are you doing?
Okay, thank you for blinding us positive by staring at the sun.
I've never looked at the sun. I don't know what you're talking about. I still don't know why my room is completely dark, but I've never looked at the sun.
Okay, Mac is just about to finish up his sniping section, and if you blank, you'll probably miss Vamp. Oh. Okay, I think he was trying to go for the no zoom, and...
I think it almost looked like he was trying to go no zoom headshot, but... Anywho, Vamp is now dead. Crab emoji. I mean, what?
Yeah, I mean, you can zoom in part of the way, all the way, or if you want to be really fast, you can do a no zoom. It's probably one of the most difficult things to do. I just don't seem to have that right D-pad adjustment whenever I try to do it. Some people, I think I remember even one point said you could like tap left on your keyboard arrow and that would do it. But again, my keyboard arrow just gave me the same exact adjustment as the D-pad
I feel like
did.
that's something Platonic said at one point, and
I mean, I was willing to try anything at that point
because
because I was like, you know, someone's got to be figuring out a way to do it, and it was like, you know, there's got to be a method to it. But so now Mac is going back into Shell 1 to start the Arsenal Gear section.
Yo, I love streaking in this game.
Yeah, I heard it was one of the highlights of when this game was coming out, wasn't it?
No, because nobody knew that Raiden existed when this game was coming out. Fun fact, Raiden is one of gaming's best kept secrets.
Metal Gear streaking.
Are they wrong? No.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I recognize this room, Glenn. Are we at Shadow Moses?
Hang on, who turned on MGS1 again?
Okay, it wasn't me. Even if I knew how to do it, it wasn't me.
This looks like a mod. Never mind. It's too good looking. Gotta be a mod.
That or somebody just has a really deep appreciation for the interior decorating of Shadow Moses.
Hey man, you can't beat that gunmetal gray, everything.
I guess when you think about it, there's been, I guess, 4 3 different versions of that room. When you think about it, so you have like original
just 1 Twin Snakes and 2.
and 2. Sadly,
And,
we did
well,
not get it in
if you
4.
believe that the entirety of Shadow Moses Island was cut in MGS4, then you would have 4.
Okay, Pazzo going for... Okay, that's interesting. So I think he just opted out of Turbo, but just zoomed in. It's a little bit slower, but it'll get you what you want.
All right, so this is an important thing to do going into this room. You want to hold select coming into this room. This will allow you to just get past this guard and he won't alert. And that's true for all difficulties. And that's also to get past this guard up here. I don't know why that window would be much tighter if non-existent, but it is what it is, because you just want to get him over so you can come over here, cartwheel over the gap, and continue on.
And
Mac is
it's
good.
a little close on the roll. But you can...
I always get worried on that ledge. I don't care who the runner is. I don't care what their time is or how good they are at the game. I have seen everyone fall through that ledge.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's definitely been moments where you could be on PB world record pace just to have it, lost in Jejunum. Just, getting, falling through the gap. Sometimes you get an alert while trying to do that cartwheel roll into the Tengu guard upstairs.
It can be
which
madness.
Yeah, and sometimes, and it can be very rare, but you can actually cartwheel over, get shot, and still fall straight down. I've seen that happen before, sadly. But thankfully, Mac made it through just fine. While Pazzo goes through his tutorial section of how to resist torture.
It's your friendly reminder once again.
Oh, and he's reminding us to follow ApacheSmash on Twitter.
I already do that.
Meanwhile, Mac is trolling our friend Snake. Oh, and getting kicked. But in this hallway, you do actually have to do something. I mean, just swing the sword at least once and be on this upper half section of the hallway. It starts I'm trying to remember. I think it's 45 seconds you have to wait.
Something like that. I know it's less than a minute.
Yeah, so like it's just a 45-second timer, which gives you time to say, hey, here's a blade. Here's how to use it. But you can lose time if you don't swing the weapon or if you stay on the other side of the hallway without going back. I've actually done that before, just messing about. So don't do that.
So before Mac gets into Tengu 1 here, one little fun fact I wanted to point out before we do this is back on the keyboard and mouse days, you want to know how you controlled the sword?
How?
The mouse. As far as I can remember, it is the only control for the mouse.
Man, somehow I shudder at the thought of that because,
anyway, here's a clip. Oh, what? No, wait. Mac, what are you doing? Come on. Doors are a suggestion. So the way that works is since the loading trigger for that door, and it's true for other doors in Shell 1 as well, the loading zone for that door is close enough to the point where if Raiden punch kicks, and you play with the camera in a funny way, in this case you let go of first person view when Raiden turns to kick, his hitbox is big enough to go through that door. And we don't even have to worry about Tengu fight. Tengu 2, on the other hand, is a lot more straightforward. Just set up in your position, fire some missiles. It's pretty straightforward, pretty boring.
Yeah, I believe Mac is doing what we call the Bestwick setup, which is being on this angle. You can opt to just go right in the middle from where you start and aim straight up. I believe the benefit is like you get a better missile trajectory for the Stinger, which could give you a higher success rate of taking out these Tengus as they spawn. It is imperative to get these guys as soon as they appear. Sometimes they can just have iframes for a fraction of a second and still hop over the railing. Other times, Snake can be the culprit and fail to kill his guys fast enough and just kind of leaves you hanging. But nicely done by Mac.
At least Snake is the legendary soldier we hear about on VE. For Mac, anyway. Because on Euro, he's... at least in my experience, he can be pretty useless.
You know, I think there was a race we had one time, I believe it was on Extreme between... I think it was Plywood and Platonic. And they both had Snake die in Tengu too, just from like the same thing. He would get hung up on a blade Tengu and just wouldn't be able to fire or punch back and just get lit up. And it's just, you never know what to expect at this game sometimes. But I just remember seeing that. It was like, man, how unlucky can people be, let alone both runners on the same race? You know, so thankfully on VE, you get a little bit of a, I guess, sigh of relief that Snake just won't get, you know, killed as easily.
If he dies on VE, then you know. If that were to happen to me on VE, I think I would just close the game and not play it again.
I wouldn't blame you or anyone for feeling that way. So now we got Rays, which on other difficulties could be quite the challenge, if not nerve-wracking. But on VE, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Hopefully, just aim at the first one.
There we go. Second try, Tengu 1 for Pazzo.
Okay, then
and Rays are dead.
Stage, and Rays are dead. The amount of rays you have to take out varies by difficulty, so you only have to take out 3, and it does a ton of damage when their mouths are open, even more so on VE. While Pazzo gets... Ooh! Wow, I don't know if you saw that.
Pazzo's got some crazy shots going on.
Yeah, that Blade Tengu came right up as he was firing, and I thought it was pretty neat.
I'm surprised he didn't hit himself.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Honestly.
Also, the beauty of VE on the torture segment here, it's only up to, I think it's 15 seconds, or maybe it's 10. I forget, because I know the maximum...
And the rate you need to mash is... A child could do it, I think, so...
Let's see, I'm just looking at one of the comments. I believe on Euro it's... You have to take out 20 rays, but some of the damage could be spread across 1 or 2 rays. Like, you have to get the damage equivalency done of taking out 20 rays, but some could be spread out.
20 rays on Euro is... It's a challenge, and watching it is a sight to behold. So, you know...
You know, they say that...
a lot of work in your rays, so...
You know, they say that this part of Arsenal Gear with the rays is D-Limes' second home.
He loves this boss fight.
Yeah, I mean, he taught me how to do the rays on Euro when I just, you know, was trying to wing it back in the day, and I don't know, even then I'm still just amazed at, like, how good at rays he is. Oh, he got the longer zip with Solidus. If you're quick enough and you're on the opposite side of the roof here, Solidus will just zip to, I don't know, a short distance, but if you don't get there quite fast enough, you'll just go across the roof, which may look cool, but it just loses you a little bit of time.
Solidus is pretty straightforward. There's no...
no people's elbow for Mac.
Yeah, he's got one more chance. Oh.
Let's see. Come on, people's elbow. Oh. No, just Solidus trolling. Okay, and I believe that's time for Mac.
Yep.
We will be going to IGT, I imagine. Even though, given, you know, Mac is still fairly far ahead, but, you know, Paz will just be coming up to Solidus in just a little bit. Okay, and... Oh, okay, so I guess he shot the rays out in a different order, but now he's got the third one.
Whatever works.
All right, so you know, GG's to MackMcD as we wait for his score screen along with Pazzo's once he is just about to be done.
Got that glorious shot of Metal Gear Ray available to us. Pazzo opting not to mash. You don't have to on VE. Solidus just cannot kill you in time, so... Alright, so dialogue. I would read you the dialogue, but I don't read French. Oh well.
I mean, even when it's in English, I still barely see it. It just goes by so fast.
It's plot. This is a speedrunning channel. We're not here for the plot.
I mean, the only thing I remember, wholeheartedly is probably one of my favorite codecs, and maybe you know this one too, Glenn. But it's I think it goes something like, "I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm from Flapjaw Space with a tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carry Rock." And how does it end again?
I need scissors. 61.
Okay, I don't remember there actually being like a scissor sound effect, but I'll go with that.
You can't have these ones. Alright, so Pazzo getting into phase 2 of Solidus. Let's see if we can get some people's elbows. Not that time.
Alright, so he does a zip and another blade combo.
So,
Solidus is just in a mood today.
Here. There's one. That's what you want him to do. You want him to just chuck the people's elbow
And
at
that
you.
is
Time for
RTA time for Pazzo, as we just chill for the score screen for probably like another 9-10ish minutes. So I guess we can probably have either one of these guys hop in for some post-run interview if they choose to. Otherwise, we can just continue to riff.
See if they are ready to go. Hello, Mac.
Hello, Glenn.
GG's.
Thank
Hey,
you.
congrats, dude.
Thanks, Joe. I am a golden god. It's not true. It's not
This
true.
man, he claims all 1974 strats, but I could swear I saw some new stuff out of you.
What did you see? Like what? I did a little bit of. I did one stair glide at the very end. It's the only one I ever do. Yeah. What else did I do?
Let me get back to you on that.
Yeah,
I don't write stuff down.
There's some stuff that was a little bit newer, I suppose. Like
some stuff that
was a little bit. I don't know what else to call it, but like first frame roll up the stairs coming up towards the Harrier rooftop thing. I don't play this game anymore. I don't know what the names of these places are. Rooftop thing. I don't play. Like there's a couple of things that I've done that are new-ish. Probably not full on 1974 strats, but yeah. I mean, Turbo itself isn't 1974, so. Maybe I'm just lying.
No, I mean it's it's a fairly good run. I mean, I know you try to go for some high difficulty stuff, including the swim glitch, which I've been there trying to go for it. It just doesn't seem to want to cooperate at times.
Yeah, I mean my swim glitch was not great, but I was proud of myself that I didn't bail on it. I was like, I'm holding on to this. I haven't surfaced yet. We're still in it. So
I mean, watching you do it kind of made me flash back to when you and I raced in the the VE tourney, and I believe we both did the swim glitch one after the other. It was like, oh, if you're doing it, I'm coming after you.
Yeah,
hell or high water.
I didn't want that pressure this time, so I intentionally was just like, I'm not gonna watch this. I usually watch the races and have chat open while I do them, but this time I was like, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna look at chat because chat will be like, oh, Mac did blah blah blah. And I just had a beer. I had the game, and I was playing it. And if I did good, I did good. If I didn't, I didn't. So when I got to swim glitch, I was like, well, I guess I'm doing it because I don't know where I'm at. And that's what came out. And that Harrier was so bad, but somehow I feel like I did okay with it. And yeah, then the question was, how many stingers do I have? Because I wasn't paying attention. So I didn't even have a backup for Vamp if I didn't have enough stingers. I guess just try and time them, but I can't remember the last time I've tried to do that. Anyway, that was my run. Patso, how was yours?
Oh, that was the best run I ever made. I am the master of this game, and you can't compete against me. No, just kidding. That was awful. I mean, my tanker was a mess. I blew up the tanker. I got caught twice, I think, in the Marines room. Yeah, that was one of the worst run I ever made, but that's okay. That's a race. That can happen. So
Sometimes that's how it goes.
But your plant seemed pretty well, Pazzo, as far all things considered. Was there anything crazy going through your head that you were like, I need to hit this, or I'm gonna panic, or
no, I mean,
are you just kind of like, as I was saying earlier, you're a quick thinker on your feet. If you mess up, you know what you can do to turn it around and recover it.
yeah, well,
especially in a race situation.
the thing is, as soon as I blew up the tanker, I knew it was over because Mac is better than me on this game, absolutely. But
Well, you say that, but he also turned around later and blew up the shell core connecting bridge.
Oh,
so.
really?
True, I did. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I didn't.
So,
That's the only good thing I made.
You can't look at one mistake and think, oh well, it's over, right? But
especially in a
I
full
get where you're
game
coming
run.
from.
It is not there. I've whiffed a lot of parts of this game, especially in races, a lot of times. Like I've had worse Harriers. I've missed the leap of faith. I've done all kinds of nasty things. What do we call is it the D-Lime special when you fall to your death trying to do the shimmy on strut L perimeter?
Yep.
Or you could pull the Raichu and cartwheel after the leap of faith and clip right through the railing. So I mean, there's a lot of things.
Yeah, there's a lot of things
that can go
can
wrong,
need
and
a
they can go wrong
shitload.
quickly in MGS too.
Pardon my French, but there's a lot of things that can lose a lot of time later on in this run, and I've done probably all of them.
I think the longer you play this game, the more likely that possibility is a guarantee.
Yeah.
Well, then there's the rare occurrence of perhaps maybe a seagull blocking a shot on a cipher, which it's happened to me a couple times.
It's never happened to anyone.
Like it's just insane the number of things that can go wrong in this game. But what matters is how you react to them. What do you do after?
The fun thing when you don't know where you're at in the race is when things like Emma decides to just fall over for literally no reason at the very beginning of the sniping section. It's like, well, is that it? Because that's a 7-second loss. Where am I at? I don't know how that happened. I have no idea why she fell there, but I was like, whatever. Let's keep going.
Yeah, if I can say something, I would like to apologize to Olga team. I know we were on the track to be back in the game, and I screwed up. I'm sorry to the Olga team. No, I mean,
really, at the end of the day, we're all just, racing, games we love, and just, some, good competition. And did you see what his IGT was? I missed it.
Olga, I went Fortune actually. Sorry, Fortune.
I was looking at the wrong screen when I was holding the turbo button for that. I think it was a 104.23.
See what the Twitch clips got to say.
Oh wait,
I'm really bad for that.
You went quick, oh my. That is a 104.23 for Mac. So GG's.
Yeah, that's better than my PB. So anyway, I didn't.
Mine
have
too.
So my PB is a 105. So anyway,
I did a little bit of practice the week leading up to this. I didn't do any like the last several days, but when I did a couple of D-Rust runs, I got as low as a 103.20 something, I think, which surprised even me, considering that's only 20 seconds away from my PB, which I set, 8 months ago or something stupid?
Something like that.
Yeah.
So I guess the whole riding a bike thing lends true, right? I've played this game a lot for a long time, so with a little bit of de-rusting, it doesn't come back.
Frozen credits on your end?
It looks like
Is it your internet? Or
maybe like he tapped out.
Yeah, it looks like he tapped out and the game froze.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. No, you're good. I was like, no.
Just a spooky, yeah.
Yeah, it's because I don't want to see you my in-game time.
I'm sure it's fine.
I had a D-Rust run just before the race, and I was like, okay, I'm consistent on this game. That cannot be awful. And I had a 108. Right now, I think it's going to be even worse.
I don't think so. I don't think
I think you give yourself not enough credit.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, you did quite a lot of hard stuff for plant diffuse that perhaps most runs don't go for, which is conveyor. And plus the warp. So I mean, yeah, the leap of faith and blowing up the tanker. I mean, it's like Max said. I mean, we all probably made those mistakes at one point or another.
And I got caught twice in the marine by the
The
marines.
holds, they get everybody, man. No
God,
one
that's-
is immune to holds.
Yeah, that's every time. I'll be honest, if it makes you feel better, as I was doing holds, that was the sweatiest I got this whole time. Like it's just getting to holds makes me very, very nervous. Like coming out of holds, I'm just like, I don't even know if I want to do this race anymore because I'm stressed out.
See, 107.15, not a
There we
108.
go.
All right, so there you have it, a 104.23, 107.15. Thanks to both of you. I guess any final things before we get the next, if not the last race of the evening?
Follow ApacheSmash on Twitter.
Yeah,
That's it.
An F tanker.
Yeah.
All right, two very notably good things, especially about the tanker. All right, so we will go into intermission to get the next race set up between Plywood and Space Cow and Metal Gear Survive New Game Plus Bad Ending. So don't go nowhere.
All right. And I believe we're alive. Welcome back, everybody, to the next game of the relay. This is the real MGS. You know, everyone knows MGS stands for Metal Gear Survive. Today we have two runners, Space Cow, 2455, and Plywood on teams Olga and Fortune, respectively. I'm Sergeant Silent. I'll be one of your comms, and with me is...
And hello, everyone.
You are... Introduce yourself.
Did I not say my name? Oh, Discronola.
I don't believe so, but hello, Discronola. Welcome.
It's my first time.
Alright. So, we're gonna start, actually... Yeah, so... whenever runners are ready, we'll get a timer started, and then I guess we'll begin explaining. One of the things we can start with is, this game is always online, so both players will be doing New Game Plus, which means they created a second character account. Several things carry over, which we will explain in-game, but for now, they are starting a fresh character on their account. So as soon as runners are ready...
Oh.
Go on.
It's also important that you can't, you shouldn't speedrun the game on certain days because the game goes down for maintenance for about 3 hours. So luckily we don't have that day right now.
Yep. Alright. It looks like both runners are ready. As soon as the countdown begins, we'll be off. Alright. And that looks like we are off to the races. So this is gonna be a nice long one. Survive has, I'd say, an undeserved reputation. This game got a lot of flack, but I believe I'm qualified to be here. I beat this game within the last week and can fairly judge how fun it is. And it is fun. Don't you think it's fun?
I mean, I have 200 hours, so I hope I find it fun.
So right off the bat, the big thing is putting names in, skipping menus. There's going to be a lot of menus, a lot of tutorials. This game throws so many tutorials at you.
Yep.
So optimally knowing when a cutscene starts, when to skip it, when there's a tutorial, doing things like character creator, name entrance, like all of these menus, you can immediately just start losing time if you're not aware. Like, the character creator menu, you can actually skip that while the screen is still black. But messing that up will get you stuck in a menu and you just lose even more time. So
a big part of learning how to optimize this game is just dealing with the many, many menus it throws at you.
Yep. I believe, how long before you see your first tutorial? It's like 5 seconds in and the game teaches you.
Yep.
So. Also, both runners are on PC. This game is always online, but PC has the best loads, as well as the best community, because one of the things about New Game Plus in an always online game is your equipment carries over and it's saved to like a global profile. So we're gonna see it later, but these two are gonna have some pretty OP equipment. But for now, we're in the tutorial. You see a couple stats on screen. The two big important things are the orange bar, which is HP. If that ever hits 0, we're in a tight spot. Probably not going to be very happy. The other one below it is the stamina. Now, stamina in this game has 2 levels. It has above 900 and it has under 900. So what we want to do is we want to make sure to never let that drop below 900. Unless we're about to dive into a cutscene, as you saw Plywood do there. Because that makes you stagger, walk slow, and overall makes the game a slower experience. As you can see here, Space Cow got a little too low. But yeah, most of this is just the tutorial. We're just running through. Turns out our weapon didn't quite work, and then we got attacked by wanderers. We cannot call them zombies. This is another tutorial where they teach you how to craft a weapon, but if you're actually fast enough, you could get to the table and craft the first weapon of the game immediately, and that will skip the game ever actually telling you how to do it, which saves just a little bit of time.
This game loves to give you lots and lots of tutorials all the time.
All the time. Like, look at that. You have to count each one of those boxes. Click, click, click. And then you have to hold to skip. So you can't just mash to skip tutorials. So both of them are going to purposely punch this wanderer to stagger him and give them enough time to open this door. One of the big things in this game is we're going to hope for no hit stagger. If these runners get hit by a wanderer, that can literally one hit can be the end of any form of good pace they have. We'll talk about it later, but basically if you get hit, lots of bad things can happen.
Yeah, even in the high level post game of this game, just being hit by a few wanderers can pretty much kill you.
Dang, they activated that cutscene neck and neck. This is tight. We have a long run ahead of us, and don't tell anyone, but there might be an auto-scroller or two in this game.
Just a few.
Just a few.
I sure hope there isn't one that's 15 minutes.
That would be a real shame. Or 30 minutes. That would be awful. So, one thing you'll notice is they are playing on Japanese. That's not super important right now, but it's the same reason any typical RPG is faster in Japanese. Voice dialogue is gonna save a little bit of time later. There's no other real reason other than the game sounds better in Japanese. You don't want to listen to some of these voice actors in English. It's a bit annoying.
Agree to disagree.
That's fair. That's fair. I didn't mind English, but I was watching Plywood, and that was his opinion on the matter.
Oh, very fair. Like,
especially
some
Virgil.
of the voices do drone on.
He did not like Virgil in English. We have not. Oh yeah, we have met Virgil, haven't we? So, a lot of this game at this point is right now they're learning how to do menus, they're learning how to set up their base, they're learning how to do a lot of stuff. So they're basically doing tutorials right now. Virgil's like, hey, did you know that to survive, you need food and water? Also, here's how you use your map. But anyway, back to staying alive. So they have to hit all these triggers and do all these things. Because this is New Game Plus, they are able to carry equipment over. So I believe both of them have already hit their loadout and copied it to this character. What that does is it gives them the essentials like weapons, armor, gear, food, and water. And we will be seeing food and water quite often this run because if either runner forgets it, not only will they move slower, have less stamina, have less health, but it could literally kill them on the spot. Shouldn't happen. It takes a long time.
I don't think I've seen anyone actually die to hunger or thirst in this game.
Oh, you should have watched my stream day one.
Oh.
I was testing how long it takes, and it just kills you. So yeah, right there is their first, tutorial. They got to get through. Okay, now they're doing the loadout. So you got to get through that before you could equip your loadout. So the first tutorial is after you do all the menus to go get food and water. But if you equip them here, the game just goes, oh, you must have already done it. And it just skips that tutorial. And there's going to be a few of those little teeny time saves that just, it saves one or two menus, but you see how long those tutorials get through. Oh, I see our friend Plywood is opting for, is that orange box? And Space Cow is opting for the cat. So this is no longer Team Olga versus Team Fortune. This is Team Cat versus Team Orange Box. We're gonna have to accept that.
Well, I think personally I'm going with the cat.
Cat, I respect that. Cat is everyone's favorite, but I think I'm gonna have to side with Team Orange Box here. So you saw Plywood take a shot right there, followed by Space Cow. The reason they do that is because the enemies in this game, called Wanderers, are attracted a little bit to sight, but mostly to sound. So by taking a shot right off the bat, all the Wanderers in this area, which are supposed to come out, surprise you, and attack you, instead look towards the shot, and that lets you run through all of them for free and grab the memory board. And then the cool thing about this category is that we have a menu exclusive to this category where you can just teleport straight back to your base. That saves. You have an estimate on how long that saves, Robin? Because that's a lot of time.
I would have absolutely no idea, but I imagine it's a lot.
I think new game is like 3.5 hours on PS4 or something. Don't quote me on that, but
It's been a very long time since anyone has run New Game.
yeah. So right now the main point is they're going to collect memory boards, which are basically like puzzle pieces required to continue the game. They're also going to collect a key item here called the air tank. If you don't know, an air tank is required to survive, and this game features the dust. And what happens if you go into the dust without an air tank on? We like to call it drowning, and it's exactly what you think. You will not survive long without an air tank. So this is required. New game good is 3.5 hours. Yeah, so like that's a lot of time saved between having to walk around and make your own stuff.
A lot of this game is just walking around, honestly.
Yeah, or running, technically. You want to run, but again, at 900, you have to stop. So these Wanderers here, completely random. Both of our runners have to react to the pattern they get, and this is not going to be the first time they get this. So you see Space Cow took a slightly different path. And then you need to take these two Wanderers on the roof, and it's very important that you unlock this door and then walk into this room. If you run, running is much louder than walking, and that will get all the Wanderers' attention. It will make it so that you can't interact with this memory board, because if you're in a combat state, you can't trigger these story cutscenes. And all in all, you're gonna be real sad. So you need to know these things. Where are Wanderers? Where are their audio cues? Things like that. So, Robin, would you like to tell us why we're crafting the wormhole before we craft the air tank?
Well, I think it just like due to the way Virgil talks, I'm pretty sure it just skips some of the mandatory dialogue you're forced to listen to.
Not only that, it also skips an entire tutorial set because the way this game works, you're not supposed to have both memory boards at once. You're supposed to get one, go back and get another one. Because we like overflowed and got them both, the game gets confused and just goes, "Oh, okay, here's this one." And we'll just forget the other one entirely because you already have it, so we must have done it. We're going to see that a lot.
I feel like it's important to mention, well, not really important, but it's a fun little fact anyway. Even though the positions of the Wanderers around that memory board area are randomized with each time you play, I'm pretty sure with tests that I've done that the amount of Wanderers that spawn is always, I think it's 38, 39.
Dang. Science. That is cool to know, though, that it's a fixed number, it's just positions random.
Yeah, I've checked, it's 39.
So, a couple things to note here. We're in the dust. This introduces a few new mechanics. The big ones are that our stamina runs twice as fast in the dust when we're just running. And we get introduced to a new mechanic called O2. You'll see a percentage above the health bar that says O2 100 or It ticks down at a fixed rate, faster depending on if you're running a lot. The important thing is we can refill that, but if it hits 0, our HP starts dropping really quickly. So that is another stat we have to be constantly wary of out here in the dust. So at this point, we are heading to our first transporter defense. Would you like to explain the transporter defense?
So basically, out in the map across Survive, you have transporters that you can activate within about 30 seconds to a few minutes, and they will allow you to walk back and forth from that transporter to base camp.
Right. So the way the defense works in general is transporters are loud. At this point, I think it's well known, making noise means wanderers. So if this were a new game, both of our runners would have to have spent a lot of time preparing. They'd have very little resources here. They might not know where these wanderers are coming from. This is New Game Plus. We have the best weapons we can possibly carry. We have some of the best gear, and we know where they're all going to spawn. So we're just going to go out, and you said... How many wanderers spawn on this? Like 32? Or was that the other thing earlier?
That was another area. I actually haven't tested this area yet because I imagine there's a lot more.
Yeah, but it's definitely scripted. Like, there's the same amount of wanderers. They always come from the same spot, and you see Plywood here abusing the fact this game is in the Fox engine. You can do some pretty funny stuff, like climb up cliffs. During this downtime, it might not look like downtime, but we're in an auto-scroller. There's really nothing we can do. We're gonna go up and break our first instance of Cuban, or Kuban, energy. And that's required because one of the downsides to New Game Plus, even though it's New Game Plus, is it's a fresh profile, which means we are level 1, and you need Kuban to level up. So we're gonna, during all this downtime, kill as many wanderers as we can, collect as many crystals as we can, and try not to collect anything else. We don't want any stray hedgehogs or mice or anything like that, because anything we pick up we have to drop unless it is energy. And the reason for that is because the reason we kill the wanderers now and not outside of this is because during this state, wanderers actually disappear completely on their own. They don't disappear outside of these defenses, so we have to actually manually drain them or collect them if we don't do it during this. But this is essentially free energy for us.
Yeah, if you kill wanderers outside of wormhole defense missions, you have to manually collect the Kuban energy from them, and it takes a very long time.
So right there, you'll notice that Plywood started eating and then returned to base. The couple things that happen right there are the runners are timing their food as optimally to 0 because food buffs only last a fixed duration. So it's very important to keep those durations up as long as possible while simultaneously keeping yourself topped off on food and hunger as long as possible. He ate specifically foods that keep his stamina usage down, make him run faster, and make him run more efficiently. So this will let him sprint significantly more often than if he wasn't using those foods. On top of the fact that some of the foods he ate do both food and water, so 2 birds, 1 stone, less things to worry about. The other thing is, when they turn back to base, it's very important that they see the saving icon appear in the top right first, otherwise they will return to base too early and have to do it again. So coming up, this is our first NPC rescue. We're gonna rescue Miranda. We're gonna do another warning shot, and the reason for that is because there is a lot of wanderers in this pit. The game really throws you to the wolves Like it does not shy away from that. So we're gonna fire a shot, get their attention, pick up Miranda, and just hope that we can get through this door without being beat. Because if either we or Miranda die, it's a restart and we have to go back to base. So we're gonna set Miranda down because not only do you run slower, you consume stamina basically 3 times slower when carrying someone in the dust, and we're just gonna leave her and go activate the transporter because the Wanderers, for some reason, prioritize thing make noise over Miranda, which gives us time to just set up with our explosive arrows. Which, by the way, explosive arrows require that you play this game on co-op to get, so that's fun. These runners have both put a lot of time into pre-setup for this. I don't know if it's as bad as Peace Walker, but Discranola, you could probably lend more credence to how much time it took to even consider setting this up.
Well, as I've said before, I have 200 hours into this game, and I'm only just now considering possibly speedrunning it with the material I have, so...
Yeah. Do you have everything they have in terms of, like, you have your blue shotgun, you have your explosive arrows?
Pretty sure I do, yes.
Yeah, and I have, I think, maybe 50, 60 hours, somewhere between 60 and 80. I do not have that stuff. So there's a 120-hour difference. That should give you an idea of, like, how much prep time could go into this. A cool thing they did there, though, normally when the wormhole transporter goes off, the explosion will stagger you and make you drop anyone you're carrying. But during all the ones we do, we're going to stand behind a wall so that we don't get hit by the explosion. Unfortunately, we can't return to base while carrying someone, so we do have to actually do the wormhole transporters and take them back to base. This is going to be our first level up. Can you explain what the stats we're leveling up do?
Well, basically, so the stats that you're leveling up will basically help with how fast you move, how long you can sprint and stuff like that, which is really important in a speedrun.
Basically, everything we do in this game, it's the minimal amount of stuff the game wants us to do and the maximum of stuff to make us go faster. Yes, if they deplete all of their necessary materials to craft endgame equipment or to fight enemies, Nick, they will indeed have to re-farm anything they spent that they need. And that's actually really important because there are a few items that must be crafted to beat the game. And if you don't have them, you literally cannot finish. So right here,
Plywood's a run killer.
Yeah. So right here, Plywood's doing a strat. He took the safe option for it. Our runners put a fence down to climb onto an APC, which let them enter this ruin backwards, completely unintentional. And then this strat was found by Metza. They're going to get this new enemy here called a bomber to explode, and it's between its explosion and the C4 we chucked, it's going to blow this door off so we don't have to unlock it, and that's going to save a ton of time and let us just go straight in. So there is a faster way to do that. You can actually dive over the explosion, but it looks like both of our runners opted to play it safe and just let the bomber do its thing.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a few runs completely die to that trick.
Yeah, it's hard, but it saves enough time that at top level, it's definitely worth going for. By the way, if you want to be a top level speedrunner, once this game's servers go down, it's done. So get this game. I do honestly recommend it. It's very good. And give it a try. Now's the time.
Yep. I believe at the moment it's about $7 on Humble Bundle, so if that's money you're comfortable spending on a game like this, then I'd say give it a shot.
Like I said, this game has an undue reputation. It is a Metal Gear. That's gonna hurt some people, but it is a Metal Gear. And it is fun. It is really fun. You might not want to put the time in for a speedrun. I respect that. But it's worth a play casually. Lots of running. Running is our favorite thing in this game, except for the few times we don't run. But we're always running. So this thing right here is why we created the wormhole. I think that's the only time you use it. You can't climb over those. And this is a new toy called the Digger. Digger is our favorite thing. Totally not sarcastic, right? Don't you love the Digger?
I sure do.
What a wonderful addition to this game. So we're gonna have a lot of downtime during this. TLD on what's happening is we're trapped in this land. We want to go home. To do that, we need to get this thing called the Digger. Oh, Plywood is changing hats. He's going Kuma style. I like it. So Plywood's doing a small menu here. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know the specifics of this menu. I know he's swapping explosives out. Do you know the specifics of these menus they're doing here?
No, sorry. I wish I did.
You're fine. So there is a few things to do. As you can see, we're on a 7.5 minute auto scroller here. Later in the game, to progress, we're going to have to build a mandatory barricade around our base, and the game is nice enough to put a bunch of debris in our way. So we have this really OP item called grenades, and we're going to take advantage of that by throwing them at this rubble. Each of these takes a specific amount, and that's going to blow the rubble up ahead of time, so we spend less time removing it ourselves. Do you remember earlier how I said that during these defenses, the Wanderers disappear on their own? Well, the cool thing about that is now that we have arrows, arrows are by far the best weapon in the game because arrows are recoverable. And as long as your arrow hits, and sometimes even if it doesn't, you can find that arrow and pick it back up. So with optimal shooting, you have near infinite ammunition. And there's really no reason to be super concerned about this. The Wanderers at this point, they're not too tough. They will be later, but right now it's not too tough. And I mean, you have a lot of time to just chill, take these guys out. This is a good time to do all of your menus, like equip your healing items. Plywood equipped a few there, and that is in case we get hurt. Now's actually a good time to explain what those healing items do and why we have them, if you don't mind.
Oh, that's fun. So the main thing you want to carry is an item that will cure bleeding, because bleeding is absolutely one of the worst stats you can get in this game. It completely stops all health recovery. So if you don't have something that cures that on hand while you're doing a speedrun, it becomes a lot harder if you're on low health.
Yeah. There's a few other things, like we'll see some runners take some dangerous jumps and they can break their leg. Literally. We do not want to see that, but they are carrying that around because you move very slow if you break your leg. So it's very important we watch out for that.
It's like real life.
Yeah, you break your leg. Saying break a leg is actually a really bad thing to say to a survivor runner because you're asking them to have a bad time. this is the struggle of survive. I'm gonna openly acknowledge it, guys. There's a few of these. So whenever you see a timer show up on screen, feel free to ask questions. We're gonna be open to engaging whatever, as long as it's appropriate. Because honestly, what else are we gonna do? Tell you about what's next when it's just gonna happen anyway?
Basically, you realize pretty much instantly that the wormhole digger is just an auto-scroller machine.
Yep. I won't tell anyone how many of these they are. I will let you guys sit on the edge of your seat and be ready for the next one to show up. But I will promise you one thing. There's always another one. Always. Let's see, where are we? Ah, I see what's next. Awesome. So Plywood here, having a little fun, doing some emotes and stuff, because just like us commentators, he doesn't really have much to do himself. Just sit here, take these guys out. He has another 2 minutes to chill. Something Space Cow's doing is Space Cow is using his AR. There's a couple things to consider when doing that. First off, you have to have the ammunition, which these runners, they could push one button and quick resupply all ammunition. But the other thing is that weapons like ARs, blue might be better for this, but I know in mine, I only have a green AR. Every shot consumes 1% weapon durability, pretty much. And weapon durability is something you have to constantly watch out for. If your weapon hits 0, I don't think it breaks, but it essentially becomes literally useless. And that's
if it
go on.
I believe if it goes under like a 40%, it also starts losing like most of the damage it does as well. So that's bad as well.
Yeah, so if you see, I think it's an orange number pop up on either of the weapons, you'll know the runner forgot to repair or used it a little too much, and they might have to go, and swap to a backup. But the bow's a very nice backup. The AR is just a little quicker, so it's really personal preference based on what ammunition you have, what range you want, things like that. And again,
like
go on.
With the bow, it also helps that you can just pick up the ammo after you use it.
Mm-hmm. So you see right there, both of them just repaired all their gear. They have the downtime to do it. So they're gonna do it, and they're gonna specifically stand here so they don't get affected by the blast. And as before, they're gonna consume their food. Oh, a good thing we can talk about. Food can spoil at literally any moment. Any moment, as far as I'm concerned. We are currently testing if that's actually true or not. But they could literally open their inventory and all of their food is spoiled. Extremely unlikely. If it happens... Oh no, so it looks like Plywood got a glitch in the game. Do you actually know how this glitch works, Discranola? The food disappearing glitch?
I believe it has something to do with how you equip loadouts, which is why I mostly avoid them.
Yeah, so unfortunately, sometimes your good food and I think water can disappear. It's just a bug in the game. It appears Plywood suffers from it. He's just gonna have to live with that. He can't farm new stuff now. He might be able to pick some more stuff out at a later date or at a later time in the run, but for now, he's gonna have to live with it. So this is our first instance to possibly see the Lord of Dust. If we see him, there'll be a lot of thumps and the screen will rock, and then we'll literally just see him. It looks like Plywood got away. I don't believe you can see him anymore. He's typically right after the lake. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. And we'll see if Space Cow gets through without him. If not, I don't have to explain anything about him yet. All right. Yeah, it looks like we're both good. So, you thought the base defense was fun? We're doing it again. Now we're digging at a base. Ooh, Plywood has to drink dirty water. That's not good. So, dirty water has a chance to infect you with food poisoning, and we have to take time to cure that if that happens. And you do, unfortunately, have to drink water. So, he will have to bite that bullet at some point. You also see that...
Just really horrible luck to get the food disappearing glitch during a run.
Yeah. So the way these work, this is how online co-op works in this game, essentially. You set the digger down and you start it, and then you just sit here for 3 waves. If you look at the minimap, you can see red lines and arrows. This tells you where during this wave the wanderers will spawn and come in from. Now this is fixed, it's not actually random, so you'll always know which ones will come where and when. The problem is this is long, this is boring, and you have to do this not 1, not 2, but 3 times each digger, which is really fun. There is indeed a rescue mode, but we don't... Rescue mode's another story.
Yep.
Rescue mode speedruns win. Oh god, that
no,
sounds like
thank
it
you.
would be... that sounds like a nightmare, but I'd be down. I'd be down.
I feel like one thing that's important to point out, in the co-op version of this game, when you do these missions, there's lots of little quality of life improvements to make this go a lot quicker. The single player doesn't have any of those, so you just have to suffer through all of it.
Yeah. But again, we're on New Game Plus, so the runners have general strats they use. They'll use lures, they'll use grenades, they'll use fences. This first dig's pretty irrelevant. It's so casual. Plywood is going to literally run to the edge of the mission area and go collect more energy while just chilling, because it doesn't matter to him. And there's the lure strat. I'm starting to lose my voice. This is gonna be a long day. The way lures... Can you explain how lures work? I don't want to kill my voice.
Yeah, so basically lures are a thing you can throw in a certain direction that will draw all nearby wanderers towards its source. And then basically doing that, you can throw a lure and then throw a grenade and wipe out pretty much every single wanderer.
Now, that's actually going to be really dangerous later. That's coming up shortly. We'll explain it when we get there. But those of you who were here last time Survive was on the channel may remember what happened to No Good Citizen. So we're going to hope that does not happen again today. But I believe both our runners are aware of it and will do their best to try to make sure that does not happen. I asked what the backup was for that, and I did not get an answer. Are you aware of what the runners plan to do? I will ask.
I have absolutely no idea, because I'm not sure if there is a backup.
Alright,
There really isn't much to say during the auto scrollers.
No, there's really not. So again, at this time, feel free to ask questions. If you have anything and I've missed it, all right. I got confirmation from Plywood what we're gonna do. Yeah, if you have any questions or anything, feel free to ask them now. Now is the time for us to answer. I believe we're both qualified to answer every question you could possibly ask about this game. Right? Hopefully, definitely. We know everything there is to know. After all, we're part of the, 2% that's actually played and beaten the game. We know. At some point here, remember the oxygen is a thing we do have to worry about. I believe they've refilled it once already, but yeah, watch out for that. What's going on right now? Why is Reeve so cute? I can't answer the Reeve question. He's just built that way, man. He's just built that way.
Yeah.
So what's going on? This is a wave defense. Essentially, we set a device down in order to get a type of energy called iris energy. It's basically Cuban energy, but better, cause reasons. And only the wormhole digger can get it for us. So we have to sit here and harvest that. We have to spend many time just harvesting iris energy because we want to go home,
Yep.
man.
And basically, story-wise, right now, we've tried to get home before. That was what the base defense was, and we got told, "Oh no, we don't have enough. We have to go get iris energy." And you'll get that. We have to get more energy mission like 3 more times because you just keep trying and failing and trying and failing to go home.
We have to get stronger. So Plywood's kind of just memeing right now because he doesn't care. He has all the time in the world. Really, there's no threat of the digger actually being destroyed here, but it's better to just take it out. I did not know there was planned PvP for this game, actually, Tron. That's a pretty cool concept. PvP seems like it would be funny and crazy. So you'll notice that Wanderer has a skull. We are farming to get enough Cuban to reach certain levels. There is variance in that. The game expects you to be a certain level, and if you're not, it doesn't care. It will just throw, as you see, I think there's 6, and these are like level 10, 11 Wanderers. If they get hit by a level 11 Wanderer, I don't know if we've said it yet. Getting hit has like, I don't know, you could ballpark this, Robin. 50% chance of inflicting a random injury on you. On top of the fact that it stuns you, knocks you down, probably gets you chain hit by the entire group, and if it's level 11, if it's like 4 levels higher than you, it's probably gonna do a good 20% of your HP, and it might literally kill you and your run. So
Yeah.
getting hit, bad.
There's just been some times where I've been hit by a Wanderer, and I swear it's gone from like 50% chance to 100 with how many times I get a status.
Have you ever been hit and you check and you're like, suddenly you have lacerations, bruised, and bleeding? It's like, I got hit once. How do I have 3 conditions all at the same time?
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, so each of those does a different thing. We don't really care about lacerations with a rare exception. Bruised is annoying, needs fixed, and we don't care about lacerations or bleeding. We care more about, but mostly later in the game. Bruised is the big one, where that's the one that can commonly happen that we need to be very careful about. Right there, Space Cow did a stealth kill. I'm not gonna get into the specifics of like what enemies do what, because every enemy does different things, but basically stealth kill means the bomber won't explode, and it's faster and more, not faster, but it's less ammo consuming than actually trying to take out a bomber with arrow and bullets, because you have to, bombers are only vulnerable on their legs. So, you know, when you can save ammo, time, and resources by just from behind, you just take the option. It's only really worth it on the big guys. The small guys, it's better. Take them out, you can get your arrows.
You're just
back.
using up too much time.
Yeah. It looks like it's a good thing that Plywood got to keep at least some of his food. It's a shame that one of his 3 foods in his water really disappeared, but again, it looks like he had a soup there, so that's at least good. He can keep his stuff up. All right. That's good. The first wave is, or the first defense is done on Plywood's side. So we're gonna level up again to, I think, 10 here. Oh, Plywood only made it to 5, so that dig was actually even scarier for him. Optimally, you want to be 6. And like I said, I think it's 10 here. No, he goes a little higher than 10.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah. So you see how the ability gets locked. There are like thresholds, so you can only get 1 level until level 5. You could get 2 levels until level 10, 3 levels at 15. The only skills we care about are those ones. So unfortunately, because we're behind this arbitrary lock, we just have to accept it. So we're heading to rescue our friend Chris. But oh, I misspoke about the Lord of Dust. I thought that was earlier. This is the first time we can see the Lord of Dust. I apologize. And right there, Plywood's screen is shaking. There's our big friend, the Lord of Dust. If he steps on you, insta-kill. Game over. It's done. So, because we have a Jeep, we're just gonna completely ignore him. We're gonna drive straight through, call it a day. This thing controls horribly. One wrong tap, and Plywood's gonna go spinning 360, flip off the road, blow up, and end up on the other side of the map. That is not a joke. That will actually happen. See right there? He hit something. He hit something, and it's over. That's a negative. Alright, maybe he won't end up on the other side of the map, but he's not gonna mess up, so we're good. I love the cat. I love how high the cat goes above the Jeep. It looks like the cat's hanging on for dear life.
Yeah. Can I mention a fun fact?
Go for it.
The cat's name is Ricky.
No, I love it. They really are underused. What is there? 1 off-road vehicle and 3 walker gears in the entire game? And like, that's it?
Pretty much.
So, walker gears are really nice. Vehicles have horrible durability and they naturally degrade just for even using them. But walker gears can ram into enemies. They could shoot enemies if you want them to. And they're faster than running or walking. So whenever we have an option for a walker gear, we're going to take it. Which, unfortunately, is not as often as we would like. But this routing, I believe, was added in by Plywood. They used to do this on foot. And he was like, just take the Jeep. And now they take the Jeep. It works. So at this point, this is going to be our second rescue mission. It also introduces a new enemy to us called Watchers. Watchers are kind of a joke. All they do is trigger. They're like this game's equivalent of security cameras. Normally enemies will hear or see you, but if you immediately crouch and walk away, depending on where you are, they'll ignore you. Not Watchers. If a Watcher sees you, it raises the alarm for the whole area. But thankfully, this is a really easy defense. So we're just gonna set Chris down completely safely. Get on this turret, and we're gonna play some. I believe you would call this Puyon because that's the one Konami made. So yeah, we're just gonna have some fun, shooting gallery it up, and big chill on these Watchers here, and the occasional Wanderer that shows up.
I think this is probably the easiest wormhole transporter waiting in the entire game.
That's good.
That's all you have to deal with is bugs.
I was gonna say the later one in with an NPC named Seth isn't too bad, but there's an annoying enemy that can show up there, so I take that back.
Yep.
When he does that, it's
So this is by far the easiest one.
yeah, and it's nice.
Especially since you get a free gun.
You do. It is worth noting this gun has limited ammo, and if you hear the gun start like making a whining sound, it means they're firing it too fast and it's going to overheat. So they're literally semi-autoing a full auto heavy machine gun because it's just the most efficient way to do it.
Yep. The good thing is that barely any enemies spawn in this area, so you don't really have to shoot too much.
So, like before, even though their food and water is pretty good, they're not really concerned about keeping that filled. While it is required, obviously, or you'll die and start suffering, they're more interested in the buffs, and the only time to maintain these buffs without losing time is right then and there at the end of all of these auto scrollers. That's when you do it. That loses no time, and it keeps your buffs and stuff topped up for the maximum amount of time. All right. So, time for the best part of the game. And by that, I mean not the best part. At this point, remember the Lord of Dust from before? Well, he can be back. If we hear stomping, if we see him, we have to take a real awkward line or wait to make sure that we don't get stomped and insta-killed. Because again, if he stomps us, it's going to do a lot of damage, if not outright kill us. Additionally, we have to do this trek on foot. And it's only going to get worse once we get there. Because we are entering Ruins 2. Go, go, go!
So basically, it's possible to dive when the Lord of Dust's foot is about to hit the ground, since it kind of gives you invincibility frames, but it's just not really worth the risk.
Yeah, because if you're close enough that you have to dive, you're close enough to be pretty close to death. And the Lord of... Oh, it's very important that you run like Plywood did there, otherwise you get stuck and have to walk slowly through that ruin. So both of them got good RNG on No Lord of Dust. That let them take a little faster path and is nice. We need to collect this wheelchair part, and you basically just hope that you don't get hit by that wanderer. And now we enter everyone's favorite room, the spider room. There's a pretty difficult jump here to take quickly. Plywood made it first try. Let's see if Space Cow makes it. If they miss it, they fall into what is colloquially known as the spider pit, and that is very dangerous.
They can kill you very, very quickly.
So congrats on Plywood on getting through the spider pit. This is probably the top 3 scares. Unfortunately, Space Cow got grabbed. That's a little bit of time loss. But it looks like it was enough to distract the other wanderer. So small mandatory build segment on Plywood's eyes. He just has to build the expedition tent. Space Cow made it through the spider pit fine. No spiders on stream today. Everyone's safe.
So didn't get grabbed by a spider.
So now I believe this is the longest run in the game. I want everyone to pay attention to while we are running. Well, on a speed run, you're making noise. You want to go fast, and if you're going fast and you fall into that pit, yeah, you're not gonna be happy. So not only is this the longest run, we get some of the best dialogue in the game. So I want everyone to appreciate these subtitles when they kick on. It's good fun. You have anything you'd like to add on this journey?
Well, not related to the speed run, but I first bought this game in 2019, I think, and then I dropped it until last year. And unfortunately, this was the mission that I was stuck on.
Yeah, I can see that. The way these speedrunners approach this, if you've played this game casually, what you're going to see them do is going to be very Monka-esque. especially if it goes wrong. This is probably the scariest mission in the game, because so much can go wrong here. There's actually a bug where if you kill too many wanderers at once during this segment, you can crash your entire game. So both runners, I believe, are prepared to not let that happen. But if they do throw a grenade on accident, it can happen. And again, we're still running. It's a long run. We're gonna do a small skip here. What this is gonna do is it's gonna let us climb up a wall that you're not really meant to climb up. There's some cool Fox engine abuse, and it's you see Plywood here. He's placing the fence, climbing up, and it gets him out of the dust a little quicker, and it gets him closer to his target. So this is Nicholas. I hope you all enjoyed his magazines. So you'll notice right here on this hill, wanderers. Oh, so many. Again, random. There are two approaches here: left approach, right approach. The only thing that matters is the don't get hit approach. If you get hit, remember we're level 10, maybe 11. Some of these wanderers are up to level 24. Very scary, and we went straight for the thing, which means every wanderer we just saw is coming for us. So we're gonna set up 2 fences for protection and a turret, and we're just gonna mow these guys down and hope that the fence on our right protects us long enough. I do see runners. And I hear us. I believe we are back.
Please, please.
Oh, baby. Shoutouts to our tech behind the scenes. Precious Roy, you are the hero we need. We didn't know we needed.
Give me a
Genuinely
countdown.
thought we were just done.
Countdown?
Never mind. We're just starting the timer. All right.
I mean, one like run's already weird enough.
Space don't stop for nothing. So, welcome back. In case you guys are just joining us, survive! Congrats!
Yep.
You want to know what you've missed? This is all you've missed.
Thank God for that.
More running and more base survival. A good thing now, I think due to that confusion, our runners might have lagged a little bit apart, but you can tell how far apart they are. So Plywood roughly has a minute and 20-second lead right now, but that could change later. This is just like a general gauge. Anything could still happen. And yes, that is a cat. What did you say his name was? Henry? No.
Ricky.
Ricky. Yes, that is indeed Ricky the cat. So the only question I will not answer is what happened, because I don't know. What matters is we're here, we're together, we're part of the same community, and we're loving this. Oh no, Plywood almost suffocated. I didn't even notice that. Remember, oxygen's very important. You could see Plywood's stats right now. All of his numbers are orange, which means, according to the game, all of his numbers are concerning. If Plywood had died here, he not only would have failed the dig, he would have failed the chapter, and he would have had to restart this from the beginning. Very scary. So it's a good
might
thing.
as well happen at this point.
They're still close enough that depending on what happens in Africa, this could flip.
Oh, absolutely. Because Africa is... It's definitely when the game throws you to the vultures.
No, you could have just ended it with, Africa is...
Yeah.
That's all you need.
That's all you need to know.
So, if you thought this game was intense, it doesn't look too intense, but I could tell you casually playing this game, it feels intense. Africa is like, all right, here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new enemies for you. Just 5 new enemies. Boom. Like within 5 minutes. And it's, oh my lord, dude. It's
fun.
Oh. For people who hate Mondays. So Mondays is server maintenance day at about, I think it's 2 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, don't run this game on Monday, or it's like Tuesday 1 a.m. Eastern. So yeah, don't run this game then. Back end issues, JJ. It happens. So, we can catch you up. Basically the only thing that really happened when the server went down is they finished the Nick defense, which after about a minute and a half of scary is like 4 minutes of chilling doing nothing because you've killed every enemy. And then you just teleport back to base, drop Nick off. He tells you about how he's happy his magazines are safe. That's totally what happens. We're not watching the cutscenes, don't quote me on that. And then we come back and we start this dig. So when I said you missed nothing, you literally missed nothing.
Yeah, pretty much.
So after that dig, we're on the final step. Plywood has cleared out the last few objects he couldn't blow up because they were just too resource intensive to bother with. He distracted them, or he destructed them, deconstructed.
Enough.
It's, oh my lord. And then he built the final base defense, and now they once again get to do the digger. Did you guys think that last digger was fun? Because guess what? It's digger time. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's digger time, baby.
Oh, I love this game so much.
Have we explained how diggers work yet? Because if not, maybe it's time to explain it again. I don't know. You want to explain it again?
Stuff.
You sit here. Oh, yo, we got the pyramid head. Ew, what?
Nice.
What is that in the back of his? Oh.
Meat.
Meat. Meat. So this menu here is actually important. We are setting a few things up. Because once we finish up this area and head to the next area, which is Africa, we're gonna have access to these facilities if we need them, but we really don't want to need to go back to these facilities. So we're doing all of our pre-set up now to try to do Africa in essentially one giant sitting without ever doing any base visits. So if they do visit base, it's basically because for some reason the game snafu'd their menuing and didn't give them something, which has happened before.
Happens, yeah.
Fixing pacing in this game would be really difficult because you'd essentially be asking Konami to do an entire rewrite unless you wanted them to
I can
shorten.
do that.
Huh?
I can do that.
You want them to rewrite Survive? I mean, I guess they could make the wave defenses shorter and just move enemy locations. Or, I guess change enemy spawn timing. I do think some of these wave defenses go on a little longer than necessary.
Yeah, they get very, very boring.
Like, they're cool the first time, if not a little scary, but once you've done them once, it's like, okay, can we have like a speedrun mode or something? Yeah. On that note, we have something called what is that community? I've never seen that one. But Plywood's been playing this a long time. There is another category called CSND, or Chapter Select No Digs, which basically all of these fun things you see here, the digs, the wormhole generations and stuff, I think this one counts. Cut them all out of the run. We don't have to do any of them. It's less than an hour of run, so that gives you how much time auto scrollers are in this. It's a lot.
Yep.
But yeah, it's, I don't want to say it's a meme category. It's a different category, but it is an option if you guys want to cut out the auto scrollers, and just play, you know, the fun parts.
The good parts of the game.
The other thing about that category is you don't have to start a new character, so you can use your main character. You can use all your OP co-op gear. The problem is if you don't have OP co-op gear, you're not going to be getting a good time in that category, but
Oh well. Just might as well do it.
Oh! Plywood has confirmed you do not actually need to start a new character. It's just, it's faster to start it. Thank you, Plywood.
Oh yeah, because you can use the skill trainer to do chapter replay.
Ah, so you would do it that way. You would do, it's basically would be chapter select with digs, would be New Game Plus that way.
And I don't think you want to do that.
Yeah, because chapter select has notoriously slow loads in this game. Even though these guys are on PC, it's bad enough they don't want to run it. And you can't return to base camp, which means you have to run everywhere, which is extra time, extra routing. All in all, wouldn't be too fun a category. At that point, you might just run new game. But you can do it if you want. Imagine if this is PC and Plywood doesn't want to do it, imagine trying to run this game on PS4. Chapters like with digs.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So it is actually, one of the things that's worth pointing out is when they did their menu, they added in a new primary weapon. This is a blue shotgun. This isn't relevant yet, but there is an enemy coming up that they're going to specifically use that shotgun for. And if they do it right, you won't even know they just killed an enemy. But we'll get there. Just know they have a shotgun in their inventory now. We get them
weapon for later.
We got these emotes. I think Konami should have done a few things with this game. I like the game. It's way too microtransaction heavy. You don't get enough free rewards, in my opinion, to make up for it. Like, yeah, Konami is like, here's a drop of water, my dehydrated soul. They're really mean about it. It costs $10 to buy a second character slot for optimal New Game Plus running. They give you like 20 free SV coins, which is maybe $2 every other day and 40 at the start of a new event. So like, it takes a while if you don't want to just drop the $10 on the game. But if you support the game, you support Konami, like, say it's worth it if the game looks fun. Because it is fun. Just don't know if it's an extra $10 of fun. Not for me.
I've already spent enough money on the game.
Yeah, how many copies do you own?
Only 2 at the moment.
How many have you bought? Sorry, that's a better question.
Oh, that's a good one, actually.
Has to think about
PC. Of course I have to think about it.
Oh, lordy.
I think it's only 4 at the moment, sadly.
Sadly, only 4. Time to buy another copy. I wonder if this game is intense on the PC or not. I have a notoriously bad PC. I wonder if I could run it.
It runs pretty okay.
I'm pretty sure. My PC might struggle to run MGS1 PC.
Oh, well, that's a different story.
So the only real tech here is don't exhaust yourself, and Lord of Dust is gonna try to say hello. At our level in HP, Lord of Dust hello is literally deadly. So as long as we don't say hello back, we're fine. We're just climbing to the top, skipping cutscenes, and carrying our boy Chris. And I like that it looks like we're doing the glitch from Ground Zeroes, the weightless glitch, but I don't think we are. I think we're actually carrying Chris. Do you know?
He's just very small.
He's just very small. It does look like the weightless glitch though. I don't know. Maybe you could do it since it's Fox Engine. But yeah, so with that, we're going to Africa. And by Africa, I mean thing the game completely leaves unnamed. It's basically called Not Home in game. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe the game gives it an actual name.
I think the closest you get is it's called the FOB.
Yeah. I think that's fair. So, see, I've always considered FOB to exclusively be the starting area, just like in Afghanistan, the starting area is called base camp, but I guess it's fair to say the whole area of Afghanistan is base camp. The whole area of Africa is FOB. Can't argue with that.
I mean, you might as well.
Peace Walker main theme, let's go. Plywood knows what's up. That totally isn't random. Okay, so Africa. There's a lot going on in Africa. Remember I said lots of new enemies? Yeah, first one right out the bat, shot it right there. It's called a grabber. It is very important. We do not get seen here. Remember before when I mentioned that you can't interact with memory boards if you have, I'm essentially going to call it an alert? Yeah, that there is a lot of enemies right here, and they're all right next to this memory board, so it's very important we manipulate them so that we can get this memory board. Unfortunately, it looks like someone spotted Plywood. So you can see here, because he got spotted, he now has to essentially go into recovery mode. Ooh, he might have to fight everybody, because the longer he takes to fight people, the more time it takes to recover from this. So he needs to get as many wanderers out as quickly as possible, or this is going to turn into everybody. It looks like he basically has to take everybody out. And this is what I was talking about when the lead can just start flipping here. Because look at Space Cow. He's getting closer and closer and closer and closer. So, like, Plywood just lost... What would you estimate there? Maybe a whole minute on that?
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, and that's... You hate to see that. And what sucks is we're coming up on another point where if he gets spotted, it's very bad, because that new enemy that just got introduced, we have to deal with it again, and we meet another new enemy right after. And the second new enemy, while the first one's just annoying and a time loss, this enemy will jump on you and then kick you while you're down, and he will laugh at you while he does it. I think you might die in probably 2 to 3 hits at this point. But there's a new line found by Space Cow on this approach. We're gonna see if they go for it or not. I think they might. It's about the same time, but if they're more comfortable, then they'll take the old line.
I mean, I think at this point, like, anything goes.
Yeah. So if they take the new line, they're just gonna... Okay, so Plywood's going for it. So this rock here, if he gets the line up, he's just gonna run up it. Now, he's not exactly out of bounds, he's like pseudo out of bounds there. There is an invisible wall that prevents you from actually going out of bounds. But that's a cool little skip, and it makes it so he doesn't have to go through the giant area full of extremely deadly wanderers. So one lure to get the wanderer's attention, and then he's just gonna bypass everything here. Hopefully not get seen. It looks like that wanderer played nice. You cannot open this door because there's a cutscene behind it. If you get seen. So this is our friend Seth. He is a friendly friend and a good ally. He is our best friend and partner. And he would never do anything to betray us. Remember, Seth is friend. Seth is friend, not food or foe. Sorry, what? Alright, this is the second to last transport. No, there's still a few transporters. What am I talking about? So this transporter is fun because not only are there wanderers, the trackers who we were very scared of before will show up again. This is very scary. If plywood gets we're getting stuttering. Hopefully that's fine. If the trackers show up, they can punish us, and we have to deal with the dogs. These random 2 African wild dogs can hit you. So let's hope Space Cow doesn't get hit. Like, they can hit you as you come out of this cutscene, and they can inflict bleeding or laceration on you, and that's just asking for a good time. So far, we have really good RNG in terms of not getting hurt. I don't believe we've seen either of them have to heal, especially during that part when we didn't see stream. Like, not a single heal had to happen, right? I don't believe so. I think we're good. So that's good RNG. Let's see here. All right. New crew member has joined. Who cares
He's
about
friendly.
Big Boss? How would Eva feel about Seth? I don't know how Eva would feel about Seth. That's a tough question. Alright, so you don't actually have to get this transporter, but it's really quick to get it, and it also puts you closer to this next run. So Plywood's doing a little tight dive here. If he messes that up, he can actually break a leg, which is very scary, but thankfully he got it first try, which is good. I mean, you only get one try, there is no first try. So it's good he got that without breaking a leg, and now he can just run. Metal Gear characters ranked by Seth? Seth. They're all just Seth. They're every one of them Seth. I don't think you can argue with that. Would you say Seth is egotistical? I bet you he's egotistical.
Depends on the day.
Depends on the day. On Mondays, he's a bit sad. You can't play with him on Monday.
Yeah.
Something we've not mentioned that's really important. You've noticed the runners haven't used their maps. Oh, that was a tracker. They need to know where they are heading at all times. If they get lost and start wandering around the dust, sometimes it's a time loss. Other times, getting lost in the dust is another way to easily kill your run. So, yeah. Plywood knows this line pretty well, and he's going to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes. Now, we're going to something that you guys might recognize if you're a fan of the Metal Gear series. It's fine if you're not, or if you don't. But yeah, this is gonna be a little cool Easter egg for some of you. But yeah, mostly just, you know, walking in the walker gear, because it's fun. Good map design. You want to go on a rant about teleporter placement in Africa and how awesome Konami was with that map design? Because Ruins 3...
Oh my god.
Ruins 3 would like to have a conversation about maps design.
Oh my god. The fact that there is no transporter near Ruins 3.
And you know what's messed up? Is there's a base next to it where you would put a transporter. It's like they were gonna put one, and then the last second were like, cut it, we can't put it in time.
Just
You
gave
know
up.
exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's
I do.
there. It's like, why? So yeah, this is Sally. We're gonna investigate it. But before we actually do the Sally defense, we're gonna activate this wormhole because it's not too long a defense and it's a good transportation point. As well as it lets us do some quick travel back. I believe if you do Sally first, you also get locked out of this wormhole transporter. I can't guarantee that, but trust me, it's faster to do this transporter first. So here's our next new enemy. These are called mortars. Mortars are really cool, and by that I mean horrible, because they will shoot you with machine guns. They will fire bombs at you, which you could kick back, thankfully, as you see Plywood doing here. They will friendly fire, and on top of the fact that these mortars are so high a level that Plywood would literally get one shot if he ran up to them, they're on a cliff, so he can't even run up to them. And you cannot backstab a mortar if it is already in combat with you. They are completely immune to backstabs once they have entered combat state. Did I mention Africa is really fun? It introduces a lot of fun enemies. The cool thing though is because his bow is blue, weapon damage isn't based off of your level outside of maybe adding a skill pump in to damage. The bow pretty much, ranged weapons pretty much just do flat damage. So having a blue bow here is really nice because he's just guaranteed to do, 3 shots to kill a wanderer of that level, which is really good. Otherwise, he'd be really scared to fight some of these level 28 wanderers and he's level 12. Alright, so we're gonna go back, turn our memory board in, then return and do Sally. So maybe that's why, is because of the order we're doing things in. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know everything about the speedrunner that well. Do you by chance know why, like the actual reason that you do this transporter before Sally?
The actual reason, no, but I imagine it's just for like ease of using it.
Yeah. Plywood might be typing it. It's strictly so we
pretty
can
much what I
teleport
said.
here? Okay, yeah. So, alright. So it was because if you don't do it first, you get locked out of it. Alright. For a while and have to run here. So Plywood has started what is colloquially known as the goat defense. We have 15 minutes. You're supposed to defend Sahelanthropus for 15 minutes so the digger can extract it. In reality, our goal is, you see these little goats here? We have 2 Nubian goat friends. The goats must survive. It is not a valid run if the goats die. That is just a fact in the survive community. So these goats must stay alive. Big sad if they don't.
Yeah, that goes.
He's done it before. I have faith. Alright, and Space Cow is starting his defense now. You can really see they were like 2.5 minutes apart because Plywood got that alert. They're now basically a minute apart. Like, it completely changed the game. And a mistake here, while this defense is not too bad, this defense is pretty easy. With the right setup, like the turret out there, using lures, using grenades. A mistake is basically a 15-minute time loss.
Yeah. And it's just too long.
Yeah, this is an example of what we're talking about. With there's no reason for this defense to be this long. It's one wave, but instead of like 3 5-minute waves, they're like, we're just gonna make it 15 minutes, and you just have to sit here. And it is not likely that on your first time playing this, you prepared for a 15-minute wave defense with your new game gear. So
Yep. When I played the game the first time, this was when I finally had to go and actually play co-op, so I had gear I could actually use.
yeah. The like again, it's not terribly hard, but it is scary because just mortars, man. Mortars. The game, every base defense I think from this point on has mortars, and the game loves its mortars. I cannot overstate how much mortars are not my favorite thing in the game. Hopefully my power doesn't cut out at some point. There's thunder rolling. It loves to do that lately.
I've already had enough technical difficulties.
If I disappear, assume my internet just temporarily cut out, and I will be back. I'll be back before the run ends, probably.
Hopefully.
So, yeah, I mean, again, another great chance to ask questions. In fact, like, kind of encourage them at this point. 12 minutes. I guess what we can do is explain near the end of this. I think we'll explain the Seth fight because we don't have enough time to explain the Seth fight on the Seth fight.
I think so.
But
actually,
yeah,
there was one thing I was thinking about talking about regarding the Seth fight.
Sure.
The casual playthrough of it, not the speedrun version.
Go for it. We have 12 minutes.
So, spoilers, I suppose. Seth becomes a Devastator, which is a type of Wanderer. But he doesn't actually use the Devastator's AI pattern. So, a Devastator is a cross between a mortar and a tracker. When you go to backstab a mortar, we obviously already know by now that they'll stop you from doing that, and the same happens with Seth. Devastators do not do that, and I have absolutely no idea why they made it so Seth can stop you.
My guess would be because he's quote-unquote boss. The devs were like, we can't make this too easy. Imagine if you literally could just stab Seth and be done with the boss fight.
I think it's already too easy.
What do you mean? We haven't seen anything yet. You can't say that.
We've seen it soon enough.
Yep, so Plywood's just stabbing Wanderers here because there's really nothing to do. Yeah, so Devastator, if Robin didn't mention, is co-op only. You only see the quote-unquote one in the story. There's another enemy type that's co-op only called Detonator. Is there only 2 or is there 3 co-op only enemies?
There's XOF gunners.
I have no idea what those are, but that sounds
They
terrifying.
shoot red bullets.
And then there's 2 enemies in this game that there's Big Mouth, Frostbite, some weird elemental garbage, and I think one other enemy that you only see in post-game, so we won't see them here, but this run is maybe 2/3 of the content of this. What would you say this is content-wise in terms of the full game?
I mean, you just get so much more from... So I have absolutely no idea. I think it's good, though, that we don't have to deal with Frost and Big Mouth during the speedrun.
Yeah, Big Mouth %. You have to beat Big Mouth, or all bosses have to beat both
they are
Frostbite and Big Mouth.
They are just like complete damage sponges, even if you're at max level.
The goat's doing us proud. It headbutted a wanderer. Shoutouts to Plywood's goat. In fact, I would say Plywood's goat is the goat. And it looks like Space Cow's goats are also both alive, so shoutouts to these runners doing their best at this defense of the goats. Oh no! I just thought he shot it. That goat was playing with fire there.
Trail.
Look at Plywood standing vigil over those goats. He will not let anything happen to them.
This is the real final boss protecting the goats.
You're not allowed to stab Seth because that would be mean and rude.
True.
Well, that'd be rude. You can't stab Seth. Seth's your ally. Why would you stab your ally?
Would you hurt him? He's been so nice to you.
Seth didn't do anything wrong. The only thing I'm interested in is that all these goats survive. I want to see 4 goats at the end of this. Looks like we have all 4, right?
Hopefully. If not, we gotta restart.
Whole run's over. Restart. Nah, I'll give them. I'll cut up some slack. You just have to restart the Sally defense if you kill a goat. I think that's fair.
So, if you did that, would the goats respawn?
I don't know. If you guys are just joining us and you haven't, and you didn't know, this game is always online, which means everything in the game is based on a server respawn timer. I don't actually.
So you would have to restart the entire thing if a goat died.
I don't know if the goats would respawn or not if you restarted the mission like that. Oh no, that's a horrible thought. Also, Plywood going bird sniping, because birds aren't goats, so that's allowed.
I suppose for the goat thing, there's only one way to find out.
Time to test. Is this chapter... Nice snipe. Is this chapter literally just the Sally defense?
Yep.
Okay, so it wouldn't be too hard to test that. Alright, so we have about 6 minutes left. I guess now we can actually explain what's gonna come up with Seth. So, well, this ticks out and they meme around. We have a wave of Devastators coming up. Devastators. Oh god, that would be terrifying.
I hope there aren't Devastators.
We have a wave of Mortars coming up. Mortars they don't move as well, so you can't really affect Mortars by lures. But mortars are thankfully one-shot by grenades, so we're just gonna walk up to where the mortars spawn and either shoot them or throw a grenade at their feet and laugh because they get one-shot. Grenades literally one-shot everything in this game that is not co-op or a boss monster. In fact, I bet if you're high enough level, you could probably one-shot Big Mouth with a grenade, but don't hold me to that. I don't know if that's true. So what's coming up after this is we're going to get a call from our base, and they're going to say, Captain, come to the FOB. I have something important to tell you. And it turns out, how dare he, Seth did do something wrong. He has taken Chris hostage, and he wants us to come to base alone. And yada yada, story points, play the game.
Lore, whatever.
Yeah, lore, who cares? We're speedrunners. We have to fight Seth. Yo, nice pose. I like it. I like it. And, why am I just doing poses? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, the thing is, with speedruns, I feel bad for Seth because he has like that dramatic moment. He has the transformation, and then you kill him in 3 seconds.
So yeah, that's why we're explaining Seth early, because if the runners do it right, remember that shotgun I mentioned we had in our inventory earlier? So what's gonna happen is Seth has one side armored, one side not armored. Speedrunners are gonna walk to the side that's not armored, kaplow, walk behind him, kaplow, kaplow. He should die. And if we get a crit, he'll die even faster than that. Literally just like 3 shots and it's over. The only mandatory quote unquote boss in the game should die in like 20 seconds, I think's a good ballpark for that fight. What do you think?
It is best.
And they're also gonna do their final level up for the game before Seth. So they're just gonna hop in, get their last level up for movement speed, take Seth out, and then we'll be on to, I think we could call it pretty dang close to the end game. But there's still
pretty
so
much.
much more.
End game of the story.
To not even that, because the Charon Corpse guy, you got to rescue him. You could argue that story. Getting the final memory board for subclasses. There was technically exposition there.
Story that you speedrun.
True. When is all main missions speedrun? You'd have to play
If
that on
anyone's
New
gonna
Game.
run that.
Wouldn't you have to play that on
you
New
would.
Game? Oh my god, that would be awful. Oh. 2 minutes left and the turret's gone.
Are all the
Manners-
goats still alive?
I don't know, let's find out. I think I just saw one on Space Cat. Space Cow. Space Cat. He's confused me with the cat. There's definitely one alive on, I don't know. I see one goat. I'm so lost. It's just been 15 minutes of this.
Feels longer.
You can't use knives against fellow MSF members. I don't think MSF exists anymore, mate. Correct. There is no post-game with the bad ending. Robin, you got a hello from, Paxanthus. There is no post-game with bad ending because bad ending's not candid. The game throws you right back in and makes you get good ending if you choose to continue. So yeah, no story after bad ending. Have we mentioned why we're not doing good ending yet?
It's like an extra 30 minutes.
For one auto-scroller, mind you guys. An extra 30 for one auto-scroller and some story. I'm not even gonna begin to explain the endgame story, like... And don't look up a lore video for this game, because it's not that nobody understands it, it's that nobody understands it.
Nobody understands it more than me.
This game's story is just nonsense at that point, but it's kooky.
It's Metal Gear.
It's Metal Gear.
Oh, thank God, it's nearly over.
In fact, it's over. Yeah, so you can really see how close these guys are now. Like, this is crazy. Alright, so get ready. We're gonna do some final cleanup, level up, and then we're just watch how quickly. Oh yeah, Plywood, if you get a chance, can you let us know, did both goats survive? We would appreciate it. Most likely both of them survived. Same on you. Space Cow is showing us both goats have lived. So Plywood's gonna do is... Yes! He lived! Shoutouts to Space Cow. So here's the final level up to Plywood's going some extra levels. I think that's fair. He went up one extra. Better safe than sorry. And here's the Seth fight I told you about. So get ready for this quick Seth fight. Also,
Boss fight of all time.
the loads between FOB and base camp are atrocious even on PC because you have to load the entire map. I do believe Plywood saved both goats. Unfortunately, I did not notice. Someone will have to check the VOD and give us a goat update if Plywood doesn't know either. So there's shot one. Headshot. Unfortunately, Seth is not giving him great behavior, but he took him down in 3 significant shots, and there you go. That was the boss fight. Seth is dead. Crab emoji. It's Nemesis.
Twice.
Oh god, I think Seth. I think Seth would lose the Nemesis. I think he would. What do you think? You think Seth would win or lose against Nemesis?
I mean, in this situation, does the Nemesis have like a bazooka?
You're right. Nemesis has too many forms anyway. Seth has one.
Yeah.
Oh, Space Cow with the almost perfect Seth fight. That was very clean from Space Cow. Shout outs to that Seth fight. Alright, so there's some cool parkour you can do up these hills. You notice Plywood has the iron watchtower. He's specifically bringing that there are 2 things he can do here. One of them will let him skip rock climbing, but it looks like he just committed to this path and he didn't go for the weird climb skip animation. That's fine. We have them for another reason that lets us do a pretty big skip at Ruins 3, which, mind you, that teleporter we were just at is pretty much the closest one to Ruins 3. Shoutouts to map design. So we have to run through these woods, basically blind, continually watching out for grabbers, which are the small enemies. They're scripted where they are, so we should be fine. Just to get to Ruins 3 and do a skip. Oh, there's Plywood got hit by one. Something we've not pointed out, actually. You'll notice that when the runners get close to 900 stamina, they'll, like, stagger. The reason they do that is because it keeps forward momentum on their character instead of making them slow down or, worse yet, come to a complete stop. And you just do that with you can do it with a few things. Anything that's not a throwable weapon will pretty much work. If you do it with a throwable weapon, you'll chuck it. And when I was practicing for this run, in case I wanted to do it, I will not pretend I did not throw multiple Molotovs on my feet. It happens.
It happens.
So, welcome to Code Talker's mansion. Turns out we're in Africa. If you guys didn't know that yet, now you do. We're here to rescue Code Talker. No, wait, wrong game. Ooh, that was really far away. I'm surprised the game gave that to Plywood. So placing that watchtower there lets us do a small skip. And come in the mansion, not quite the back door, but surely not the way you're intended to. And you could grab this memory board and we can get out quickly.
Thank God for any skips with Ruins 3, because I do not like this area.
I would imagine going in through the front door, you are going to have to fight Wanderers. You will not be able to sneak to this memory board if you tried that. All right. So, guess what, guys? It's dig time. You thought we were done? No. We get one more dig.
Wish we were done.
So we're going to the final dig of the game. It is the deserted mines. Is this the longest, barring the Sally? Or no? Oh no, plywood got grabbed. That's unfortunate.
We'll have to see.
So I don't actually know how long these three add up to be, if they're longer or shorter than Sally versus the other ones. Yes, you can actually speedrun this game.
Just now learning that. Took me this long to realize.
So, I mean, really, I don't know what to say. This is just gonna be another defense. It's not the hardest defense, but it's not a cakewalk. They're gonna set up, I think, turrets. They have a turret, so I believe they're gonna use it. They're gonna set fences up. But in general, they're gonna set it all up ahead of time. The only real important thing here is there is a mortar up top, and right next to him is a barrel you can blow up. And I've noticed from watching Plywood that barrel sometimes has fortune level EM deflection. So it's normal it took like 4 shots to hit the barrel. But he took out the mortar, and now he's gonna take out the other mortar here, and then it's just gonna be your standard fare base defense. Not really do anything fancy here.
Yeah, I do genuinely, 100%, I'm being honest here, adore this game. And I want to give it the best commentary I possibly can. But every time one of these digs comes up, it's like my brain just turns to mush.
I've not seen that watchtower strat. Don't have fences, just build a watchtower.
It works.
It does work. That's genius. And that thing looks tanky. It is a decent spin-off, Braun. I think it's too gated by... It doesn't have enough, like, free content that's also not grindy. This game is grindy. I think that's the big problem.
Hearing Diggs tell us about the lore, that would take like 5 hours.
Alright, so here's the lore. Aliens. That's the lore.
Close enough.
Oh, so Plywood has bleeding. I think this is our first status effect of the run. So, as we mentioned before, basically what happens with bleeding is Plywood no longer has a natural health recovery. So if he gets hurt, he has to pull out a first aid spray. It looks like he's just going to take the time to cure it, because he can, which is the right decision. That would be very annoying if... Because remember earlier, if he starts getting hit and beat up, it can end his life just like that. And if he can't naturally recover and he gets trapped in hit, and can't escape, like, it's over. And he does not want to do this again. That's literally the story, what Plywood just said. The world has been taken over by nanomachines.
Machines that look like a big worm.
The dread dust.
That's how he says it.
We call ourselves the Dread Dust.
Please watch the cutscenes for this game.
There are some twists in here which I do generally not want to spoil, but like, in general, it's a game that doesn't take itself too seriously, while also acknowledging it's a video game and it's a Metal Gear. Out of all the Metal Gears and all the video games that exist, this is definitely one of them. So that was wave 1. Something to point out, if you guys didn't notice it, is every new wave, the paths that wanderers come from changes. So the first wave is usually like the right side, second wave is the left side, and then the third wave is everything. I do know this is long enough that the runners will be resupplying themselves with oxygen more than once. Like Plywood's just done wave 1 and he's already at 40% oxygen. So he is going to definitely have to top himself off. I don't know this for a fact. You can actually help me on this one. Does the more your oxygen tank gets degraded, does oxygen usage speed up when your oxygen tank gets really bad, or no?
Pretty sure it does, although that could just be me thinking it works that way because I swear it does.
I agree. I swear the worse your tank gets, the faster you consume oxygen. I would swear by that, but we don't have the numbers for that. Of all the games that exist, this is one. Calling it Metal Gear was a selling point. Oh, shoutouts to Plywood for figuring out tech. What were you saying? I didn't mean to cut you off there.
I think I was saying anything.
Oh, okay. So yeah, this is probably your last chance. If you have questions, comments, if you'd like to put anything in, ask questions, please feel free. This is pretty close to it. I believe. So for the final chapter, we have to build something called the Archaea Blade Trap. Last time when Survive was in the marathon, one of the runners realized at the end of the run they were actually short, I think, a sensor unit, which is a mandatory piece of equipment to build the item, which essentially means you literally cannot finish the run because I don't think there's a guaranteed spawn for a sensor unit in the map, and if there is, I don't know who knows where it is off the top of their head.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
So I'm pretty certain from radios. Okay, so you would have to know where a radio is. Both our runners have checked to make sure they have the equipment necessary to be able to finish this run. There's a few other things that require resources, but all the other things are pretty easy to get or negligible if you grind the game. So it's not too big a deal. But it is something you have to think about. You have to think, do I have all the arrows? Do I have all the grenades? Do I have all the lures? Do I have all the concrete? Do I have all the iron? Etc., etc. Like, you have to know all of that stuff. And check it all off ahead of time. Or you could end up 2 hours deep into a run only to realize, well, I can't finish this. I appreciate Plywood correcting me on the things I don't know. Despite me being all knowledgeable and totally qualified, I must admit that we're all equally knowledgeable in Survive.
That's how the hive mind works.
Currently, Plywood is ahead by about 44 seconds per million. You think there's anything to explain on the final chapter after this? Besides building the archaic blade? I don't think so, because, I mean, I literally just walk around behind them and leave. Oh, let me make sure I hit this guy up. Alright, I have hit our host up to make sure he knows when time is. So we should be golden.
I really do wish I could say more on this game at the moment, but I think I'm better at explaining all of that in text.
You know what? That's fair. I mean, there's just at this point we're really just say, hey, chat, whatever you want. Like now's the time, because it's
Who's
hard
your
to keep
favorite
going.
character?
In Survive or in general?
Survive.
You know, not Chris, not Miranda. You know, honestly, I think I have a soft spot for Nicholas. Good luck
Yeah, I
is
was
best
gonna
character.
say Nicholas.
I respect the good luck. I respect the
I
good
respect
luck.
good luck.
What's the guy's name? Gruer, who like shows up
Gruen.
and then never shows up again and doesn't
I
get
hate
explained
Gruen.
at all.
I hate Gruen. He's my least favorite character.
Why is he even in the game if he's just not gonna get explained? It's like, wait, so am I supposed to assume? Is he? What side is he? It's like, what? Game just
He's
says,
just rude to
"There you
you.
go."
He
Is
exists to be
definitely
rude. My favorite character is Seth.
Oh man, liking Seth.
Take that as you will. Seth, your favorite buddy who would never betray you.
I like Plywood accidentally locked himself out of the turret and was like,
I love Fox engine physics.
The TPP we play isn't the canon TPP. Ooh, hot take.
Some Ruse Cruise stuff.
Dan enjoyers? Oh man.
Yes! I love Dan.
I don't even remember who Dan is.
He's the one that you think killed the Karen core.
Oh, he's the engineer.
Yeah.
I remember him. Yeah. Dan's cool. Dan's cool. TPP is canon if you don't develop wormholes.
Guess what I did in my game?
I love it. See, I don't consider Ground Zeroes or TPP canon because Ground Zeroes takes Peace Walker and goes, no, bad. Nothing here is important. And it literally takes Peace Walker and it shoves it into the dirt. Peace Walker might be my favorite game in the series if you don't include Acid.
Good.
Acid 2 is my favorite game. I was gonna say Venus if you ask my total favorite character, but if I have to pick a solid game, it's Peace Walker.
I think Ground Zeroes just gets like too edgy at some points.
Did I like the past stuff? Not really. Is preferring Ground Zeroes to Peace Walker? I would say that's fine as long as you don't prefer MGS 5 to Peace Walker. I think Ground Zeroes, the only downside to Ground Zeroes... Oh, we're getting really close here to time. The only downside to Ground Zeroes is that you paid like $40 for a tech demo.
I didn't. I waited.
Yo, nice. I paid $40 for a tech demo.
Oh no.
Yeah. All right, so we're getting really close to time here. Shoutouts to Survive totally being not a cursed run and Nicholas not being a cursed NPC. This was fun and the race is really close. Space Cow is not far behind, so get ready. So you see Mother Base over there in the background. Basically what's gonna happen is we're gonna build the Archaea Blade Trap, do some cutscenes. We're gonna teleport on top of Mother Base. There's gonna be a wormhole behind us, and we're just gonna interact with it. And as soon as we finish interacting with it, that's gonna be time.
Definitely is kind of funny how much of an anticlimax the bad ending is.
Right? Especially the cutscene. I found the bad ending cutscene to just I was disappointed. I expected more than that.
I mean, it's the bad ending.
I mean, that's fair. I agree. All right, and get ready. Time for plywood 2:09:23. That looked like.
Pretty close, honestly.
GG plywood. And time is coming up for Space Cow. I don't know if they'll be joining us for commentary. I assume they will. We'll see. Let's get Space Cow finished up in here. He's really close. And we'll see what happens. So shout outs to Team Fortune for that win. Can you call time? Oh, never mind, here it is. So we're getting ready. Oh no, he stopped short. And time for Space Cow. 2:09:28. Oh no. Shoutouts to both runners. That was crazy close for Survive.
I'm glad we managed to get through the whole thing despite the technical difficulties.
2:10:13. So I mean, yeah, if you guys want to hop on in here and have some, casual conversation and chat, you're free to do so. Otherwise, I don't know. I think that was a pretty exciting run. Yo, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, Plywood. How you guys feel? What do you think of that race?
That was a meme, man. Hot meme of a run. Every time I race this game, something happens. And it happened at Nick again. Like, why?
I'm telling you, it's Nick.
His fault. It's his fault.
Nick is so problematic. Like, I wish we did not have to rescue Nick.
Leave him to die.
Ruinous, man. Ruinous. I tried routing around Nick last night and it's slower. I'm like, oh, come on.
Oh, yeah, Plywood. We need an update. Do you know if both your goats were alive?
Oh, my goats lived. I'm a goat savior.
All 4 goats lived.
Yep,
Thank
I
God.
had visual confirmation.
I should have given visual confirmation for all you, but the goats were
don't worry.
fine. I would have heard them scream.
Space Cow walked up to his goats and literally did the yeehaw or the yata pose in front of them.
Smart. That's the thing to do. Yeah, so something I realized this run, and Space Cow like struggles with navigation in this game, is you can use like the place marker radio messages to like set them as guide points when you go in the dust, so you can like,
I mean, they kind of work. Like, you'll lose them if you lose SDS.
No, it was fine. Like, you just have to,
because I put those waypoints down on the map and they usually disappear along with everything else.
Not on the map. No, the radio gesture where it's like pointing you in a certain direction.
Oh, interesting.
Not the map. I would have said the map, the radio. So I was like, oh right, you could just do this. So that's actually really handy.
Well, can you put that on? Can you put the radio gesture on the map? Because if you can't put it where you're going, then you lose track of it.
You're not following what I mean. You're running in a certain direction.
You're using the go, right? That thing.
There's like several of them that work.
Yeah, like defend this point, or one of the ones that put the point down. Yeah.
Help, all that stuff. If you're running in a direction, you could just like throw that ahead of you like 1,000 meters if you just angle it properly, and it doesn't go away. So as long as you know your initial route, like your initial angle, which you should, that you just follow that as your like guiding light.
I could try to figure that out. At this point, I just know turn right at this rock, turn left at that tree.
Yeah.
Again, I'm very bad at spatial orientation, but I'm very good at remembering landmarks.
Well, hey, if you have a waypoint like a kilometer in front of you, like
yeah, if I can put it that far forward. I noticed I was throwing them down occasionally. I noticed that sometimes, no matter where I pointed it, it would put it directly on me.
That was happening when I was like on a vehicle.
Yeah, I think it's trying to put it inside the vehicle somehow.
I don't know why that happens, but
if
anyone wants to learn this
game, a very good game.
If anyone wants to learn this game, though, like that's actually a really good technique, is using like a go preset, and then just like as long as you know your initial direction, you're good to go. Anyways, the run was janky as heck.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. If you guys don't mind taking time to answer them. The first one, the thing that really flipped this, Plywood, was when you got to Africa and you got grabbed by that grabber. What was going through your head at that time? Like what exactly happened?
The first mission of Africa.
You had
that one sucks. That one sucks so much.
You had like a 2.5 minute lead over there, and by the end of it, I don't know if I assume you both heard us talking. Space Cat, you were less than 40 seconds behind Plywood.
Really
after
close.
That mission.
I had Chrome closed for this whole thing.
Yeah, that is what made this race so close. Was getting spotted by that grabber just flipped everything on its head almost. And then the more important question: are either of you gonna keep running this game, or is this it? Are you guys happy?
If I'm gonna continue running this, it's gonna be New Game. I'm pretty done with New Game Plus, frankly.
Ooh.
Like New Game Plus is, I've been running New Game Plus for years now, and honestly, like I kind of feel like if anyone wants to get into this game, they should do New Game instead of New Game Plus, because then you don't have to do any prep work or use cheat engine or anything like that. You could just kind of do it.
Do you imagine, similar to Peace Walker, on at least the console, maybe the PC, you could theoretically share your save data for New Game Plus runs?
I don't think so, because it's
cloud based.
It's an always online game. Like
for PC, I definitely think you'd have a hard time doing that. I don't know the interactions on console, but who's gonna run this game on PS4? Not me, that's for sure.
I mean, I was theorizing that the console actually doesn't matter that much because the loads are in part related to the online. So I don't know how much. I would imagine like the Xbox One base PS4, that kind of thing, they don't run as well.
Yeah.
If you're running this on PS5 series, I imagine they're probably gonna load very similarly, and maybe even as similar as PC. The main problem with console, at least with PS4, is entering a name is kind of slow. Like you could just type very quickly on PC. I don't know if you can use keyboard. If you could use keyboard mouse on Xbox, that'd be sick, because then I could do both.
You can use keyboard and mouse on PS4, but I don't know if you need a specific Sony brand or not. I would have to test that one. I have confirmation from OCM. It doesn't work on console. You would have to grind all of this yourself.
Oh, why am I taking down all the buildables? It gives me resources. This is just like a nice little tip. If people are wondering like resource farming and all that, and you can resource farm. If you just do a bunch of co-op, like you will get tons of resources. But like when I'm done with a character, I break everything down. I get the wood, I get the nails, I get the iron, and then you can like run over here and grab some bottles, some iron, which you know, it's very convenient.
we did mention this is always online, and resource management is important. So like everything you can get, because he has to delete this character to make a new spot for it, unless he wants to spend another $10 on a third character slot,
which is pointless.
Which
So-
some people do it. Like I was on the Metal Gear Survive Discord, and like there are people that have like 3 or 4 level 69 characters for whatever
I'm
reason.
gonna do it.
I don't get it, but okay. I respect the
So-
hustle. The only reason why we have 2 characters is like
Yeah,
you
just the speed
want
run.
it. You want it for speedrunning. Like
Yeah.
you don't need 4 characters.
Yeah,
It's
I
better
don't
to have
know-
multiple like base teams, like for setting people out into the field to get stuff, than to
Yeah,
have
I've got
multiple
3 of them
characters.
right now that are all out gathering titanium and iron.
Nice.
God. This game looks fun, but like it looks worse than Peace Walker to get it into a new game plus speedrunnable.
I don't know. I don't know about that, because if you're doing chapter select no digs, I would say yes. Like the grind is pretty nuts. The grind for like standard new game plus is not that bad. I mean, it is a bit of a grind, but
You think you just need someone who is capable of doing the select co-op missions you need, like explosive arrows and the medium quiver are.
you don't need
pretty
explosive arrows.
Really? Okay.
No,
Those are just helpful.
It's just nice. You could just use grenades.
Like
instead.
I have a bunch of equipment that plywood doesn't have, and he beat me hands down. Like,
Yeah,
you
like,
know, there's
he
a bunch
has,
of
like-
stuff. There's a bunch of stuff you don't need.
Okay.
It's
Alright.
like I would definitely say an upgraded quiver. Really, it's your armor and stuff, like having the dex and endurance stuff.
Yeah, the
Like
stat
that's
boost.
really key, and then having the farms for like corn, horse, or equine.
Yeah, you want the ranches and the farms because you want to be able to have a consistent supply of meat and corn.
You don't even need clothes.
You don't
Well, you
necessarily
need
need
clothes. The
for new
clothes-
game. The
For new
plus
game, you
you
don't.
want.
Yeah, for new game, you don't need clothes. Yeah, in fact, clothes slow you down because they weigh more, and you're picking up resources all the time in new game.
I just don't know if you actually. There's a lot of questions I have about NG, like standard new game, because I don't even know if you really need to disrobe. You just for safety purposes, it may give you another hit of damage, and you may not need to like carry 4 million things. There's probably really key items you need, and some things you really don't. So who knows?
Yeah.
But new game seems more interesting now for me because, dude, new
Yeah.
game plus is just like, it's just done.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll put a run up shortly. Maybe not. I don't know if I want to spend 10 on another character or delete my current character, but the option's always there. And I've seen a lot of Survive recently, so I'm excited to maybe one day look this up or see a new runner come in. This game's really fun. Like, I cannot undersell. This game is fun. It is worth a playthrough if you can get it, especially if you can get it cheap.
If you get it for
Yeah.
$5, $7, like,
Yeah, I got it for $8.
Really not that-
Like that's
not that
that's
bad.
yeah, that's what it's worth.
All right. Well, thank you guys for the race.
yeah, GG Space Cow was fun.
Yeah.
I know.
GG's.
Glad we actually could finish the race. I was worried for a minute there.
Yeah.
Like, this
Yeah, we
race
were
was gonna stall.
really. I was really not sure if we were just gonna mercy kill it after the RTMP went down.
Alright. Well, I've posted official stats since apparently I'm in charge of that. But
Your stat silent Sergeant Stats.
Stats man silent. So I guess shout outs to Team Olga. It went 4-2, 4 in favor of Olga, 2 in Fortune. Olga with the cumulative 6 hours, 20 minutes, and 8 seconds versus Team Fortune's 6 hours, 35 minutes, and 19 seconds. Congrats, everybody, and thank you all for the runs. And yeah, I will let you guys take over. Have a good one, everybody.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to watch the relay race. And today we have a special announcement. So it has been talked about past couple of months, but now it is now fully planned out, and it is a pleasure to announce the 2021 Twin Snakes Very Easy League. We have 15 players in total. We'll be doing it in 3 groups of 5. And this league will start about 3 weeks from now on the weekend of September 17th and September 19th. This will happen on every Friday and Sunday whenever we go live on the channel. That'll be on a later determined time, so we have to figure out people's schedules. But in case anyone was curious on who will be in it, I have the list right here. So we have Plywood, Proofrock, Spinito, Poobers, and myself, Tyler 2022. We have Airlian, Blue Metal, vermillionnoel, Nick RP Green, Joseph Joestar 316, Raichu, Solid Strife 90, Solid Snake 16, and House Test. So be on the lookout for that. If you want some more info, we will be posting regular updates in the Races channel on the Discord. So yeah, they're happening in the next 3 weeks, and hope everyone has a wonderful night, and I will see you all next time.